Hi everyone, this is Lada from astrolada.com. Some of you know me, some of you might be coming for the first time to a webinar of mine. And I'm just going to present myself with a few words. I have a website, astrolada.com. I've been studying astrology since 2003. Basically that's happened when I was having a Saturn transit. And Saturn square all my planets basically in Aries. So it was hard. Of course it was hard, but it's been now 13 years and I've worked with thousands of clients and hopefully I can bring that knowledge to you as well. And if it's God's will, we're going to have a good webinar today on a very difficult topic, but we're going to demystify some of the mysteries of Saturn. And Saturn has such a bad reputation, but actually I'll show you how you can manage it, because Saturn is a really manageable planet compared to some other planets for which we'll do webinar possibly later on, like Neptune, like Uranus, like Pluto. There you don't know. There you're kind of things out of your control can happen, but Saturn with careful management can be regulated. Of course, not when it comes to karmic consequences, because Saturn rules karma and what has been put into action from even previous lifetimes or earlier actions. Sometimes with Saturn we have to bear the consequences, but when the going gets tough, when Saturn is around, I'll give you techniques, I'll give you hacks, I'll give you everything that I've tried over the years and that I've worked out with clients, and that astrologers recommend how to deal with Saturn and how to recognize Saturn patterns in your horoscope. And even those of you who've never studied astrology, hopefully this webinar will be helpful for you, because I will try to be slow to explain everything. If you have questions, you can always write them in the chat if you want me to repeat something, if you don't understand something. I'm very repetitive, which is Saturn loves repetition, as you learn. And I have Mercury, the planet of communication, in a close opposition with Saturn. So I'll be repeating until it's drummed into your mind, because that's how I learn personally. People with strong Saturn, they need to learn by repeating over and over. And sometimes people even blame me and say, we're not dumb, stop repeating something 20 times. But I'm Saturn ruled. My whole horoscope is very Saturn ruled. So I repeat and repeat until it goes into your pores and atoms, And that's the easiest way to learn with Saturn, through repetition. But before I start, I just want to make a quick prayer, guys. It's, even if you don't believe in that, it's kind of focusing of energy and raising the vibration a little bit, because we're going to be talking about Saturn, which lowers down vibration a bit, and we need to keep up that energy up. So there we go. If you want to join me in a little prayer, pray to whatever your higher power, whatever religion you are from. There is no judgment here. So, hi God, thank you so much for allowing us to be here today, for giving us health and thirst for knowledge and seeking for higher wisdom, God. Thank you so much for all the people that came to join me. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here together and preside over this meeting. Send your angels to keep this meeting from any technical or negative energy interference. Raise our consciousness even through the planet Saturn. Send us agents and hierarchies from Saturn that are benevolent, that try to give us the higher vibration of Saturn, to preside over this webinar as well. And everyone to find and to understand Saturn, and to find answers to questions they've been looking all their life, to gain some little bit of wisdom, God, so it can help us deal with everyday reality, so it can help us be better, kinder, more virtuous. Thank you so much. Amen. So, okay. First, let me tell you how it's gonna proceed. You know that sometimes I'm not too structured, because things pop in my mind and I have to go and say them. But I'll try to follow a plan where I first speak overall about Saturn and Saturn's qualities and Saturn's strategy for how to act when Saturn is around us, how to act in Saturn's influences. Then we're going to look at Saturn through the houses. We're going to look at Saturn, how it can affect our health through the houses and the signs. We're going to look at how Saturn acts when it's aspecting or conjunct planets of ours. And we're going to look at how Saturn acts during its transits and what's the best strategy. And actually, when I'm talking about Saturn being with planets, I'll also, and in houses, I'll also be speaking in your natal chart. I'll also be mentioning what it is to have Saturn in a transit to that planet and how best to deal with it, and giving some examples of lives of clients, how this, what happened in their life during those transits. And, nothing is really set in stone. Like if I say Saturn transit, this is what's going to happen, or you have Saturn with this planet, this is how it manifests. In a big part, maybe in 60-70% of people with that transit, it will manifest. But through free will and the level of consciousness can really change the manifestations to higher or lower. So we kind of give those directions. So you know what the feel of that transit will be, the feel of that influence in your horoscope. And at the end, if you have any questions, of course, you can send them to me. You can direct them to me. It might take 3 to 4 hours, guys, this webinar. You know how I can talk and talk and talk. And maybe you might have to listen to it over a few times to drum it into your head. And you might have to go over it quite a few times. And hopefully we'll be finished by 3 o'clock my time, which is now 11 o'clock, or possibly shorter, because, Saturn tends to, when you put deadlines to Saturn, it tends to extend them. So I was thinking I'll say 2 hours, but Saturn always takes longer, and we'll probably tap very strongly into the energy of Saturn so it can prolong it. So yeah, hopefully we'll have a great webinar. So let's first start with Saturn, a bit about the astronomy of Saturn. As you know, Saturn is a visible planet. You can see it at night, and especially in 2016, we had it over the summer quite visible in proximity to Mars for a lot of the time. But Saturn is the last of the visible planets. And that's why in ancient astrology and traditional astrology, Saturn is the final planet. Saturn is the final, and indeed, even in modern astrology, Saturn is the final of the visible planets. So it puts like a boundary between kind of the visible and the invisible universe, because beyond Saturn are the other three planets, Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto, which are invisible. We can only see them with a telescope, and they all the planets before Saturn, starting from the Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, they all rule visible and tangible things in life. They all rule, say, a banana would be ruled by a Mercury or the Sun. The piece of paper would be ruled by, a piece of paper might be even actually by Mercury, a stone would be ruled by Saturn, by Mars. And Saturn is this final barrier, while Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto are the planets beyond Saturn. They rule psychological states within. They rule emotional, psychological, invisible, something that's happening within us that's not visible outside. And Saturn, though, is this final barrier. So it's almost like it rules everything tangible, like collectively. This banana will be ruled by a different planet, while the storm from a different planet, but Saturn will rule collectively everything that's tangible and visible. So Saturn is this planet that rules manifestation on the material level, that crystallizes, that holds in a container, because it's the final planet that circles around all other visible planets. So it's like the container, the structure of the material manifestation. And actually Saturn rules the atomic structure. We have atoms, and they might be just going everywhere crazy, and they'll be just like a soup of atoms. But if it wasn't for Saturn's influence to order them, to put them together, they wouldn't be like a separate object. This object is separate from that. They don't merge into each other. Even though when you go on a very deep quantum level, of course, they all look like one field together. But Saturn Saturn rules all boundaries, all differentiation, everything that is separate from another, those structures, basically the atomic structure that makes these atoms connect like that and such distance and vibrate like that, and those vibrate like that. And Saturn slows down. Everything is light. Atoms are made out of light. On the deep molecular levels, atoms are also light. Their vibrations, they're not even their frequency and wavelengths. And only thanks to Saturn, basically, according to occult esoteric sources, Saturn slows down enough the vibration. Saturn is this principle. It's not like Saturn slowing down that. Saturn is the principle that represents that. And Saturn slows down the vibration of each atomic structure. So it manifests as different objects and different separate realities and different separate tangible objects, so to speak. So you see, Saturn is one of the main influences of Saturn is to put boundaries, to kind of circle, to build structure, to build order, to make things separate from each other. And we need it so much, With no Saturn, there is no visible, tangible world. There is no manifesting on the material level. Without Saturn, you might have amazing ideas that just stay ideas, that never manifest, that you never put the structure and like Saturn creates from the atomic soup a tangible object, the same way you cannot create out of your thoughts and ideas something manifested on the material level. So Saturn allows things to manifest materially. And Saturn is basically, being the final planet of the visible ones, is the father of time. He regulates time. He regulates, and we're going to talk about the cycles of Saturn after that. They're very interesting. But Saturn is also the planet that creates structure, that creates visible results, and that puts boundaries, being the final one. But also boundaries, they're good, they're good because they manifest, they show real things, they create real things. But at the same time, too much boundaries, what can happen is that a person feels stuck, a person feels, imagine, iron being in a stone walled in, so anything is good in moderation. If you have too much Saturn in your horoscope, everything becomes gray, constricted. You can't move. You might be deprived from freedom. You might be deprived from expression. The bright light of your of the inner spirit is taken away. The bright light it almost feels frozen. Everything would feel like a black and white noir movie. Everything would feel as some kind of a 1948 scary reality if it's too much Saturn. And too autocratic or too, how do I say? Sometimes the words escape me. And if there is no Saturn or too little Saturn in one's horoscope, then there is no order, there is no rules, there is no, a person goes wild, the person can be total failure in life because they cannot manifest anything in their life. It's total wild card. I don't know, maybe some of you have seen this Shameless. That would be like the father, no Saturn, no boundaries, no obligations, no responsibilities. But too much Saturn, we go into the gray zone, and it gets depressive. It can totally stagnate you, freeze you, make you incapable to move almost. Too little Saturn makes you a wild electron without direction in life. Can make you, imagine Saturn rules the structure and the bones in the skeletal body, the skeleton in the body. So it's like the boneless chicken. There was one animation and cartoon years ago, like boneless chicken sitting there. So like an amoeba. So we need Saturn. Saturn is not our enemy. And just like Jupiter, too much Jupiter can really harm you. Too little Jupiter can also harm you. But Saturn, because it's about heart, it's about reality, material things, and boundaries, can become more painful. So what are the biggest lessons of Saturn? Okay, we learned that Saturn, the topic of Saturn is to lower vibration, to slow things down, to make something more fixed and to create the slower realities of this, the three-dimensional vibrational world. And we need it, But Saturn's biggest lessons are about time and delay. Whatever Saturn is in the horoscope, it's going to teach us about delay, slowing things down, being patient. One of the biggest virtues is patience. One of the biggest and the most difficult to gain, just like everything Saturnian, is patience, to develop patience. And Saturn, it's one of its biggest lessons. And every planet teaches us some lesson, but Saturn's ones are the hardest to acquire, or they take the longest time to acquire. And patience, cultivating patience takes the longest of all the virtues. And cultivating wisdom takes the longest, because Saturn on another level is the planet of wisdom, hard-earned wisdom. So Saturn teaches us patience through the lessons of time. Saturn regulates time. That's why the cycles of Saturn, as you'll see later, which go every 7 years, it's usually, even it's proven by science that each cell in the body totally changes all its cells every 7 years, all its structure basically within. So if you've been someone that has been abusing lots of drugs or bad substances, so has been poisoned in some way by feelings or negative experiences, it takes about 7 years to totally, fully filter and change the whole structure of your body and be free from those things. So Saturn works through cycles, through time, and they're very predictable. Saturn is one of the easiest planets to predict its results, as you'll see later. And Saturn brings those delays, as we said. It teaches us patience and the lessons of time through delay. The second big lessons of Saturn is resistance to change. And it's something, wherever Saturn is in our horoscope, we have big resistance there. We kind of often can freeze and don't want to move there, because, as we said, Saturn slows things down. It creates a constipation in whatever house it is. It can create literal constipation in the 7th house, in the 8th house, which is excretion, for example, with the 8th house cusp. Or if it's aspect with the sun, it can slow down metabolism. In aspects with Mars, it can slow down metabolism and everything. But there is, on the physical, mental, emotional level, wherever Saturn is, there is resistance to change. Remember those keywords, time and delay, resistance to change. That's one of the painful things of Saturn, because we really need to make the change, whatever Saturn is. And at the same time, we resist. It's like holding on for dear life there. And we're thinking, if we let go of that, or if we change, we'll die. Something horrible will happen. And it's not true, of course. But, we have all irrational fears, which is what Saturn rules. And all fears, possibly because we were hurt in that area of our life, and we have when we were young, and we have expectations that every time it will turn out bad. And it's, that's why Saturn creates so much fear, whatever house it is in. Someone says, which aspect to Sun Mars slow metabolism? Square, conjunction, opposition can slow metabolism, but if you have lots of fire, it will be overcome. Or if you have planets in fire, it can be overcome. While Mars increases metabolism in aspect with the sun. For example, some people might have an aspect from Saturn difficult. We're speaking about the difficult aspect. The harmonious aspects don't make damage. The 60 degrees, the 120 degrees, but the opposition and the squares, the 90 degrees, and especially the conjunction, can slow down metabolism when Saturn is with Mars, which Mars rules burning colors, the sun, or even with the moon or the ascendant, the metabolism can be slowed down. And Mars, when aspects to those, can speed it up. I've seen people that have aspects from both Saturn and Mars, and they have kind of equalizes in the middle, But yeah, and we'll talk when we look at Saturn and houses how one can be resisting a change and be very fearful. Like, for example, Saturn in the 8th house, conjunct the 8th house cusp, one may be really fearful of any changes and transformations in their life. And 8th house shows how we go through all transitions. And when Saturn is there, one holds on to the old and doesn't want to go through that transformation. And 8th house is death. So they usually, even when they're very sick, they might be sick for 10 years. They just don't want to die. They don't let go, But you'll see how there's resistance to change there, especially in the first 30 years of one's life. And Saturn's, another lesson of Saturn is rigidity. Wherever it is, it can freeze that house or that sign. And it can manifest on the physical level. For example, Saturn through the houses we'll mention, and signs, how it can create rigidity in those body organs, in those physical areas of our body, through wear and tear as well, because Saturn means overworking, something that's overworked or that's too rigid, and it starts breaking down like a machine that's not oil. It's kind of, like there is no oil, and Saturn starts wear and tear. We'll speak even about the physical manifestation of Saturn, and rigidity on the emotional and psychological level. There is no budging. There is resistance, again, to changes. The same. There is resistance to new progressive ideas, because you're fearful you'll be hurt, you'll be punished. Usually when someone did something new in the house of Saturn as a child, they were punished for that, so they learn to hold on to the status quo there. There is fear in Saturn. We talked about that. Often it comes from some cases, even it's subconscious, coming from past lifetimes where you made some mistakes in regards to that house or planet, and you made some changes and you were kind of punished strongly. So there is great fear to make change now there in one's life. Or it might have happened early in one's life, that this fear, and this is often, it's like, some people might have fear of letting go of relationships even when they're painful. For example, Saturn in the 7th house. And other people who have absolutely no problem with that. And for one person, your fear might feel totally illogical, and they might be like, get up, be strong. Why are you so afraid? Leave this person. They're not good for you. But wherever you have Saturn, you have almost irrational fear. Because maybe as a little child, your father left your mom and you saw her suffering and she was so sad. And this created such a fear of you to be ever abandoned, or to leave a relationship, or something else might have happened. And I always love giving this example. When you have a very young sapling tree, and you make just a little scratch in it with your nail, and this tree gets to grow, and 50 years later, this little slash that you did with your nail becomes a huge gash like that. So something really tiny might have happened in our life that in the house of Saturn, usually it's 99% true that it has happened, to create some fear in us, to create some resistance to change. And when we grow up, it's kind of irrational fear. It's irrational, creates irrational self-protective mechanisms there, almost not holding on to status quo, and holding on to that fear, and holding on to that pain. And so that's why the house of Saturn has ramifications of being stuck in whatever house it is, or with the planet it is in. That's the difficult lessons, while the positive lessons is teaching you longevity and persistence there. That's the higher manifestation of Saturn. The low is getting you stuck in the manifestation of that house, especially in the low manifestation. The higher manifestation of Saturn, which comes usually later in age, after Saturn matures, is to learn how to be loyal in that area, how to be persistent, and how to have a wise, mature approach, but to be loyal. There is something about loyalty that it teaches. And Saturn is the planet of testing. It's the harsh taskmaster, basically. It's not the teacher who will be like, beautiful, you've done this well, No, Saturn will be like, will be sitting there with a ruler over you, whatever house it is, and slapping you through the fingers. So whatever house Saturn is in, you don't get shortcuts in life there. Saturn tests you there, and you have to prove yourself. Usually it's because we've done mistakes in past lifetimes, past incarnations in the house of Saturn. We kind of come, I wouldn't say faulty, but more ignorant in regards to the house where Saturn is, especially while we're younger. And it's usually due to some, when people were regressed, and this is also what ancient books say, but when people were regressed, they would often see that out of ignorance, they made some wrong steps in past lifetimes. They wronged someone, or they had wrong ideas, wrong concepts about or very kind of what is right, what is wrong. I mean, self-punishing or hurtful concepts in past lifetimes, and in this lifetime they have to resolve this issue. So they kind of suffering already. They're born with natural suffering and inclination to suffer and to see the more negative side of whatever house Saturn is in. And if and as I said, Saturn sits there because it's the planet of karma and observes you very closely in whatever house it is. Say if it's in the third house, this person early education, possibly had like strict educators and teachers that required that the person, and they'll grade him more harshly if he made grammar or spelling mistakes. I'm just giving you a simple example than someone who doesn't have Saturn in the third, or someone with Saturn in the 10th house, which is career. They would have a boss that is constantly on their case and on their ass, watching them, and or a series of bosses like that, or authority figures like a father figure, any kind of authority figures in their life that would closely monitor them and react and kind of slap them with the ruler, while other children would be running around and doing crazy stuff, but he would be the one that would get, always the boss being on their house. So Saturn in the 11th, in their 7th house, the smallest transgression in relationship, and a person bites back the karma very quickly. Because in this lifetime, Saturn wants to straighten you out. Whatever house Saturn is in. So whatever house Saturn is in, it wants to straighten you out. It wants to really make you correct those mistakes, and it's not going to let you err too much. But we're predisposed to make mistakes whatever Saturn is, because and only repetition, gradual process, repeating over and over helps us with the house of Saturn. Someone is asking me, having Saturn retrograde, what it means. Saturn, when it's retrograde, it's stronger because it's more visible in the horoscope. It's brighter in the sky, so it becomes stronger in its influence. Any planet that is retrograde becomes stronger in its influence. So retrograde planet, it's bright, it's most visible, it's closest to the Earth. So Saturn's limiting influence or structure and order influence becomes even, and punitive influence becomes stronger, and a person has to really pay attention to the Saturn requirements in one's life. But also, Saturn will require 3 times more efforts when it's retrograde than when Saturn is direct. Already Saturn requires over and over and over and over repetition of lessons in life. When it's retrograde, it requires them much more. How do I say? And it kind of can delay even further the manifestation of those things. But like with every retrograde planet, it requires 3 times more efforts. Saturn becomes even more Saturn and strong, but it gives 3 times more longer lasting influences and 3 times more tangible, longer lasting manifestations. So the rewards of a retrograde Saturn can be 3 times as bigger than the rewards of a direct Saturn, because the lesson is harder of the retrograde Saturn, and it requires more push, more, but the ability to manifest as well is higher after the harder efforts. Okay, someone is asking me which house system I'm using. When I get to the houses, I'll tell you guys. I use whole sign house system, and I use Campanas house cusps, but I'll tell you after that. I'm just trying to get all the questions. Saturn retrograde, I think I go. Saturn is in 2 houses sometimes. Yeah, when I get to Saturn in houses, I'll tell you. I'm just doing the general. And actually, my most favorite house system is the whole sign house system, the one that was used in ancient Greece and by the creators of astrology. I'll show you. Each sign equals 1 house. It's the easiest one, and I combine it with unequal house cusps. But the house cusps are not the dividers in the horoscopes. They're just points of influence. So also Saturn is a planet where we feel we're forced to kind of we have the necessity to earn rank. We have to work harder in the house or with the planet that Saturn is in order to be accepted, in order to be recognized, in order to be given credit there. And we have this inner drive to earn rank wherever Saturn is. And that's why Saturn might be very painful, but because we have such a drive to earn rank there and prestige and recognition of some sort, usually, especially people that are hardworking, tends to have in the second part of their life the most tremendous results in the house of Saturn. And we'll talk a little bit about that because Saturn is a hard taskmaster. Just like, remember, the hardest teacher that I really hated at school, she was my my mathematics teacher, and she used to say I should not at all, because I was trying to get accepted to this really good school that was with mathematics, and she was giving an example that I should never go with mathematics. Very Saturnian, can put you down, can really be very unforgiving, very relentless, harsh with words. And she was saying that there is no point, why am I even applying with mathematics, because I'm quite crap at mathematics. And this motivated me so much and hurt me so much that I went and I learned over the whole summer mathematics like crazy, and I had the highest score of the whole school. So I'm forever grateful to this teacher, because if it wasn't for her, I would not learn English, and I would not be, because I got accepted in an English language school, which was the hardest, due to my grade in mathematics, which was the hardest to get in. And that's how I learned English, and that's why I'm able to do those things for you now. But it's like the toughest hard master, like Saturn, can be the one you're most grateful to. And to this day, when I have nightmares about the teacher, it's her. She was my Saturn there, But we definitely, it pushes us to earn rank. Especially, it cannot be in the most pleasant way. It can be like you've been put down in that area of your house. Saturn in the third house, or ninth house, or something, maybe or your friends put you down, or others put down on you, or a relationship, someone, Saturn in the seventh house, or Saturn with Venus, and you say, I'll show them. I'll win rank, and I'll get there. So Saturn can really be like, like the short man complex, that it's proven that short men, and complexes are ruled by Saturn, a sense of inadequacy, not enough, not good enough, not big enough. It's Saturn, And it's proven that people that have the short man complex or the small dick complex, whatever, it's still, again, some kind of sense of I'm not good enough, are the ones that really, out of this ambition to prove themselves, they go and succeed, and they go and almost in a vengeful way to prove themselves and to gain power and authority. And this is how Saturn, in a painful way, can make us achieve something successful, can make us apply ourselves very hard and endure harsh and starting from the bottom and working hard. If we don't have Saturn, and we've never been criticized or judged, or even within ourselves, we never criticize or judge ourselves, what is there to push us to ever succeed or prove ourselves, So Saturn is one of the big planets that pushes us towards achieving and earning rank and legitimacy, to earn rank and legitimacy, to be legit in something, and that's why Saturn's strong, for example, with Mercury, or in the third, ninth house, or, these people would always want to learn, to get all those diplomas, to be legit, to get all those certificates behind them. You see, I'm clever, I'm intelligent, I have all those diplomas behind me. Or women with Venus and Saturn, or Saturn in the seventh house, they might be looking for, or Saturn connected to the Lord of the seventh house in relationships, they might be looking for legitimacy in marriage. They won't be happy until they're the girlfriend only. They would want to be legitimate. They would feel like lower, inferior class until they get and earn the rank of the marriage. And they, and only then they'll feel like, okay, now I'm legit. And kind of, the other lesson of Saturn is repeating. It's repetition over and over and over. This is how you actually deal with Saturn. Someone is asking me a question. Saturn retro at 14 degrees in Sagittarius, special fixed star. They say there is a theory that at 14 degrees Sagittarius, is the center of the whole system, the whole, not the center of the galaxy, it's a 27 degrees Sagittarius, but the center which our galaxies rotating around other galaxies, and they have a center somewhere in the middle. That's what it's called, the great attractor. It's just a theory. I don't know if it's proven or anything. There is a saying that such people, others either love them or hate them, that have something. I know such people with the great attractor on the ascendant, and that's true for them. They either loved or hated. There's no middle ground. But anyway, so time delays, blockages, struggles, especially in the first part of Saturn. But one thing to learn about Saturn is it delays, it does not deny. Just remember that thing. Saturn delays, it does not deny. Saturn in the 5th house does not mean you will never have children. They might be delayed. You might not want to have. But if you have the desire to, it can come just a bit delayed or with more efforts. And Saturn, usually till around, it makes a full circle around the sun, which takes around 29 years, tends to its lessons to be more painful. So Saturn transits for people under 30 tend to be most painful and more painful than Saturn transits a bit after, because we've gained the experience, we've gone through that. For example, the first time Saturn aspects your Venus, oh, heartbreak, I'm going to kill myself, life is not worth living. And then, say you pass 30, Saturn aspects your Venus again, second time, well, I'm not going to kill myself this time, it really hurts, it sucks. But I didn't die the first time, I survived, I got better, I fell in love again, okay. Third time Saturn aspects your Venus, you're like, I've lived through that, I'll survive again, you know? So you start getting more and more philosophical about that. And you've learned more patience, you've learned more humbleness through life, because life humbles us through Saturn. And you kind of handle Saturn better and better, especially after the 30th year, 29th year. But fully Saturn matures, according to ancient Vedic astrology, at the 36th year. So always around from the 35th birthday to the 36th birthday, there is some very important event that happens in life as well that corresponds to the house of Saturn, and it corresponds to, and it's usually ability to break away and to kind of break away from the rigidity and resistance to change of Saturn that is there. So usually Saturn after the 36th year of one birth starts to get much easier. But we only master Saturn correctly after the second Saturn return. Actually, which happens at around 58, 59 years of age. And, you know, a human being is supposed to live 120 years. So that would be mid-age. And if it's true what mythology used to say, that humans used to, you know, in more higher consciousness, you know, the more higher consciousness humans goes, the longer they live. The lowest human consciousness was in the last 2,000, 3,000 years, and lifespan was 30, 40, 50 years. But you start seeing how consciousness starts expanding now, and our age starts to progress as well. And consciousness and age starts growing, and over the next 500, 600, 1,000 years, I believe humans will reach the potential of 1,200 years, and they'll stay to their 60s, 70s, they'll look like they're 30, you know. And that's what also esoteric sources say, and prophets, how they see humanity progressing. And that's how it used to be before, you know, when they say, oh, Noah lived 150 years or whatever. And Sarah got pregnant at 92, you know. But anyway, a person fully masters Saturn after the second Saturn return, but it definitely gets easier after the first Saturn return, and it definitely gets even easier after 36 years of age. Many Western astrologers, and including my teacher, says that Saturn, in particular, she says, I don't want to give specific age, but after the 40, in one's 40s and 50s starts working much easier than before that. I've noticed that 35, 36, it starts getting, after the first Saturn return as well, there is an improvement, 36, and then, you know, especially it starts working well after 42 onwards. in the house where Saturn is situated. And I'll start giving you examples when I'm talking about Saturn in houses, how the first 30, 40 years of a person's life, they had issues with that house, and then how it became their biggest source of growth and the biggest source of achievement after that. And I love one quote from Oscar Wilde. This is so Saturn. And it says, like, experience is the hardest kind of teacher. It gives you the test first and the lesson afterwards. This is exactly how Saturn works. That's why it's hard, because it doesn't, it first gives the painful experience, the painful test. And then after that, it teaches you what the consequences of that are and teaches you the wisdom about it, rather than first telling you how to prepare, what to expect, and then you go through the test. No, with Saturn, first the test comes, then the lesson. That's how Saturn works. And there is another, and Saturn works best. Okay, there is strategies for Saturn, how to cope with Saturn. The biggest mistake you can make with Saturn is, and when people have Saturn transits, for example, or whatever house Saturn is in their horoscope, is that people can really kind of bring failure on themselves by working extremely hard at the beginning. Say you're having Saturn transit your Sun or Mars, and it's kind of starting to work extremely hard at the beginning, attempting to do much, and then because obstacles are there with Saturn, giving up all after a short time. So it's not when Saturn is around, like, going in one, getting impatient and trying to cram in everything as fast as possible and as quickly and putting all your energy. You drain yourself and you drain your, you drain your strength as well, and you give up. So that's one of the biggest mistakes a person can do with Saturn in their birth chart or by transit. To go, they are setting themselves for failure by working extremely hard at the start and then kind of giving up when the obstacles, or exhausting themselves too much. And the best strategy for Saturn is actually a constant stream of moderate efforts is needed. Constant stream. So you're going to have 2 years of Saturn transit, for example. Saturn transit over the Sun, and then next year Saturn square your Moon and conjunct the 7th house cusp. We constantly have Saturn transit somewhere. Rarely are you free from a Saturn transit. But when it becomes too much, sometimes it's too much one after another, or 2 or 3 planets at the same time Saturn transits. And it's kind of the lesson and the strategy to act is not to go and rush into those things. Of course, you have to put the effort. Saturn is all about effort, but not to overwork and extremely hard and bet all your cards there and then give up, but constantly daily little efforts day by day. That's why Saturn is the planet of discipline, because it requires discipline every day to, do this. For example, Saturn in the 6th house is not like if you have it by birth. Don't go on a crash diet for 30 days, just drinking water and hoping to lose weight and release yourself from disease of some sort. No, Saturn in the 6th house, every day, 15 minutes walk for the rest of your life. Every day, 20 squats. Don't overexert yourself, or don't go running marathons, or if you have Saturn, anything even with the Sun and you're trying to lose weight, or with the Moon or the Ascendant, losing weight when Saturn is transiting you, all those areas can happen, but don't go on crash diets. Don't go on extremes, because you're going to give up every day. And actually the best results, I watched this documentary and when I was researching about Saturn and preparing, and this lady that she gave birth to a child and she lost 30 stone, 30 stone after that, by just going for a fast walk 30 minutes every day, no strenuous exercises. She became better than she's ever looked before, and she did it consistently for a year. for 30 minutes walk every day. So you don't have to make this huge exertion, like go for 3 hours on an exercise or an extreme diet or whatever. Saturn is extreme measures, everyday little efforts consistently. That's the formula of success for Saturn, whatever it is. Like I have Saturn in the 9th sign from the ascendant, and I've always wanted to find the answers to big questions in life very fast. Why are we here? I want a guru, I want a teacher, I want to learn astrology very quickly. And no, for me, it only started, it's 7 years it took before I started getting some answers. And you have to proceed slowly, whatever Saturn is. And when you have a Saturn transit, slow, gradual steps, nothing too much at once, but everyday consistent effort, moderate effort. Remember, if you remember one thing about Saturn in this webinar, is moderate effort, whatever Saturn is, because too much effort, that's like going all at once. This is Mars. Going and putting all at once, all your eggs in one basket, or just going and running 3 hours, doing exercise for 3 hours, or going and just breaking like so much focused energy. This is Mars, and Mars is enemy of Saturn. So Mars will break, and being an enemy of Saturn, Mars will remove the consistency, because you cannot keep this up long. You'll do this for maybe a week or a few days, and then you crash and burn out. And Saturn doesn't want you to crash and burn out. Saturn wants you consistently to learn the lesson by lots of repetitions, small repetitions daily throughout your life, even or throughout the duration of the transit, which can be up to a whole year or 2 years sometimes. So, so progress with Saturn in whatever house it comes by maintaining constant effort in daily practice. Even if it's for your love life, constant little efforts in daily practice, again, in emotional issues, again, constant daily efforts in daily practice as well. And as we said, there is one thing with Saturn. Whatever Saturn is, we're going to have suffering to some extent with that planet or in that house. And the biggest thing that can increase that suffering is by resisting it. Because resisting to unpleasant situations is the root of suffering. We have to, the best mental state for Saturn is whatever house it is, accept it. It's acceptance. There is this prayer, God help me change whatever I can change, but help me accept the things I cannot change. And Saturn is, sometimes we cannot really change certain circumstances in our life. Your child might be born with a disability. You might be born in a very poor family, or your husband might not be as successful as you want. How can you change that? These things don't depend on you. And of course, if you can change something, you'll do it. But when you can, you have to accept. And Saturn often gives us such situations in houses that are a bit karmic sometimes, when it's more negative, when it's more difficult, that we have to adopt, and of lack of poverty. And they can be changed over time. For example, if Saturn in the second house, you have like more difficulties with finances overall, and say you're stuck in a situation where you're financially not so solvent, well, you have to accept it, and you have to, instead of suffering and tormenting yourself over it and resisting it, no, accept it, and from there healing starts happening. So you don't create more suffering for yourself. So it's very important. The best mental state for the house of Saturn and the aspect of Saturn is acceptance, that, and acceptance and maintaining constant small efforts by daily practice. Say Saturn in the second house, you don't go becoming a millionaire overnight. You don't torment yourself that you have to work twice as much to get the money that you get in to save the money. But at the same time, you save every day or every month, you save $20, and then 7 years from now, you might have enough to buy a house or something, and small efforts, consistent daily, as I said. And though in the first part of one's life, I would say first 30 years, sometimes even up to 40, Saturn indicates ignorance. As I told you, Saturn indicates the house and the planet where we've created karma in past lifetimes through our ignorance, by hurting someone, by not doing something right, by not having the right attitude or the right. It's not because we were evil. Very rarely are people evil or an intent. Saturn can be an evil planet, but it's because out of ignorance, because of not knowing better, not having enough resources, and not having enough education, not having enough wisdom as well. And Saturn symbolizes exactly that. Saturn rules all the poor people, all the ignorant people, all the people that are starving, starvation, hunger, poverty, all those things. Saturn rules them. Ignorance, stupidity, acting out of ignorance, and those things. But the first part of life, usually we can make mistakes in the house of Saturn, and with the planet of Saturn, we tend to suffer their consequences. So we're shown, we're paying off karma from past lifetimes, so we start reaping consequences, even without having done anything wrong. And we're like, why the hell am I suffering so much in love? Saturn conjunct Venus or something. I'm a good person. I'm giving. I'm kind to my partners. Why are they not appreciating me or loving me enough? Why are they hurting me? And basically it's this happens the first part of life, and then through hard knocks, through experience, we learn the lessons. And in the second part of our life, usually in mid-30s, 40s, 50s onwards, the house of Saturn, especially after the second Saturn return, then you're really clear of all Saturn, but all Saturn kind of karma, so to speak. And Saturn gives wisdom in the house, wherever it is, and mastery. And actually it gives wisdom bigger than Jupiter, because it's known that Jupiter is the planet of wisdom, but Jupiter is the planet of wisdom that we naturally were born with it. We know instinctively what is right to do. Like, we have clarity there. Say someone has Jupiter in a house and they have natural understanding of how things should work in regards to what to do, for example, when it's in the 11th house, to gain networks, to be popular, people to gain friendships, while someone with Saturn in the 11th house, like, how the hell do you have friends? And how does it come so natural to you? The first 30, 40 years, there might be ignorance and more suffering there through networks of friendships or whatever. Wow, the Jupiter person, they've gained this wisdom in past lifetimes, so it comes to them naturally. But Saturn, this wisdom comes later, in their 40s, 50s, 60s. They'll become the best friends. With Saturn in the 11th house, for example, they'll know how to do the best business contacts and networks to create financial success, for example, because it's also connected to that. But it comes with wisdom, with experience, with trying hard over and over and over until basically you get it right. It's almost like wherever you have Jupiter in the horoscope, you get the best example roles, example models in regards to, that area of your house, especially when Jupiter is strong. And you learn from very young, you intuitively know what's the right thing. With Saturn, you don't have the right role models. You have to find the answers for yourself by knocking your head, by trying over and over. It's like trying to learn a language without a teacher, but just by, hearing. And it's kind of the long drawn process, and you have to find it on your own without help almost. And when you make the smallest mistakes, you get punished as well. Saturn rules servants. So remember, in the past, the servant, even the smallest transgression, they'll get hit and punished. And the very severe moral severe moral punishments on that. Say someone from the lower class, if they went and had an affair, which Saturn rules the lower classes as well, rules the proletariat. And Saturn is rules and regulations. So rules and regulations are always much stricter for the hoi polloi, for the normal people, for the poor workers and normal people. Say someone goes and steals the bread and has their hand chopped, or someone doesn't pay their taxes nowadays and gets into prison for 10 years. But if someone from the big levels, a politician or a celebrity, not kind of, someone, a millionaire, doesn't pay their taxes because they're really rich and successful people, they're symbolized by the sun and by Jupiter, there's no rules for them. There's like almost like, they don't even have to pay. But the poorer, the more smashed at the bottom you are, which is what Saturn rules, the more stricter the rules and regulations for you are, and the more stricter the punishments for you are. So it's almost, Saturn shows where you're like the lower class in what area of your horoscope, where you have to really abide by rules, where you have to really abide by structure and law and regulations and what is socially acceptable. Otherwise you get punished more. And and as I said, like celebrities or very rich people, they don't get punished. They can go and have as many affairs, and especially in the past as well, they wouldn't suffer the consequences of that. They could live much less morally than poorer people, and they wouldn't suffer those consequences. But whatever Saturn is, this is where we feel like we're the impoverished. This is where we feel like we're judged more harshly, and we have to follow rules there, or else Saturn won't have it in another way. Someone says, yeah, I'm going to be talking about the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. I'm one of those. But we haven't gotten to the planets, guys. The first 1 hour is talking generally about Saturn. Then we're going to go Saturn in aspects with planets. Then we're going to go Saturn through the houses and Saturn in transits. Okay, so remember, constant stream of moderate efforts, day by day. Don't overdo it. Don't overstress it. It's funny that Saturn rules all order and regulated systems and laws. So whatever Saturn is, we have to follow regiment and order and law if we want to be successful there. No shortcuts, no clever games of trying to, snakes and ladders. If you're playing a game of snakes and ladders, the house where Saturn is, or the planet Saturn is with, you cannot take a ladder up. You have to go like, the normal way around. If you take a ladder up, it will pull you down a snake to the bottom. So when you try to unlawfully or illegitimately climb on the ladder, wherever the house of Saturn is, faster, without putting the efforts, without the time you have to put, Saturn can topple you very quickly, even lower than you've been before. So that's why they can be big failures there. And as I said, slow, moderate, consistent efforts and growth, whatever Saturn is. No big steps, no, not being clever, avoiding rules and laws. Okay. And the biggest thing for Saturn is, whatever Saturn is, you take responsibilities without feeling guilty. Remember, because the most painful part of Saturn is that we can feel guilty, that we can blame ourselves or blame others, that things are unfair. Instead, you kind of follow like a slave's mentality. I don't like this word, but like a servant. These are my responsibility. I have to do them, even if the master is cursing me or the life circumstances are not supportive. This is my duty. I have to do it. And I'm not going to blame anyone, and I'm not going to feel guilt. So that's probably the hardest thing of Saturn. Stop feeling guilt. Like if I have Saturn in the 9th house, I've always felt guilty. If I do something wrong, that God will punish me. But instead, take responsibility, that God will help you if you help yourself with Saturn in the 9th, and stop feeling guilty, Or for each house we'll speak how it can create guilt, basically. So Saturn requires, whatever house it is, very careful attention to detail, to structure, to law, to order, to the lawful way, to the proper way that's accepted by society. If you go, unless maybe you also have Uranus there, you can challenge society or Mars, but otherwise you have to follow the socially accepted order of how things have to be done. Say with Saturn in the 7th house, having an open marriage is not going to work. You're going to be castigated, punished for that, and you're not going to allow it in your head as well. With Saturn in the 10th house of career, you're not going to suddenly go and, if you don't pay attention and work very hard and pay attention to detail at your work, and if you don't follow the conventional track of climbing up the hierarchical ladder, it just might not happen for you, or Saturn can topple you again. So whatever Saturn is, careful attention to detail with neutrality. neutrality. You have to pay there. You have to pay your dues and work harder than at other areas of your horoscope, and you know that things will take longer and will be slower, and you have to accept it. Acceptance, neutrality. And you have like someone who have Saturn conjunct the Sun, or Saturn in the 10th house of career, and they really want to graduate and become a boss, and they feel super bad if they have to start from the bottom, and Saturn is there to humble them and to tell them you cannot reach those heights unless you take the lawful steps one by one, starting from the bottle as a coffee boy. Then you can be a CEO and authority figure 20 years later, for example, after you've proven yourself. You can't frog jump wherever Saturn is, or with Saturn in the second or in the fifth, you go and play gambling and you hope to win a huge gambling amount. Well, not going to happen. You have to make proper long-term investments there. Clever, risk-averse, investments in a sense. And careful, and Saturn can help you succeed with moderate but constant efforts on a daily level, in a daily way. Saturn can also help you and remove the pain when you have more neutrality. Whatever happens, I'm gonna fulfill my responsibilities and duties, but I'm going to give my best, but I'm detaching from the results, and I'm accepting that some things I cannot change. They'll be like that. I'm accepting I cannot be ballerina because I have heavy bones, but I'll be the closest I can be to this. I might teach ballet or something. I don't know. But yeah, so careful attention to detail wherever Saturn is in the house, complete neutrality while accepting responsibility for the situation. How mature is that? Attention to detail, accepting responsibility. And Saturn tends to act a bit more painfully in a night birth, because Saturn is already a cold and dry planet. And the ancient Greeks, they realized that when Saturn in a night birth, basically it means when the sun is below the horizon. When you see a chart, let me see if I have one. Open, put back. Okay, so how to show you if you have a day or night chart. Where did I put it? Okay. Look, this girl, the sun is below that line. So she was born before sunrise. So that's a night chart. So for her, Saturn's transit and Saturn's house position and Saturn's aspects will be even colder, will be more freezing, will be more painful. The ancient said Saturn becomes more malefic when a person is born during a night birth. I'm born during a night birth as well. Saturn's transits always affect me very strongly. And if a person is born during the day, so if the sun here, the symbol of the sun was above that line there, you would have a day birth, then Saturn is less malefic. It has something to do with being born during the day. Saturn becoming less malefic has something to do with the person, with mitigating a bit the nature of come on then. Yeah. Has to do a bit with mitigating the cold, hard nature of Saturn. Born during the day, the sun can kind of thaw a little bit Saturn. And I've seen that Saturn in certain signs is more difficult, where Saturn in fall, in detriment, for example, Saturn in the water and fire signs tends to be more painful. Why is that? Because Saturn is about structure, regulated systems. Saturn is about socially approved behaviors. And fire, and that's why Saturn works so well in earth signs, of Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo. Saturn rules really great in air signs as well, because Taurus, the earth signs are about structure, about rules and laws, because the earth signs are about tangible, visible, material things. There is structure, there is order there is consequence and logic. So Saturn does well in earth signs. Saturn in air signs, which are about socially accepted behaviors. Air signs is sociability. Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. These are skills we acquire, intellectual skills. There needs to be order there. These are our communications with others and our interactions. And Saturn likes regulated. Saturn likes, and in society there is rules how to behave to others, how to be socially acceptable. That's why the air signs really welcome Saturn. Saturn is exalted in Libra, an air sign, rules Aquarius, another air sign, and is very strong also in Gemini. Feels quite comfortable there. But Saturn in fire and air signs, okay, there is no structure in water. Sorry, not air signs, in fire and water signs. Water signs is all about feelings and emotions and personal impressions, and Saturn is there like, where the rules, where the regulations, I don't feel comfortable. It's not right, and a person can hold on to emotional experiences too deeply, too painfully when Saturn is in a water sign. Can have hard time letting go because Saturn wants to create structure and order when it's in the emotional world and lasting structures. And in the emotional signs of Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, a person has difficulty letting go of it. Feelings have to flow. Feelings should not stagnate. And that's why especially Saturn is very hard in the sign of Scorpio. It's kind of painful when you have Saturn in Scorpio. It's a whole generation of 2.5 years. But they can hold on to traumas and to pain for a long time. Saturn in Cancer can be quite painful because they're extremely emotionally sensitive with their reactions. And they take things personally, while Saturn's keywords for success is neutrality. Don't be emotionally attached to that. Feel neutral, accept. But with water is kind of neutrality with water. What is this? Water is not neutral. It's partial. It's your feelings, and Saturn in fire signs, Aries, Sagittarius, Leo. Saturn is kind of in its detriment, in its fall in Aries, in its detriment in Leo. And Sagittarius, not so bad because Jupiter is neutral to Saturn, but still these are fire signs, and fire is about me, personal intelligence, me shining, developing personal intelligence, being unique in some way, and standing out from the crowd. Saturn doesn't want that. Saturn wants you to fit in the crowd. Saturn wants you to follow the regulations of the system, of the law, of the order. So it tends to have some more resistance to, and it's not so easy to manifest, to control those Saturn qualities when they're in fire. It might be more painful on the ego because Saturn in fire signs would often hit you on the ego in some way. And I mean, this is huge groups of people that have Saturn in a fire sign, that they'll be more sensitive in regards to their ego, in regards to their actions. They'll take things more personally. And when Saturn is in water signs, naturally more sensitive and less neutral. Okay, so Saturn, again, last recapitulation before we start on Saturn in houses, is that Saturn actually is quite, so if you have Saturn in a night chart and in one of the fire or water signs, it might be more painful by its transits and might take longer for its positive, mature, and grounding and tangible and masterful manifestations to show. So it might take more years, just like in your 40s or after second Saturn return. Saturn in a day chart can give a lot more easier, and in air or earth signs can give a lot more easier learning of those lessons, and a person naturally understanding the lessons of Saturn and complying with them. And for certain ascendants, Saturn can be a Raj Yoga, like greatness giving planets for people that have only the ascendant, not sun nor moon, in Libra and in Taurus. Saturn is very beneficial planet. So Libra ascendant and Taurus ascendant people, Saturn can be the planet that, and I would say also for Aquarius and Capricorn ascendants, because Saturn rules them. Because for Libra and Taurus, because Saturn for Libra rules the 4th and the 5th house, which is angular house and a trinal house, so it becomes a planet of inspiration and success giving. When a planet rules both an angular and a trinal house, it becomes a planet that gives you greatness, because the trinal house is the inspiration and angular house is acting on them. So Saturn can put you really high in society and in achievements. When you have Libra or Taurus ascendants, can be a planet that gives you a lot more easily. And for Taurus and for Capricorn and Aquarius ascendant, it's because Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius. And sorry about that sound. People, I have to stop Skype. Just a second. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, for Aquarius and Capricorn ascendant, Saturn rules it's them. Saturn rules them because it rules the 1st house, the ascendant, so it's you, it represents you. So Saturn, you have more of a personal say over what Saturn gives, because you kind of control Saturn, because you're the ascendant lord is Saturn, And someone is asking me, whether does the house or the sign of Saturn is more important. The house shows the specific area in your life where Saturn manifests. The sign is like the adjective. The house is like the noun. So how do I say? Say the sign would be beautiful or difficult, or adjective is something that's more descriptive. Like a noun is something that's tangible, that exists, adjective would be salty, sweet, emotional. Well, a noun would be work, career, money, friendships. So personally, always the house is much more personal, because everyone that has Saturn in Scorpio will be everyone that's born within year and a half from you, or basically in the 2.5-year period from you. And that it doesn't mean that all of you will have the same issues. It just means that you will deal with the issues of Saturn in a more personal way, which is Scorpio, in a more holding on to those issues a bit longer, which is fixed sign, having more, but where exactly it manifests is the house. For me, I always look at the house as the most important thing. Or say, people with Saturn in fire, in Leo, for example, and Saturn is in the 7th house. For one person in Leo, for the other, Saturn is in the, in the 10th house. So the first person with Saturn in Leo in the 7th house will have to deal with the lessons of Saturn, of repetition and delays and lessons, and to follow the rules in regards to relationships. And this, because Saturn is in Leo, the person will take it very personally. The person's ego will be very hurt by that, and it can, Saturn in Leo is touchy. But the person with Saturn in the 10th house, well, he's going to have a totally different lessons in life, because they'll be more centered on authority, how he takes authority, and the person might be really unhappy with authority, and they want to be on authority themselves, and they take it personal. How you deal with that issue is the sign, but how you perceive it is the sign. So Saturn in the 10th house for a Libra 10th house, and Saturn in Leo in the 10th house. Okay, both of them will have to learn to climb the social ladder of achievement step by step, working hard in their career, being in careers that are about structure, regulation, dealing with demanding bosses and authority figures. But the person with Saturn in Libra, which is a sign Saturn does well with, it's more easy to accept that. It's like, yeah, these are the rules of society. This is what's accepted from me. I can tolerate it. Okay. But Saturn is Leo, is more sensitive. It's like, oh, I don't like being told what to do. I don't like bosses. They're, or Saturn in Aries, oh, they're regulating my freedom. I have to really, again, they have to work hard to get there, but they're less patient. It creates more frustration, you know. So the sign says how you accept it and how you deal with it, but the house shows where exactly those issues are. And people with Earth or air signs Saturn find their way faster because they're naturally more inclined to the needs of Saturn, which is to follow rules and which is to do regulated systems and which is to a kind of acceptance and neutrality, because both the Earth and air signs are more neutral. They're less partial, while both fire and water signs are not partial. They're both partial and emotional and excitable. And Saturn works best when you're neutral, when you're, you know, more detached, and when you just go and get the job done and don't put too much, and you know, okay, I accepted, these are the rules. Okay, I'll do it. I'll follow the rules and work regulated. I'll do it with detachment, with not so much passion. But the water and fire signs, when Saturn is there, they kind of more, they get more passionate about it, take it more personally. I hope you understand what the difference is, Rachel. Okay. So now let's start. Okay, so Saturn regulates the payment of debt, past lifetimes, or say, for example, when Saturn transits ascendant sun or moon, you see the consequences of your previous actions. You see the results of what you've done, you know, and these are payment of debt which originated in actions which cause harm to others in other lives, so this lifetimes. So who would suffer most from Saturn transit? Someone who's naturally evil. Saturn transits can really, you know, put them in prison, or kind of someone who is illegitimate, who follows illegitimate practices, doesn't pay the tax, doesn't do this, you know, especially if Saturn is in a night chart and in a difficult sign and difficult aspect, they would get it harder. Or basically, if you've caused harm, consciously or unconsciously, it doesn't matter. If you've caused harm to someone in some way, you're paying debt. If you haven't done the right work, you've worked in a career, you didn't want to harm anyone, but you just you didn't put too much passion, you didn't put your hard work, you didn't really take care of it too much. Saturn comes, you lose the job. Consequences, payment of debt, you know. Saturn basically in the chart represents duties, responsibilities, tasks, relationships, experiences, and perceptions which we must perform over and over, and then again over and over and over. Repetition until ignorance is turned into wisdom. It might take up to 30, 40 years performing tasks over and over and over until they're turned into a wisdom. That's big lesson of Saturn. Paying of debt, performing over and over, turning into wisdom. Time, repetition, routine, and drill. Keywords for Saturn. And so what Saturn rewards is attention to detail, punctuality. Wherever you are, you have to be this good schoolgirl with whatever Saturn is, with, you know, with everything, the hair combs and the, you know, the ponytails and sitting on the front desk. And, you know, if you're like that in that area of Saturn, whatever it is, Saturn will reward you. If you follow the rules there, Saturn will reward you. Society will reward you. Saturn rules any kind of society structures. Because Saturn rules two signs, Aquarius and Capricorn. Capricorn is hierarchical structures, you know, the servant, the master, the boss, you know, the guy below and the guy above, hierarchical structure in society. You don't go to a teacher and say, yo, John, this and that, you know. No, you have respect to your superior, more experience of all the people. Saturn rewards it. If you have the humbleness and if you have the right attitude, to follow hierarchy and order, whatever Saturn is, to respect the older, the more experienced, even if they're oppressors of some sort, even if they're asshole of a boss or asshole of a superior. Again, you have to approach them with, with hierarchical, reverence, so to speak. And Aquarius rules also systems, but they're lateral systems. They're not hierarchical. They're like that. So that's why Aquarius rules the internet. It's a system that there is no hierarchy, but it's spread everywhere. It's like Aquarius rules the brain, the nervous system. It's a system without a center, without a top, like Capricorn is, that Saturn rules. But it's again a system where everyone is interconnected on a lateral level. Like friends are all equal and they're connected. Aquarius rules friendships, social connections, But it is about, as I said, it's about fitting in. Saturn, it's about fitting into some system or regulated system or something to do with being accepted by the order and fitting into society and fulfilling your duties and responsibilities. As I said, Saturn rules duties, responsibilities, fulfilling them, duties to others and responsibilities. And Saturn rewards attention to detail, punctuality, regularity. People with Saturn in the 10th or 6th house of work, if they go to interview later and the next guy also with another guy who has Jupiter in the 6th house or Jupiter in the 10th house, and the people that interview him for the job will react to the person with Saturn in the 10th house much more harshly and strictly. Why are you late? We're not going to give you the job. You're not punctual. But the person with Jupiter in the 10th house, they'll react like, oh, don't worry, it happens to everyone. I know it's not fair, but these are the lessons of whatever Saturn is. And and basically punctuality, regularity, discipline, modesty, whatever Saturn is, be modest, predictability and safety. It's basically following the common denominator. It's not gonna, for someone with Capricorn ascendant or Aquarius ascendant, doing this, putting themselves always in center stage positions. Saturn with someone with strong Capricorn or Aquarius, someone with Saturn conjunct the ascendant, someone with Saturn conjunct the sun, moon, or ascendant, the important planet. So basically a strong Saturn influence, whether it's through Capricorn, Aquarius, ascendant, or sun, moon, or Capricorn aspects in their horoscopes, or Capricorn or Saturn on an angle. If they try to put themselves, to make themselves the best, the exalted, to make themselves like the Leo king, he has Leo on the ascendant, so he doesn't have Saturn, so he can go there and be like cool and I'm the best and whatever and show off. But for someone with Aquarius ascendant, someone with Capricorn ascendant, someone with Saturn conjunct the important angles, it's not going to work. Saturn will smash you. People will not react well to you. You have to react like the normal people. You have to react like the common denominator people and actually normal people will associate more with you. Normal everyday people, they'll feel like this person is closer to me, this person represents what I am, rather than beating yourself and I'm the best and I am, and putting yourself up there, I'm a celebrity, whatever, I deserve the best. Humbleness is the best approach for Saturn ruled people, for people with Saturn influence. Humbleness, hard work, and respect to elders, respect to those in more authority, identifying with the underdog, with the hoi polloi. And this is how Saturn will reward them if they follow this modesty, if they follow this regularity and discipline, and safety and predictability. Whatever Saturn is in the horoscope, we have to have predictable routines. Saturn punishes innovation, recklessness, anything illicit, illegal, irregular, or adventurous behaviors. And if Saturn's demands are met in the house, Saturn will reward you with basically, if you have regular practices there, if you're humble, if you follow law and order and structure, Saturn rewards you with a dignified social reputation. That's the great results of Saturn. So once you follow the rules of Saturn that I mentioned, punctuality, attention to detail, respect to superiors, repetition, patience, discipline, predictability, safety. Saturn will reward you in that house in the long term, later in life, usually after regular practice. It will reward you with reputation, social reputation, high positions of authority, and material accomplishments, because Saturn rules the 10th sign and the 11th house. The 10th sign, Capricorn, is about social reputation, positions of authority, and responsibility. So Saturn will reward you with that. And Saturn rules Aquarius, which is material accomplishments. I know you're probably very surprised, how can Aquarius, but this is the 11th house. The 11th sign is about material gains. This is in ancient astrology. The house of rewards is the 11th house. The house of rewards and seeing the results of your rewards, long-term actions, which means material accomplishments. Saturn rewards them to you. Okay, so now let's start with Saturn with different planets. Let's start with Saturn with the Sun. And when we're talking about aspects, here I'll tell you which aspects are most important. Saturn conjunct the Sun is the most important. Saturn with conjunct any planet starves that planet, creates a sense of not enough, creates a sense of coldness, not enough, more. I can do more, I need more, it's not enough, I'm not good enough, or whatever. Saturn, whenever it's in conjunction, is the most painful. In ancient Vedic astrology, Saturn starves the planet. When Saturn just aspects a planet, it can still slow it down and create some difficulties and having to experience some repetitive lessons, but it does not starve the planet. It can just frustrate it, agitate it, delay it, but it does not starve it. But the people with conjunctions of Saturn have the most pressing issues, they feel it most strongly, and it consists throughout their life, and usually takes up to the second Saturn return for the Saturn conjunct the planet to kind of detach enough emotionally to accept the situation. And conjunction is strongest when it's within 15 degrees. And sometimes it might be out of sign conjunction, it might still be felt. But say you have the Sun at 25 degrees in Libra and Saturn is at 1 degree in Scorpio, I would consider it conjunction between the Sun and Saturn. And the conjunction is the strongest, the second strongest, and the second to strongest would be the opposition. So when Saturn is exactly opposite another planet, I'll give it 10 degrees on each side. So 10 degrees on one side and on the other side. So Saturn at 5 degrees Libra, opposition I would consider it an opposition, say if it's with Venus opposition in Aries, if Venus is from 0 Aries till 10 or 12 Aries, or even the last degrees of Pisces, 28 Pisces to 12 to 12 somehow Aries. So we kind of give it another 12 degrees. 10 to 12 degrees for an opposition, for it to be very strong. And the closer the aspect is, the more powerful and palpable that issue is, and the person works harder to resolve it, and the results are much more tangible. The results are the awareness of this is much more stronger. And Saturn's backwards 90 degrees is the other strongest aspect. Basically, Saturn's 90 degrees square, but the one that goes opposite the order of the signs. It has 100% influence, as strong as an opposition. So basically, if you have Saturn in Virgo, the previous sign before Virgo in a square would be Gemini. So any planets in Gemini, Saturn would be squaring them from Virgo with its 100% square aspect. And also Saturn would influence the other square aspect. So from Virgo in Sagittarius, the forward-looking one in the direction of the signs. But it's a little bit less. It kind of has 50% influence. But the stronger one is the backwards 90 degrees, going into the opposite direction of the sign, It's very strong. So, for example, if someone has Saturn in the 10th house, in the 10th sign from the ascendant, Saturn will be throwing its full aspects, first affecting the 10th house, then the opposite one, the 4th house of family, and then strongest, the 7th house. So the one backwards from the Saturn 90 degrees, so the 7th. So someone with Saturn in the 10th house will also have the issues of Saturn influencing the 7th house and the 4th house. But the strongest ones is always the house where Saturn is sitting, or the planet Saturn is with. But it will affect others. So, so starting with Saturn with the Sun. So both are enemies to each other. Say you have Saturn square the Sun, or opposition, or conjunct, which is the most intense. And by the way, the good aspects, the easy aspects are sextiles and trines, which means if Saturn is in Libra, your Sun is in Aquarius, they're in a trine. Very likely, especially if they're within 10, 12 degrees, in a trine. And then this doesn't manifest like that. It's always much easier. A person is consistent, hardworking, but without any psychological issues and stresses. It's kind of reliable. Their confidence is, and their actions, which is the Sun, are released step by step and kind of wise, mature. But when it's the hard aspects, the square, the conjunction, the opposition, the lessons are hardest. So Saturn's biggest lessons are during, this opposition, square, and conjunction. So Saturn with the Sun, or opposition, square the Sun. Saturn is the commoner, society. The Sun is the king. So they're kind of always head to head, And the Sun is the creative individuality. What suppresses more creative individuality and uniqueness than what society expects from you, and what society and the law expect you grow up to be this and this and follow the system, and another brick in the wall. So they're both fighting, and both are suffering when they're mutual enemies. One is individual creativity, the other one is fit in society, fit in a structure. That doesn't go well. And what happens usually is that those people that have this aspect by birth, they kind of have some shortage of praise, lessening of social worth, because, the Sun wants to shine, to be recognized. The Sun is praised, accolades, being there, applauded, I'm the best, and Saturn suppresses that. So usually even from early on, some parental figure or some authority figure was not giving them enough praise, was not giving them enough sense of you're worthy, you deserve to shine. Or every time, for example, the child would go and say, look, Mom, I drew that, or look that, or look to the teacher, some authority figure, someone that they looked up to, they would go to and show, look what I did, or look how I dance or sing, and the authority figure would be, you can do better, that's not good enough. Or look, I have a B, you can have a B plus, you can have an A, so they don't get enough praise, or they don't, there's some kind of lessening of social worth, and they're demanded to work harder than others, basically, in order to receive the social recognition for their work, in order to receive the praise for their work. And I don't know if any of you have Saturn aspect Sun, you can write if this has been an experience of yours, but that's what I've seen most often, is that usually a father figure, because the Sun and both Saturn can represent the father figure, might have been stricter, more demanding, more oppressive, always saying not good enough, and the person might have an issue of trying to prove themselves, to prove that, so that dad can love them, or some other male authority figure can love them. And usually it's kind of, they receive a praise and validation only if they follow rules in some way, and only if they follow social recognition. And sometimes, though, Saturn conjunct the Sun, because Saturn is something that might be a lack. There might be a lack of a father figure, or lack of a strong kind of a male figure, as an example as well, like a lacking father, or father with issues of his own as well. So the person had to mature very young in age. But it tends to be hard on the ego. It tends to be, a person tends to be both planets enemies, to be very sensitive to ego, to be very sensitive to attacks on their self-worth and on their ego and their self-confidence. They take it just very personally. You know, if someone comes and tells them what to do and puts them down, a person who doesn't have Saturn hurting the sun, they wouldn't react so. They'll be, oh, okay, yeah, okay, he's the boss, whatever. He shouldn't be such an asshole, but whatever. But the person with Saturn Sun will react so sensitively, so defensively. I remember there was this guy, I really liked him, and there was another, and he liked me apparently, and we went to dinner with another, and he had a very, very tight Sun square, Saturn square Sun, and his dad apparently was quite strict when he was young, and never enough satisfied with him. And when we were at this dinner, another guy started kind of giving me compliments, and he became very defensive, very almost arrogant in a sense. It's not necessary that it plays out like that, but a person is kind of the ego. They react much more painfully out of the ego if they're challenged or if someone is challenging them in some way. Okay, so when Saturn is stronger, it means when Saturn is an air sign or in an earth sign, while the sun is also in an air or an earth sign, then Saturn is stronger, as we know. And when Saturn is stronger, basically, or, basically Saturn, say you have Sun conjunct Saturn and it's happening in Libra, Saturn will be stronger. You have Sun opposition Saturn and it's happening, Sun is in Scorpio, Saturn is in Taurus. Saturn becomes a bit stronger because it's in an earth sign. And then the person seeks basically confirmation of their worth from large, socially conservative organizations, hierarchical systems, and society. The sun is your self-worth, your self-esteem, recognition. So a person starts looking from certain organizations, basically hierarchy structures, in kind of corporate environments. They can be looking for, to receive this confirmation. So such people can start working very hard to climb the social ladder, to prove themselves in socially acceptable environments. And basically such a person can be very, feel the pressure to perform, to work very hard and to follow orders and to be accepted in such to receive recognition in such hierarchies in society. While the sun is stronger, say you have Saturn conjunct the sun in Pisces, for example, the sun is good in Pisces, or in Aries, or in Sagittarius, or in Leo, the sun is stronger, or even in Scorpio, the sun will be stronger. Then the person more likely kind of feels a great pressure to earn, which is Saturn, the right to celebrity, fame, kingship, positions of recognition and authority in some way. So they kind of, Saturn pressurizes them, puts a pressure on them to prove their fire or the sun, to prove that they're worthy of praise, that they're worthy of celebrity, that they're worthy of some high achievements and being noticed and being recognized. So again, it can make them work very hard for this social recognition and to prove to others, look, I'm better, or whatever, to prove that ego. And it can even make an autocrat. I think Putin had Saturn conjunct the sun, Saturn aspect the sun, so kind of full power to me, and I'm feeling pressure to perform and to be on top in a sense. And when Saturn transits the sun, so it can be hard on the confidence. It can be hard, as I said, a person has to work harder than others with Saturn Sun for their achievements in life, for their recognition in their career. But it also gives them the stamina to work very hard and to follow this. And they have to learn to be less sensitive and more neutral towards authority figures, because they tend to have more sensitive reaction to such authority figures, as I said, and to react more defensively or more hurtedly, so to speak. And it usually something with the father that hurt them a lot, that they have to work on. But over age, after 30 or in one's 40s, 50s, usually such people can be very successful through their career, through their goals, to materialize them, to make them happen in a tangible way. Because the sun rules goals, and Saturn is performance and pressure, materializing something. When it comes to transits, when Saturn would transit the sun, say in conjunction or opposition or a square every 7 years, basically the person is told to accept responsibility for their public behavior. The sun is very public, it's your actions in the world, and Saturn is taking responsibility for those public behaviors. So you're kind of going to reap the effects of your actions from before. If you've performed well in career, if you've worked very hard, you can receive a reward. If you haven't given it all, it's reality check, you can lose your job, you can lose your career. If you haven't really taken public responsibilities through a career or society, you can get kind of a bit punished. And it's kind of also, it appears the need when Saturn transits the sun, the need appears to understand how you are perceived by the common people, how you're perceived by society on the whole. And if you've been unthoughtful about others, if you've been unthoughtful about society overall, this can backfire. You can be put down in some way. And there is a call also to leadership. It's not always bad when Saturn transits the sun, square, opposition, conjunction, because the sun is leadership, and Saturn calls you to take up your responsibility as a leader in certain area of your life, whatever Saturn is. And actually to accept moral authority, And often when you have Saturn transit to the sun, people get much more responsibility, especially in regards to their career, in regards to some public positions, in regards to some socially responsible positions. So they have to work much harder, but they also are called to accept those responsibilities and authority and the moral authority, and to develop those leadership skills in some way. And it's kind of but unfortunately, often when Saturn transits the sun, it can create a lot of insecurities in a person, especially if you're younger, before 30, 35. And even if the sun is very strong, like in areas like mine, every time Saturn transits it, I feel less confident. I feel less, I feel more insecure, doubting myself, how capable I am. And I try harder, but I've seen it over and over again. And in the worst case scenario, when Saturn transits the sun, or Saturn is with the sun in a difficult aspect in the birth chart, a person can develop kind of selfishness, which stem out of insecurity, or even arrogance and pride, which stems out of insecurity. Some of the most arrogant people you would see, the most prideful ones, they would have difficult aspect between Saturn and the sun. And it's not for everyone who I have a difficult aspect between Saturn and the sun, but it's, I've learned my lesson not to be prideful and arrogant. And these people, life will put them at the right place sooner or later. The more quickly they accept those lessons of humbleness, the faster, the easier this aspect happens. I have Saturn square my sun this week. Is it the same as a transit? Oh yeah. That's a transit. It continues a whole year. It must have started from a year ago. And all those things that I was talking about, you must have been going through them. Maybe insecurity, maybe like something testing you. Am I good enough? Can I succeed enough? Having to work and to take extra duties and responsibilities in regards to your career, in regards to your law, in regards to your work. Kind of the need to develop leadership, the need to develop authority as well. The need to accept moral responsibilities in your actions, in your worldly actions as well. And whenever Saturn makes aspects to the sun, it usually takes 1 year for the whole transit to pass. It repeats 3 times, but the whole period is very Saturnian. And it's about getting wisdom. It's about becoming mature and more responsible in your actions, in your worldly actions, in your performance, in your public behaviors as well. And immature, immoral people, irresponsible people, or rebellious people that always want to do things their way, when they're having Saturn transit to their sun, they kind of, or people who always need to be praised, to be on top, to be, out there, the celebrities recognized, to immediately get accolades, to immediately get praise for their actions, who are used to that, or who just don't have self-discipline, who are irresponsible, who are immoral even, or immature, might be just young people, or someone who doesn't want to grow up, or rebels a lot. When Saturn comes along, they will experience extreme pain. It's because Saturn will smash their ego, will smash their freedom to do whatever they want. If till now they've been able to do whatever they want, some restrictive influence comes when Saturn transit the Sun, some authority figure. Sometimes even they can be even put to prison if they're very illegal and immoral. It's extreme cases. Very few people are like that, but people will be mature in certain areas. They'll be rebellious in certain ways. And when Saturn, aspects the Sun, it's it might be much pain of suffering. And if they need constantly praise, Saturn is not going to give them to them while it's aspecting the Sun. They'll have to learn to work harder, and they'll have to learn to postpone this recognition. And they can get a lot of social battering as well during that period when Saturn transits the Sun. Imagine a very arrogant boss, a very, who constantly is praised, or celebrity figure of some sort, that is, or someone very popular. I'm the best, I'm this, I'm that. And she's having suddenly Saturn transit the Sun. And what happens is that everyone turns their back to her, or gets social battering and being put down, or being put at their place in some way. So you can either, if you're the nasty boss, you can lose your job, or if you're the irresponsible boss, or if you're not really responsible to your career in some way, or to some other behaviors, Saturn transit the Sun will put you in your place, will bear the karma. So it's not nice, but if you've been an arrogant boss, if you've been a bully, Saturn transit the Sun, you reap what you see. The same happens to you, And it's also people that, who resist social authority from society, from what society expects from them. They can feel very repressed while Saturn is transiting their Sun, because during that period, those social authorities, people or systems or structures come around them, and they have to comply with them. And especially people that have fire Sun or water Suns that doesn't like so much structure or authority, they can find it hard when they're having Saturn transits. While people with air Suns and, with more earth and more air, they can find it easier, and basically Saturn can even lead to punitive measures if you don't respect authority when it's transiting your Sun. If you don't respect authority, if you don't respect social order. And on the general, it will increase your workload when it happens. And it happens every 7 years that Saturn respects your Sun. So rewind back and check every time Saturn transited your Sun for about 1 year. All those lessons I'm talking about were part of your life. And this usually during that time, there is temporary praise, temporarily reduced praise. So the praise that you naturally, the rewards that you used to receive, when Saturn aspects the Sun, they decrease, they kind of slow down, they're delayed. So you might feel frustrated. Especially if you're used to constantly getting recognition and the praise and all the results and the rewards of your actions, it feels frustrating, things slow down. The workload increases, but the praise also is reduced. And the credit for your work comes harder. So it's decreased as well. The credit from your work and for your accomplishments is decreased. And there is definitely a big pressure when Saturn transits the Sun every 7 years, and it's in cycles. You'll notice it, to restrain your social behaviors, to be more humble, down to earth, to be within conventional limits of public behaviors of what others find acceptable, and to and it's also not a time to try innovative new concepts or lifestyle options when Saturn transits the Sun. Often some authority figures can be more suppressing male figures, so some problems might happen in the life of male figures, like my dad's when my mom had Saturn transit her son, her dad passed away. When my mom had Saturn square her son, she was, for about a few months, they didn't talk with my dad. The son is a male figure, so there might be some problems with male figures again, with authority figures, with bosses of some sort putting pressure on you, or something complicated, difficult happening in the life of those authority or male figures. A reality check in regards to their career. If they're dedicated and committed to their career, yes, they can receive rewards and higher social status. If not, they kind of get, but not time to experiment with new things, time and do crazy stuff. Say, if your Saturn is transiting your sun, and you're asking me, okay, I'm in banking, but I want to go into, there is this new investment in robotics or whatever, and some crazy thing you've never done and you have no experience with. No, don't do it when Saturn transits your sun. Do something that you already have experience with. Invest your energy in something that you have experience, that is not too risky for you, but not something totally new and innovative. Saturn, as I said, will repress that. Saturn requires regularity, requires predictability, requires previous experience. And you're being asked when Saturn squares, opposes, or conjuncts your sun to show and to incorporate and to demonstrate Saturn values of modesty, of humbleness, of humility, of conventionality, and of respect of age and authority. You might have clashes with authority figures or with bosses figures. You're not going to win when you're having Saturn's difficult aspect transit sun. And even in your birth chart, if you're born by that, don't confront such. You can have more than a fair share confrontations with such people, authority people. You are better off to respect them, to follow, kind of to try to respect them in a sense, to give them their due down, to go and battle it out with them. They usually, Saturn is strong, and they would be the one that win. So you have to be more conventional, respectful age and authority, and safety and predictability. The tried and tested go that route, but you become more self-disciplined as well in regards to your work. You can work harder. When Saturn opposed my sun, I was working on my business. It wasn't much fun time, as with every Saturn transit, everyday efforts, working harder, more workload, but I didn't get good. I wasn't seeing the results of my work yet. But after that, when Saturn finished, whoa, it pays off well if you've worked hard and kept humble and moderate efforts daily. And it's time to slow down, review what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong. And usually people that are more reflective, that are people that, that are more reflective, they'll be okay with this period of behavior. And they'll be okay with people that have more self-control. For them, Saturn transit sun can be a very pleasant period. They're so attuned to that. People that are naturally more in control, more mature, more reflective, they're okay. They kind of feel normal when Saturn transits their sun. If anything, they thrive during that period. They evaluate their performance. But people who are not used to humbleness, that are not used to, self-reflective modes and to reviewing their behaviors, social behaviors, of evaluating of their performance, they don't feel happy. They feel slowed down and frustrated. But there's definitely evaluation of performance, of your career goals, something you might feel quite dissatisfied with certain aspects of your career. If it's not going well, you have to restructure it and correct it. If you're really not in the right career, you can leave a job. You can leave a job and look for a different one in a field that you already have experience, where you'll be more evaluated. And for all the people, again, usually after the 36th year, or even after, in your 40s, 50s, when you have Saturn difficult aspect, the sun, yes, that is Saturn transiting the sun, square, opposition, or conjunction. These are the important ones. The trine, the sextiles, these are not key periods in your life, The key periods is, one of the most key periods is Saturn square opposition, or especially conjunct the sun. But for all the people, when Saturn is more mature, where they've learned the lessons of patience, where they've been working hard, there might be a time when Saturn aspects the sun, even in the difficult aspects. for receiving recognition, rewards, accolades for long-time professional service. You've worked hard, Saturn rewards you. You've served, and you've worked hard, and you've done what Saturn expected from you. So after, and actually, like, you receive some accolades or rewards if you've achieved some kind of feat of endurance, of stamina, of longevity as well. So this can be also for some of you. I know people that get, when Saturn transits the Sun, positions of much higher authority and respect. But usually younger people, they will be put at their place, especially less humble and more, I want to get everything now. And what is this? I'm never going to work from the bottom. I'm going to start at the top. Saturn transits your Sun. Let's see. That was me. When I had Saturn opposition my Sun, I was like, I can't. How am I going to go and do readings and offer my services at coffee shops? What am I? I've always, I cannot start like that. I'm not like the neighborhood psychic, being proud. And my boyfriend said then, well, you're either going to do it or you go and become a waitress. And I was like, okay, no. So I have to do it from scratch. And I was like, what it means? So I had to work for 1.5 years without no payment. Saturn opposition Sun. It doesn't mean it's going to happen for you, but I was young, I was inexperienced, I was proud. I was like, how am I going to go and knock at every door? I was going from every spa and coffee shop to ask them if I can do an astrology reading there. And everyone was shutting the door in my face, of course. And I was so frustrated. My ego was hurting so much. And I was like, I was so used to making loads of money before that. And all of a sudden having to start from scratch and not having any recognition, but it came. I carried on. I persevered for 1.5 years. And after that, the rewards started coming one after another. So it's just patience, that while Saturn is transiting the Sun. But if possibly the next time Saturn squares or transits my Sun, I'll receive some recognition because I've worked hard now. And I didn't want to, when Saturn was opposing my Sun for the first, when I was before 30, I was so hurt that I have to start from the bottom and go and plead and ask for people if I can work in their offices to give horoscopes, or if I can work in their spas. And I was looked down upon. And, later on, when Saturn opposes the Sun, if you've worked or makes a hard aspect, if you've worked hard, you get rewards, And also it's about time. I told you that Saturn rules time. So when Saturn aspects the Sun, you might not be able to use your time as you want for things that you enjoy and things that you would usually prefer to do. You might have to use your time for some responsibilities and duties, and your actions might be temporarily controlled basically by a more public agenda, whether it's you working at a new job, trying to prove yourself again, or working on a new project very hard, that you're trying to build a foundation from scratch, or just some new project that they've given you, or just extra duties and responsibilities. So you cannot have time to dilly-dally as before. Remember, Saturn aspect my Sun, 12 hours a day work, out-talked, rest, but every day without a single day break. And was I depressed? You're going to be more depressed during Saturn transit Sun if you're not doing those things. If you're just sitting there, it will depress you. If you're not working hard in some way, in developing some project, in doing some public agenda in regards to your career, something, restructuring it, or taking extra responsibilities, you'll just sit there being depressed and sad. Oh, wonderful. Yes, someone says that they're having Saturn square their Sun and they're starting their business from scratch at the moment. Lots of work without much rewards. That's exactly what happened to me. But actually, when you turn back and you look at your time, you're like, I'm so grateful because this was what built the foundation of my business. This is what built the foundation of you become mature, you take socially more responsible roles, you develop your leadership skills as well, your management skills around that time. For mature grown-up people, Saturn rewards. It's not fun. You work hard, but Saturn goes get results. Okay, so I spoke a lot about the sun because it's very important. For the others and for the moon, I'll speak a bit more. But the others will pass them much faster. Don't worry. We've been 2 hours. The next 2 hours, it's all about transits. It's all about aspects in your horoscope of Saturn to natal planets, and it's all about Saturn in houses. So we're gonna go through all of them. That's a big webinar, guys. I will need to take 4 or 5 minutes break to just drink some water and come back. I'm gonna hold you the whole Sunday. Saturn is really gonna stretch us here. And does Saturn opposite Sun affect vitality? Oh yeah, it lowers the Sun is vitality, and it's kind of when the Sun is not affected by Saturn, you feel like, woo, let's wake up, it's fun and excited and vital. Saturn by birth, in the birth chart, if you have Saturn opposition square conjunct Sun, naturally your vitality might be lower. When you have it by transit, you have to learn to regulate your energy more, and you have to, again, how you do it, small, moderate bits of efforts rather than one all out. This is how you burn out. If you're having Saturn transit Sun and you push, you do it all in one go without pacing yourself, failure. Shortcut. If you do it regular, moderate, stop a little bit, start again, take breaks, but vitality is decreased. Definitely the immune system, the Sun rules, the immune system gets decreased as well, you tend to get more sick, you tend to be more sad. When Saturn was opposing my Sun, the first time when Saturn transited my Sun, my God, and my Venus, I'll tell you about that later, but everyone turned back to me, all my friends, no one wanted to speak to me. My Sun is in the 3rd house of teammates, playmates, so I was always very popular, and all of a sudden the year the Saturn transit my Sun, they all didn't want to be my friends anymore. So that, because I was becoming arrogant, and I was feeling entitled almost in regards to my friends, and I learned a great lesson how to be more responsible and socially responsible, and how to see, as I said, Saturn transit over the Sun makes you realize how others perceive you, your influence on the public, and you become more humbled me a lot. And then when Saturn opposed my Sun, made me build the business, but always depressed. I would always cry during those periods. A little bit, it's kind of like that, especially because my Sun is in fire sign. So, having to comply with the needs for order, structure, regulation of Saturn, and being second and working behind the scenes, it's painful. It's painful, but with age, it's getting easier. I'm sure many people will tell you that older they are, Saturn transits get easier. Okay, so give me 5 minutes, guys. I will be back, and we're going to speak about Saturn and Moon aspects. Well, Saturn sextile and trine the Sun in the birth chart, these people are reliable. These people don't have those psychological complexes in them, in the sense of lack, and that they have to prove, they have to work for social affirmation, that they have to earn hard the route to leadership and kingship, and they don't have those ego issues. It just comes naturally. They're reliable. They're naturally they fly in regards to their career gradually again, but it just comes so smooth. Okay, see you in a little bit, guys. Sorry. Hi, Rob. Rob is saying he's been having technical problems. Don't worry, we'll have a recording. You can watch it. This is something that can be watched over and over because I give so much information. And if you watch it 5 years from now, something else will resonate and you'll hear something else and it will make more sense for you. And it's a lot of information. I have so many planets in the third house. I can share you information. But yeah, we have to be meticulous with Saturn. We shouldn't omit anything. Sorry, just having a little bite because bananas, they're ruled by Mercury. Any yellow fruits and vegetables, so they help with the brain a little bit. So when I do webinars, I tend to eat yellow fruits and vegetables because they help with the mind a lot. That's the energy of, maybe I'll do a webinar when I talk about each food and what planet rules it and what it stimulates, but that will be in the future. Now let's get back to Saturn. Okay, Saturn Moon. What happens if you have Saturn conjunct your moon in the horoscope or square or opposition? These are the difficult aspects. Especially if you have Saturn's strongest aspect, I repeat, is the conjunction is the strongest within 15 degrees from the moon. The opposition is very powerful, and the backwards square of Saturn towards moon. Say if you have moon in Libra, Saturn in Capricorn would be making a backwards 90 degree square to the moon in Libra. That would be felt very strong. This is the strongest, another very strong aspect of Saturn. The forward-looking square of Saturn is also strong, but I would give it 50% of strength, but you can still feel it. So what happens if you have Saturn and moon combination, the difficult ones? Well, that's a hard one. They're enemies. And the moon in particular is enemy of Saturn. And the moon, what it represents is how you perceive yourself in the horoscope. The moon is your individual consciousness. It's your individual, like the moon is like the mirror that you have in front of you and how you see yourself. Just like the moon reflects the light of the sun, the same way the moon shows you how you feel about yourself, how you feel about your life. And people with Saturn aspect moon, hard aspect moon, or Saturn conjunct moon, they tend to feel more down about themselves. They tend to be more harsh on themselves. They tend to feel like often even less deserving in some way. Usually it comes because the early childhood environment, the early family was either very strict, was either very hierarchical, or too much pressure, or love was given conditionally in some way, because the moon represents the mother and the affection you receive and the emotional support you receive from a mother or family overall. And when Saturn aspects it or makes a conjunction, especially the conjunction is very hard, you might have had conditional love. So how does it play out? For example, I'll love you and I'll show you love and affection if you get good grades, so if you behave according to my rules. So often people with Saturn moon, they can attest that I had especially when you're born at night. Remember, Saturn is more difficult when it's under night. or Saturn in a difficult sign where it kind of feels more painful, like water or fire sign. And I had a friend whose Saturn was conjunct her moon in a night birth in Leo, so kind of difficult Saturn indeed. And that's a very extreme case, but her mother did not like her so much because she had a darker skin. She was Mexican, and the mother's other child, the sister, had lighter skin. So the mother was really much more strict. She used to lock my friend up in the basement. Really horrible stuff. The mother was quite, and only if she would dress up nicely, behave nicely, the mother would love her. And then later on, my extremely successful in life, because it's a driving force to make you successful, often Saturn with moon on the material level, the mom started loving her more and wanting again to be around her. But it's kind of conditional. If you bring me good grades, if you're successful, if you fit in the order, if you follow those rules, then the love and affection is given. And what happens with the self-image of the person? What happens is that, someone says, yes, very conditional love from a Capricorn mother. Saturn conjunct moon. Well, yeah, Saturn conjunct moon can give also a mother that's Capricorn or that has strong Saturn in her horoscope as well. And or sometimes the mother might be even missing. The mother might be too busy working. The mother might be too busy with worldly duties and responsibilities, and or so you didn't receive the enough attention and care. And often you might, not only critical an early childhood by parents, but you might have experienced that later on, that you have to parent the parent, for example, that you're given too many responsibilities from early on in age. And this conditions you for later on life that you'd only be loved if you do something. If you only be loved if you achieve something. If you have success in some way. And often they tend to choose later on partners. That's one of the difficult combinations for relationships, even with the opposition and the square, because later on in life they feel like that they're gonna be loved by someone only if they provide, only if they're perfect enough, only if they have material kind of results in some way. And they often tend to choose partners that mirror the behaviors of the parent that was withholding love or giving conditional love. So often they might choose partners that they have to partner the parent. They might choose partners unconsciously that they have to parent themselves, that might have a bit more selfish behaviors, and almost because of their poor self-image. That's a hard one. Just like the Sun, Saturn one is difficult. The Sun Moon is another very difficult combination, especially till the 30th year or 36th year in age in life. So you might tend to in relationships to accept less than satisfactory relationships because you don't feel you deserve enough love, or you don't feel you're worthy enough, and because you have such an inner self-critic inside of you because of usually a parental figure that was very critical towards you, or withholding affection and emotional, very rigid. So you yourself later in age tend to have more difficulty expressing your affection, or feel that you deserve love only if you produce results, only if you're perfect enough. So they're very self-punitive towards themselves. That's hard, it's kind of, and it can make you build walls around you so you don't get hurt like you were hurt as a child, and to feel vulnerable. So you build emotional walls as well, or you try to tightly regulate later on your own family life to put control in it. And often people will be subconsciously attracted to recreate the same environment from their early childhood where they didn't get enough support emotionally or something, and they'll feel more comfortable in such environments as well, and whatever the Sun is with, it makes you extremely sensitive. The Moon. That's why a person becomes extremely sensitive to criticism, extremely sensitive to social rank as well, because Saturn is social rank. These people with Moon Saturn often feel more comfortable and want to belong within a specific social class. And they would feel like, okay, I'm worthy if I belong to this social class, or I'm. And the moon, someone is asking me, sorry, how does also having Rahu conjunct Saturn and the moon affect that aspect? Well, Rahu is the rule breaker, so there'll be a kind of actually I've seen this play out, that the people try and manage to get into a higher social rank, actually by skipping a few steps and getting a higher social rank than they are, with Rahu conjunct Moon and Saturn as well. But emotionally can be quite turbulent, and emotionally can be quite painful. Both Rahu and Saturn have separative influences. And often a person can have very big obligations towards family. For example, like my friend with Saturn conjunct Moon, she had to take care of her mother that used to lock her in the basement because she was not pretty enough, or she didn't have enough white skin, whatever. Can you believe that? And later on, the mother got sick, and now my friend is in her late 30s, so she's financially supporting her mother, and she's forgiven, which is so important. The way to heal Saturn in any way is forgiveness, but we'll get to that. So such people can be very sensitive to class, to rank, to wants to belong to a specific social class, and expressing feelings. And often it's so funny when I've seen people with Moon, Saturn and Moon, especially Saturn conjunct Moon, but the hard aspect as well. When you ask them how they are doing, they would often pretend everything is fine because they don't want to be perceived less than. So they'll say they try to overcompensate. They'll say, oh, it's good, it's fine. And actually, the more they say everything is perfect and fine, the less happy they are, that they're hiding something often. They're trying to hide it from themselves and try to control it to make it feel okay. So often they can pretend like everything is perfect in their life, like the perfect housewife, and everything's out. My family is perfect. Everything's perfect. My children are perfect, and they might be this kind of almost sense of, wow, how can they be everything so perfect? But it's not. They worry it a lot. They're constantly trying to regulate the family, constantly trying to regulate and control the whole situation. So they're stressing a lot. There's a lot of emotional anxiety often in those people. And but there is some good sides, because on the material level, such people can perform really well, because Saturn is material things, and they have a deep emotional need to achieve materially in order to feel recognized, in order to feel loved. So this can be a big push for them to achieve material success in the outer level, and they can benefit through and gain financially, for example, from Saturn things, which is from building, from properties. I know someone who has hotels with Saturn conjunct the Moon in Taurus and has land. But can it be Saturn and Moon in the same house but not a conjunct? If they're within 15 degrees, you'd feel it. Maybe not so extreme. Even if they're in different signs, you'll feel it. If it's more than 15 degrees, you're kind of safe, And yeah, overall, such people, especially in the first part of their life, can feel emotionally oppressed, and they can feel lack of emotional support, and often they can recreate those conditions until they learn the lesson with repetition, by choosing over and over situations where they're more emotionally oppressed or not supported, until they learn to forgive themselves, they learn to forgive the partner and heal that sense of inadequacy or less than, and they learn to perceive themselves as deserving of unconditional love rather than conditional love. But as I said, it can lead to materially productive, reliable citizens. Such people can achieve, especially in hierarchical structures, they can feel very comfortable there, with bosses and with hierarchy structure and certain hierarchical society, and they can fit into the socially acceptable rules and behaviors, and can be very hard worker as well. I'm trying to remember. Let me see my. Oh yeah, and their views can be as well orthodox, more conservative, but that's how they should be with Saturn conjunct Moon, a Saturn aspect Moon in a difficult well, and because the Moon shows cultural customs, so these people tend to stick to the more conservative, orthodox cultural customs. If Rahu is there, they're not going to do it because Rahu is the rule breaker, but otherwise they would, and they feel more comfortable, more safe like that, and usually the early pain and suffering from emotional trauma or separation, because this is what exists through family, through early conditioning, there's this emotional trauma and pain of their youth, turns to a path of neutrality later in life, and this they can teach later in life, so they can become masters of their feelings, masters of healing, emotional healing later in life, masters of forgiveness emotionally. And someone says, since Saturn came in Sagittarius and opposite my Moon, feeling of anxiety, doing everyday breath exercises for that. Yeah, everyday small efforts will help for sure. Someone says, I have Moon at 24 degrees, Saturn at 21, very oppressed emotionally as a child, forgiving mom every day. That's the right path. The older you get, the easier it will get. And if you don't forgive the mom, your relationships with women and relationships overall with people will suffer. Because if you don't resolve this issue from childhood, you'd keep attracting situations where, as I said, especially in relationships where you're undervalued or emotionally unsupported, but forgiving every day, that's the answer for you. And again, as I said, the older you get, this becomes very manageable, and the person becomes master of their feelings, master of very good provider for the family as well. And Leslie also says, in your right time success will own homes and lands. Wonderful. Okay. And what else? Let me just see my other notes. And they have, as I said, heavy social responsibilities to care for one's parents very often, or at periods of their life when or even if you don't have this aspect, if you have a transit of Saturn to the Moon, you might be having, I remember when I had transit of my Saturn to my Moon, my mom got into a depression, and I was helping them, and they were really bad financially. So for about a couple of years, I had to support them financially, send them money, but it's okay. Saturn demands responsibility. Saturn demands, especially towards your family when it transits the Moon. It might feel heavy, it might feel unpleasant, but it's a karmic duty in a sense. And people that have it by birth, they often are called later in life, even if there is separation from parents or parental figure, later in life to take care of, to have extra family responsibilities to their family they've created, to their existing parents. The mother, as I said, might be excessively strict, punitive, or judgmental. The child becomes the parent. And how you perceive life overall is your Moon, and you can perceive life, especially while you're young, as unforgiving emotionally. Like every time you make a wrong turn, the universe slaps you. And they can perceive life as constricted, and they can be self-punishing until you realize that you have a self-limiting emotional reaction within yourself, and you start doing through exercise, self-work, and it's not going to happen overnight. Saturn Moon, the fluidity of the emotions is not easy. It's more locked down. It's more frigid. It's hard for you to let go of pain. It's hard for you to let go of emotional states that are painful. It takes longer. It's one of the combinations for depression, a person that is more likely to be susceptible to depression. And even people who don't have Saturn Moon, if they have it already in their aspect, in their birth chart, Saturn opposition Moon, Saturn square, Saturn conjunct Moon, when Saturn transits the Moon, they definitely can unlock some more depressive states, emotionally oppressive states overall, and outer circumstances that are more oppressive. It's some painful issues from childhood that come to the surface that have to be worked through, and definitely it takes longer, and they can hold on because Saturn is holding on. It doesn't let go of the past. They can be holding on Also, even to relationships, that the emotional bonds that are no longer productive, they have to learn how to detach and to be neutral when it becomes too painful. They can hold on to painful experiences longer than other people, because, as I said, the fluidity of the moon, which is feelings that have to flow and ebb and naturally, from happiness going to, sadness, there might be frigidity, freezing, like frozen water that happens, like ice that happens. And this is solved through forgiveness, through self-love, through experience, through achieving things, and then considering yourself worthy as well. That's why material achievement is often a big manifestation of those people with Saturn difficult aspect moon. They tend to achieve materially above average, and this also gives them, even though it's not, it's not the ultimate healing, it's kind of gives them more sense of self-acceptance and self-worth. And first steps to resolve the punishing complex of Saturn moon is to forgive the self for choosing emotionally restrictive parents or unavailable parents. And next step is to forgive the parents as well, and from the whatever emotional frozen flow that parents have. And time helps one to mature emotionally. With this position of time, you start feeling happier later in life, and you can be a very responsible parent, very organized parent, but again, it's very important for you not to give conditional and not to stress too much as a parent. I have my ex-sister-in-law had moon conjunct Saturn in Cancer. So she was super responsible to her family. Her mom she's had a good mom because the moon is strong in Cancer, but the mom was overly professional, working too much, very kind of, working straight upward person that's kind of a bit not emotionally expressive, so to speak. And this person became very successful, my ex-sister-in-law. Amazingly successful, one of the top lawyers in London. At the age of 30, she became a partner, very driven, and motherhood can be delayed with Saturn conjunct opposition square moon. She became a mother at 40 years of age for the first time. Motherhood, and she was so worried all the time, and she started buying things because Saturn makes you worry about the family, about the child, and you start feeling you're not a good enough mother, not adequate mother. If you have moon conjunct Jupiter, you're so permissive as a mother, you're probably going to buy the child the things it needs at the last moment when it's born, but she had everything planned and organized, and I'm sure she'll be an amazing mother, just as long as she doesn't stress too much and worry too much and try to overprotect the child and overregulate the life of the child. But they become better parents after in their late 30s, 40s, when they've forgiven themselves, when they've learned how to be more loving towards themselves as well. Someone says, yes. Oh, yes, I also feel I'll have my kids later after I'm 35. Yeah, it tends to do that. My other friend, she had her with moon conjunct. I talk about friends because I don't want to talk about clients, because it's personal information, but she had her first child at 36. Motherhood comes a bit, or if you become early mother, you feel overly worried, or it comes with more karmic duty and responsibilities. But they tend to be very good organizers of the family, very good, following traditions. And even if they're not religious, they'll follow the customs, and they'll go to church on Christmas and stuff like that. And emotionally, it helps, with time, forgiveness comes, emotional happiness is more easy. And when you have it by transit, again, you can feel emotionally detached. There can be a test of your feelings and emotions and emotional connections to others. There might be a test in the life of an important female figure, a mother figure of some sort as well. For women, is their health. And they have to watch their health when Saturn is transiting in the difficult aspect their moon, or even their stomach. The moon rules the stomach and the breast. Someone asked me if Saturn in Cancer is similar. Oh yeah, it's similar, but it's not as intense as having Saturn conjunct moon. Saturn in Cancer, they'll have more family karma, but it's not going to be so intense, and they're just going to react more emotionally to and sensitively to Saturn's demands, but it's not going to be as painful. Oops, sorry. So such people find emotional security in strict hierarchies, likes to be protected by socially legitimate hierarchies. This people, this friend of mine, she became the lawyer, had very high position. She felt very at place in hierarchical combinations, very emotionally comfortable there. Okay, and also when it's a transit, the hardest transit possibly everyone experiences is when Saturn transits the sign of the moon. In Vedic astrology, it's called Sati. Actually, it lasts 7 years. The sign before the moon, the sign of the moon, and the sign after the moon. 7 years. Ooh, they call it the dark night of the soul. I have a whole video on that. You can check it on the internet. I haven't noticed it to be that long, but usually it's a period of more restriction, more emotional loneliness of a source, and kind of like, but especially when Saturn is in the same, I would say like 20 degrees before the moon and 20 degrees after the moon, which would be about 2.5 year period, so 3 year period. It can be the most emotionally intense one when Saturn is transiting the sign of the moon. So even if your moon is at the first degree of Sagittarius, for example, even before that, the 1 or 2 years, you start feeling this Sati, the dark night of the soul. And yeah, people say they felt very lonely during that time. I had so many clients and friends that started emotionally unsupportive relationships during that time. They're karmic relationships. Some of them were already married and they went into affairs. And affairs, no matter how beautiful an affair it is, it's not enough. It doesn't give you emotionally everything that you need. And you're self-punishing yourself for that. And actually, often, affairs that start during Saturn transit the moon, you're not doing bad karma. You're being punished with that affair for something from the past, because you're suffering yourself much more, And often there might be some kind of emotionally unsupportive relationships that you enter yourself, especially when your self-image is more poor, or such relationship appears and makes your self-confidence more poor, self-image more poor, and more, it's like more conditional in a sense. But relationships, if you're already in a relationships, it can go through some kind of a test. Any emotional relationships can be tested, some kind of cooling off, or you might have less time for emotional bondings and emotional relaxing because of duties and responsibilities. Other people, they had to work very hard on something. So another person had to leave her family and go study university degree. So she felt the loss of the family. She was missing her family a lot because Saturn is a separating influence, and she had to work very hard and learn this structure and order again, which is Saturn day by day. But again, Saturn transit moon, advice, even the square, the opposition, take each day on its own, do some kind of moderate to counterbalance Saturn's influence. For every Saturn transit, to counterbalance it, you have to bring some solar energy. So be out and about more to get more sun on you. This is what counts. Sun is the biggest enemy of Saturn. So if you want to relax and to help a little bit soften the Saturn, get more sun, get some physical exercise because Saturn freezes, rigidifies. So it kind of, you have to keep emotions, like Tony Robbins says, is formed by motion and emotion. So in order for you to start moving those frozen emotions and those more depressive states, do some physical movement, jump, exercise, 15 minutes a day, go for a walk, go move. Saturn transit sun, Saturn transit moon, Saturn transit ascendant, square, opposition, anything. You need a little consistent physical exercise every day, or you start freezing, your vitality goes down, and it takes energy to make some energy, because Saturn decreases the vibration, decreases the energy. So it's important for you to kind of stimulate this energy by creating a little bit of exercise daily, a little bit of movement. Otherwise, the depression and the stagnation can be very heavy emotionally on the person. You have to take responsibilities towards family members. You have to, some women become mothers when Saturn transits the moon, and it can feel a little bit overburdening, a little bit lonely, socially isolated, well, so you're burdened with more family responsibilities and duties of some sort, or emotional, as I said, relationships that reflect back to you the sense of inadequacy in you. And after those relationships, you kind of say to yourself, enough, I'm not going to allow such relationships. I'm going to take care of myself, and I'm going to love myself, and I'm not going to allow someone to just to feed me with the dripper emotions and love. I deserve more. But you first have to experience this kind of conditioned love expression towards you, and this rationed love expression and rigid love expression are not enough in order for you to appreciate that you deserve more and to say, fuck you, I'm not going to allow this anymore. Sorry, I didn't want to say that. Someone says, I've been doing yoga and really helps, gives me energy, and I go for a short walk. Perfect. Don't overexert yourself, because Saturn lowers the energy anyway. You cannot, as I said, with Saturn, you can't make too much. But small steps daily during Saturn, any Saturn transit, especially to the Sun, Moon, and Ascendant. Small, daily, regular, 15, 10, 20 minutes, as long as it's regular. Also, eating fruits and vegetables that have the color of Saturn is this. That's why I'm wearing dark blue ray. It's kind of, and it has a cooling effect. The dark blue, the darker colors, they cool. But we don't want, when Saturn is around, to cool things further, because we're going to freeze, and we're going to rigidify. We want to counterbalance them with the solar energy fruits that the yellow, orange, red, Mars and Sun energy can break through Saturn, can speed up the vibration with Saturn lowers. So basically, eat them, and spicy things like garlic, like onions can help. Raw organic, because Saturn slows down, makes it rigid. So you need something that is kind of has more vitality, and it's closest to the sun. So oranges, there's sun in a fruit. Oranges and grapefruits and citrus fruits, these colorful, bright red yellows, eat them to balance out the Saturn transits. And some kind of physical exercise and some kind of daily routines help as well. And yes, someone says I feel older than I actually am. Electricity went off. I hope everything is fine. There is internet, yeah? Okay, good. And you start to feel older, actually, when Saturn transits ascendant, square opposition, conjunction moon or sun. There is your ascendant lord. You start feeling like time is ticking away. And you start feeling, sometimes some people might start graying during Saturn transits. Some people might start feeling that the heavy burden, even if you're in your 20s, you might feel like, I'm old. This realization of age comes to you, and dawn comes to you, and this realization of death, and the time is ticking away comes, and the person becomes more responsible this way and starts to manage their time more responsibly again. And yeah, so this every Saturn transits, I've always felt like, okay, no more bullshit, no more playing around, dilly-dallying. Now it's time for serious work. Now it's time. I don't have time. Well, especially when you're having a Saturn return, you're like, okay, it's around the age of 28, 29, and you're like, I'm no longer a young person. I'm no longer a child. You're going into maturity from the 29th to the 30th year of adulthood, and you start feeling the pressure of time and what society expects from you. So you try to do a better social position for you, to fit into society better, to contribute to society. That's why during Saturn returns at the age of 28, 29 till 30, people make big career changes, make big social status changes. Sometimes they divorce and get married again. Sometimes they have first child, for example, but they take on extra duties and responsibilities. I started my business during my first Saturn return. Till then, I was just partying and working in nightclubs and making lots of money, but spending them the moment I make them, I spend them. My 20s were totally wasted. Of course, nothing is wasted, but and then Saturn return comes, and it's coupled with Saturn opposing my Sun, Mars, Venus, and conjunct my Jupiter and Saturn. I mean, I had like Saturn on 5 planets at once. This is when it hits you like, okay, I've been so irresponsible. I have nothing to show for it. It's ticking away. I'm almost 30. I have no career. And I gotta get serious and work hard now. And if I don't do it now, I'll never do it. This is the kind of sense of imminence that Saturn tends to give with any of its transits. And also Saturn transit Moon, for example, you might be working at some home project, like making restructuring at home, you might relocate, for example, as well, because of work or something. You might be doing some changes at your home, building a house or something. You might be having extra duties and responsibilities with your family, take care of your health again, especially the female organs, the organs ruled by the moon, the blood, the breasts. Okay, so then we have Saturn, Mercury. Let's see, if you have Saturn and Mercury in the birth chart, let me see, where is it? Whew, my notes. Yeah. What did I do? Saturn, Mars, Saturn. Where is my Saturn, Mercury? Here it is, at the back. Okay, people that have Saturn conjunct, opposition, or square Mercury, as we said, the sextile and the trine are fantastic. The person just so naturally mixes the mental energies with Saturn energies of order, of structure. When is the conjunction, the opposition, and the square, it's happening through some inner struggle, so to speak. So what happens? Such people, actually Mercury and Saturn are friends. So even the hard aspects, they can be more beneficial. They're not so hard on the ego like Saturn Moon, Saturn Sun, which are very strong, which, can create more pain in life. But Saturn Mercury, what can it be like? Saturn Mercury is how you learn things. So with Saturn, you have to keep repeating a lot until you understand it well. For example, for me astrology started making sense only 7 years after I've been constantly reading. I just couldn't make sense out of it. And then after lots of reiteration, you can master whatever subject you're studying. So you have to be patient with your learning. You have to be patient, even if you understand it logically, it might have time, might take a few years for it to sink down. Usually a cycle of 7 years, which is the cycle of Saturn, which repeats, every 7 years, for you to really understand in depth whatever skill you are and to master it. But after that, later in life, you become a very skillful teacher of skills of any sort, because, as I said, Saturn becomes master after that. Okay, so they're capable of enduring much repetition in learning, in communication, and much reiteration. They can be very patient, mature, in regards to learning anything skills, for example. So they might find it harder to learn. They might find it takes longer time to learn, but they're mature, they're consistent in learning and repeating, in learning and understanding the rules of systems of any sort as well. And they can, because they're very good at repeating things, they can be very good teachers to younger people, for example, or teaching some skills, like I have Saturn opposition Mercury, and I can repeat till I make you sick something. And textbook writers, for example, or writers of instructions of any sort, Saturn aspect Mercury, the good or the difficult aspects. They can be elementary school teachers, repetition and drumming something in, and science instructors, because Saturn rules science. Saturn rules, the order in the universe, the law, the structure, and Mercury is the mind. How do you understand with the mind those so scientific thinking. Einstein had Mercury conjunct Saturn, very scientific thinking. What more do you want? Science instructors, and they can be very good at explaining systems and rules and regulations and rule-ordered systems of any sort. And any kind of good at governments, management, marketing, organizing, because Saturn, actually, we can work through the issues of Saturn by getting a career, and that is represented by the planet that Saturn is aspecting. For example, with the moon, you work very much through the issues of Saturn while you have a family, and you learn about emotional acceptance, about expressing emotions, so you can even get a career. You can work through your issues of the moon with Saturn and aspect Saturn once you get the career in caring, in nurturing of some sort, hotels, kindergartens, or Saturn with the moon, Saturn with Mercury becoming a teacher, becoming a manager, becoming an organizer, because you constantly in your daily activities, you repeat those lessons that Saturn wants you to repeat in regards to the planet it is with. With Mercury, it's marketing, it's management, it's organizing, it's planning. And these people might have resistance initially to that, because whatever Saturn is ignorance. So they might find it very hard initially to organize, to structure, to order their thoughts, to put order around them. It's like resisting, even though they have to do it, they might resist it. But later in life, they can, because they learn it the hard way, because life will put them in circumstances that if they don't put this order and learn to manage, to organize, which is Mercury, order things, systemize things, they'll very quickly receive bad results. They'll very quickly be punitive measures from outside that come, which is what Saturn would do. So they learn to incorporate those, and they can become very masterful at those things later in life. And usually the best way to learn Saturn's lessons is to work in an environment that responds to the planet Saturn is aspecting, and to daily iterate in small steps what the planet requires. For Mercury's teaching, writing, speaking, systemizing, organizing. And later in life, those people can put a lot of clarity, structure, and order in their speech, in their thinking, in their explaining. Early on, they might feel like they're slow learners. And early on, while they're younger, they might feel like, they have to study harder in order to get the same grades as other children, for example. Or that, for example, I was super slow at logical, mathematical things. I had to, other children would listen to it and understand, and I would like, okay, I have to slow down and do it again and again to understand the logic behind it. And I felt sometimes I was dumber. But later on, this crystallizes, and it comes like an order in speech and thinking and explaining. And they usually can have a simple and structured speech. Yeah, I would say that. And actually, in private, when they speak in private with others, they might have more of a rustic or more vulgar language, like cursing or swearing sometimes, a kind of language that explains more plain speaking. So they can put complicated notions and ideas into simple, plain speaking language, because Saturn is about simplicity. Mercury is about ordering your thoughts and expressing thoughts and ideas. So you can, with Saturn aspect, hard or easy aspect Saturn, you can put more structure and simplicity into whatever you're speaking about and explaining. But they might have more of a plebeian style. When people hear me speak in Bulgarian, I have such a provincial accent, and I used to be so ashamed. Remember, Saturn is where we can have guilt and shame. And whenever we would go to the capital with my mom, and she has also a strong accent, I would forbid her to speak. So people would recognize we're from the small towns, and we speak like village people. And actually, the older you get, the worse it gets. I sound like a gypsy kind of. In Bulgarian in particular, I really have a slang accent and very rustic and very kind of language of the common people, so to speak, rather than, refined. The Saturn can simplify these things, but that's why they can be good communicators to common, normal people. People understand them better. They can explain complicated things in simple terms, easy to understand terms, and more accessible to listeners as well, because Saturn simplifies, Mercury instructs. Local dialect told you, like strong local dialect. And people with Mercury Saturn might find it hard to reproduce accents. Say you go and live in another country, you just resistance to change in regards to language. So you might find it hard to, to recreate the language and the intonation or the dialect of the local people, and you stick to your of whatever country you are. So I've been living for 17 years in foreign English-speaking countries, and I still have a strong Eastern European accent. And common terminology they can use as well to explain more complicated things. But these people, whatever work they're in, whatever career, they have to put very close attention to detail, because Saturn, Mercury, it requires you to dot the I's and cross the T's. And usually, initially, while they're younger, they might be making a lot of spelling mistakes and grammars, and later on, they become more and more cautious about that. Can be like, they can even work in fields where they're correcting mistakes of some sort, correcting planning mistakes of any sorts. And someone says, that's why I get you so well, as I need repetitions too. What's an indicator of real estate? Real estate is Saturn, Moon can be real estate. Saturn conjunct Moon. Real estate is the Moon and Saturn and Mars. Saturn in combinations with Mars as well as real estate. Mars in Vedic astrology rules property, but the Moon is also family, home. So that can be a combination for work in real estate. You have it all, Mars and Moon. Great. Go for real estate then. And so people with Mercury Saturn, they can be more slow. They need to go over their work over and over, because often they have to remove the mistakes from there and pay more attention to detail, which I'm bad with. In any chosen profession, they have to pay more attention to detail. With signing contracts as well, with signing any kind of contracts, documents, communications, because some mistakes can happen there more easily, and a person gets, if they say something the wrong way, they learn to mind their language, because it can often backfire quickly to them. If they say something, they regret it at that, because as I said, Saturn is a punitive. It doesn't allow you to get away. You say something, you go gossip behind friends' back, gets to them. You go say something silly, you feel stupid. With Saturn, Mercury, you're like, I remember when I was young, till my 25th year, I was afraid to speak up too much, especially if I liked someone, because I always thought I would say something stupid and people think I'm stupid and I'm so stupid. It's like this kind of constant reiteration. And I knew I was intelligent on a deep level. It's not like unintelligent, but I thought like when I express myself, I express it stupidly. I can't make it for people to understand me. And whenever I would write an essay, it would take me 3 times longer than other people, because I was so like wanted to make it perfect with Saturn, Mercury. And it's every time I knew there was an essay to be written, I was like, oh no, because it's like so effort-taking, painstaking. But again, you can master that and you can get better and better. And especially they're good at instruction, manuals, instruction, teaching, and directions later on, like what I'm doing with you now. I don't have to do literary expositions. It's more technical, but at least I'm making it easy. And they're often quite capable at commercial administrative skills. One is the difficult aspect. It takes more work and effort to get there, but they can be very good at commercial administrative skills, business skills, calculations, grammar, and stuff like that. But usually it starts by them not feeling good enough at that and them pushing themselves more. Also, they might create problems with siblings. For example, my brother passed away. That's like very extreme example, but one of my brothers passed away when he was 40 days old. So that's one of the more painful influences of Saturn, or less painful, Saturn with Mercury. Some problems in the life of a sibling, or distance, like the sibling is separated, you live apart. Like my brother lives in Austria, I live here. My other one lives in Bulgaria. And my younger brother in particular, we're not very close because I left big age difference with siblings, Saturn, Mercury, and we're not very close. There's some distance there because of certain circumstances, whether you're far away or you're not very similar in some sort. And yeah, that can create some problems. And sometimes in extreme cases, when Saturn is really difficult, you can have stuttering, stammering, later, starting to speak later in life, problems with schoolmates, playmates, problems with communicating your ideas. But as I said, because they're friends, both Saturn and Mercury, it brings later on more structure in the speech, more organized thinking, ability to simplify information and to present it, managerial, administrative skills, and all this kind of stuff. And in transit, well, it can be kind of depressing because Mercury is the thinking. You start to become more pessimistic when Saturn transits in a difficult aspect, opposition, square, conjunction the moon. For example, I was telling you how all my classmates stopped speaking to me when Saturn was also transiting my Sun, my Mercury, like all so many things. But it's like you can have to say goodbye to certain friends. Some friendships might be tested, some work relationships or colleagues. So, because Mercury is a very social planet, social contacts and stuff. So Saturn will test the validity of certain friendships, will test the, when it transits Mercury, will make us work very hard on acquiring new skills or on improving certain skills. Saturn can put a demand on you from outside or from within yourself that you have to develop certain skill sets. And that's a good time. When Saturn transits Mercury, learn things because you'll be consistent every day. It's going to be a hard thing to do, like everything Saturn demands. It's a hard thing. But for example, you might have to study for exams. You might have to be sorting out some important documents when Saturn is transiting Mercury, and you have to be very careful with the documents so you don't omit something because, or if you're passing in exams and you're studying for something, you're not going to get a break. Short, it's like if there are 20 possible topics and you learn just 3 hoping you're going to have a luck. No, you have to learn all of them and be prepared very thoroughly. Then Saturn will reward you. If you're having Saturn transit Mercury, it's hard work is what Saturn rewards, and daily efforts. If you have Saturn aspect Mercury in your birth chart, you don't not study all year and then go and study for your exams at the end and take them. It's not going to work. Like, you have to every day listen at school and learn a little bit, 5-10 minutes study. I'm like that. Like, I could never pass an exam if I never studied. And some people are amazing. Just they go and they study the one textbook at the end of the, read the whole textbook and they pass the exam. I have to study every day a little bit, every day, 15-20 minutes, but consistently, and that's the way for you to do. That's the legitimate way. And they can be conscientious students, because they know and every time I was not prepared, the teachers would examine me. How is that? Like, this is so Saturn sitting on you and being punitive. Every time I would not be prepared once in 5 months, for example, and they'll be like, what did you say? Like, again me, So it's kind of, you have to be, whatever Saturn is involved with Mercury, you have to be prepared. And you'll be judged on grammar mistakes, on spelling mistakes. You'll be judged on not good pronunciation. You'll be judged more severely than others if your presentation style is not ordered enough. I remember my first webinars didn't have order. Maybe now I don't have order again. But I took it so personally when people said, I couldn't follow you, there was an order. And this is, for 1 week, I was sad. I cried every day. I took it so personally because it's Saturn. You feel painful about it. It's not like, whatever. If you don't like my webinars, don't take them. I was like, you judge yourself so harshly. So Mercury is order, organizations, and for example, Mercury is your lungs as well. So watch out. Your lungs might be more susceptible to cancer but some kind of immune suppression of the lungs, of the arms as well. the extremities as well. When you have Saturn moon, the stomach, the breasts, sensitive areas, the blood. Saturn sun, the immune system is the sun. The bones, you have to be careful as well with Saturn sun. The heart might be affected with Saturn sun, difficult aspects. Saturn, Mercury can be the lungs, and sometimes Mercury rules discriminatory systems, the thing that separates things. So that'd be like the small intestine. The mind, no, the Mercury doesn't rule the brain, but the brain is ruled by Jupiter. But Mercury rules like the lungs as well, and the perceptions. So the eyesight, the hearing, the 5 perceptions that can be somehow like blocked or slowed down in some way. And with Mercury, if you start smoking, Mercury, Saturn, you're gonna have such a hard time giving up a bad habit. With Mercury, Saturn, smoking. It's just, and you shouldn't do it because your lungs are very susceptible, but you kind of, Saturn tends to be ignorance, and you learn the hard way. You're gonna give up only when you start coughing out your lungs, Anyway, I know. And okay, so when we have Saturn transits, be careful. I remember I had a big breathing problem when I had Saturn transit Mercury. I was like asthma developed or something for about a month or 2, but that's again, or just be careful with relationships with friends. They can be tested. You have to, you might be burdened with administrative tasks a lot. You might be taking extra duties and responsibilities for siblings, or doing some hard work with siblings or co-mates or teammates. Or also they might be more detached from you or testing you in some way, friends, teammates, siblings of any sort as well. And administrative mental tasks are very much supported during that time. So you have to study hard and exercise your mind a lot during that time for some reason. And okay, someone says they've been getting sick a lot. Oh yeah, Saturn transiting your ascendant, that lowers the immune system immediately. And Neptune, a square with Saturn as well. Okay, so yeah, that's, but it's good for management, ordering stuff, putting things in order, learning new skills. And I had Saturn opposition Mercury. Whoa, I learned how to do videos. I learned how to edit videos. I learned how to I started learning marketing. I learned how to do marketing and all those things, which I was like, and you kind of, you're forced into it often. You're like, oh, I don't want to do that. But Saturn is like, no, you have to do it. So there's no avoiding it. You have to acquire those skills, and you have to be meticulous about fulfilling them. Okay, Mars, Venus. Okay, Mars in difficult aspect with Venus in the horoscope, whether it's conjunction, the conjunction is the most painful. The opposition in the square can also be painful, but there is one big difference, and I'll tell you about that, because Saturn and Venus are mutual friends, but when Saturn is conjunct Venus, it stars Venus, so it hurts it more. But Venus helps Saturn, but Saturn hurts Venus. When Saturn and Venus aspect each other through the opposition of the square, then it's much easier. Okay, so let's speak about that. First of all, what happens? What has been observed in the horoscopes of people with difficult Saturn-Venus aspects? They tend to be, especially in the first 30, even up to the 40 sometimes, if Saturn is conjunct Venus, so it takes longer to overcome it. They have to experience some karmic consequences in regards to ignorant behaviors from relationships from past lifetimes, whether they abandoned someone out of ignorance or out of whatever, they were neglectful to relationships in a past lifetime or something. And in this lifetime, Saturn says, okay, I'll make you wait, and I'll give you relationships where you pay off karma. So this way, when the right relationship comes, as I said, Saturn does not deny delays. When the right relationship comes later in life, you can appreciate it, and you're not going to neglect it, and you're going to be much more wise about how you handle that relationships. But the first relationships will teach you what it is. First, you're paying off karma, and second, they're teaching you what it is to, how hard can you, how rare it is to get a good relationships, and when you get it, that you really care about it, and you persevere through difficulties to keep that relationship. Usually people with Saturn difficult aspect Venus either didn't, in past lifetimes, when difficult times came, they left relationships, they didn't persevere. So now, like, good relationships are kind of withheld, or they take longer, or the early part relationships, they're more karmic, where they're giving more and not receiving enough, or they're not fully in love, or there's some kind of blockage that's down, like a downer on their feelings somehow, and they start feeling cursed in relationships. Says, what if someone continues with that behavior in his lifetime? I know someone with Venus squares Saturn, and he does this. Would that be, how old is that person, Megan? Yeah, it can, Saturn can be rigidity, so we keep doing the same thing over and over and over until something breaks, something, it's like, Saturn is like the, like the wind, like the wave trying to over and over crashing into the rock, and it takes forever until it tears, it makes a problem. Saturn, he's 35. Well, around the 35th, 36th year, there might be something really important in regards to relationships that happens to him, to awaken him to his responsibilities and more healthy attitudes to relationships, to awaken him out of the ignorance of relationships, which is what Saturn gives before one is 30, even before one's 40, so to speak, and to break you out of his repetitive rhythms. And to be honest, he still has, Saturn square Venus, yeah. He's like in his 40s, he can have good relationships, and he can, once you break through the issue of a Saturn, often there is no coming back. Like there's wisdom that comes instead of ignorance. And I have Saturn, Venus, Pluto, Jupiter, Libra in 5th house. Saturn is the strongest in your conjunction, Caroline. Saturn is definitely, and it's in the 5th house of romance. So lessons about romance, about how you give and receive love, and might be like important lessons that you learn through your children and through your lovers as well. And what Saturn can best be worked through is by working in a field that is connected to the house or the planet that Saturn is conjunct with. So you have daily repetitive actions there to learn the lessons faster. So some creative field, basically, for example, having your own business is the 5th house, or working in fields of Venus or Jupiter, which is beauty, art, design, which combines well with the creative field, or Jupiter fields. Venus is beauty, art, design, or Jupiter fields, which are teaching others, which is about consulting, advising of some sort, which is about spirituality of some sort as well. Anyway, and sometimes Saturn aspect Venus can really dry out relationships, because Saturn has a very drying influence. Saturn has a desiccating influence. You either, especially the first part of your life, till mid-30s, 40s, you can suffer more. Everyone Saturn aspect Venus will have more painful relationship at some period, in especially the early part of their life, as I said, because they're learning the hard lessons, and they have to learn that when difficult times come, that they persevere, that they work, when a good relationship comes, that they work on the issues, they don't abandon it. But that's why their later relationships tend to be, especially people that with Saturn Venus, if they get married earlier, before 30 or 35, the early relationships might feel burdensome, not as exciting, not as just burdened by many responsibilities, or emotionally deprived somehow, emotionally not affectionate enough, not fulfilling enough their needs for love in some way. But later in life, the later marriages, later relationships, what the good thing is that because Saturn and Venus are friends, is that it gives longevity after that in relationships. And not only that, but a person appreciates when a good relationship comes and is willing to work hard with daily small efforts to keep the relationship, to mend it, to make it work out well, So usually late in life, it gives relation, and one tends to not have big demands and expectations in relationships because they've learned the hard lesson to be humble there, and it's kind of, they won't demand that their partner do some grand things, and because they develop a sense of detachment in regards to relationships and a sense of appreciation even of the small things, their relationship later in life can become extremely loyal, extremely lasting. Someone is asking, would you consider 98 degrees a square? If it's within the signs that are making this, yeah, I would consider it. It's within orb. 98 degrees is within orb. Venus's orb is 8 degrees. Saturn's is 7. So yeah, they're within orb. And so when Saturn is with Venus, relationships improve later in life. Often one can be attracted to mature, older partners that there's an age difference 7 or more years, sometimes younger or older. Often Saturn with Venus indicates that the pains that you felt through heartbreak, later on you can master them and turn them into a very wise relationship counselor, for example. You can later on once you've mastered Venus, you can work in career fields that you teach others through your wisdom how to deal with Venus matters, which is design, art, beauty, harmony, relationships of any sort, evaluation of any sort, evaluating the worth, and people become wiser with age where to put their efforts without wasting too much unworthy efforts. So this aspect really tends to become better and better with age, unless it's the conjunction, which always, it's kind of, there's this sense of starvation again, it delays it, and the person either often gets in relationship where they give too much, or where the partner is critical, or where they're critical towards the partner and the partner is critical towards themselves. And also the social life of a person can be reduced a little bit because Venus is enjoying socializing, popularity, So such people, I have a client with Venus conjunct Saturn in Cancer, and she says, like, I really hate myself that I'm like, I don't feel comfortable just sitting chatting around with women when they invite me for dinners. I'm not because Venus also rules women, so such people like can have problems with women. What's his name? Donald Trump, Venus conjunct Saturn in Cancer. I mean, he's hated by many women, he's had those allegations of women against him, but she was having problems socializing and finding it easy to socialize with others, especially with women, but generally she says, I don't feel so relaxed in parties and such kind of social occasions, and I feel so much happier alone, so much happier in the comfort of family or something. And she was, and she said, every time I try to fit in socially with others, it's just I don't feel comfortable. And I said, well, you have to, Saturn, acceptance, you have to accept that you're someone who likes more of your loneliness, who is not so comfortable socially. Accept it and stop beating yourself. You don't, people with strong Saturn, with the Saturn conjunct Venus or the sun, the ascendant, they don't have to be center of attention. And if they try to copy someone in order to gain popularity or something, center of attention, to be the bright star, to be the one that illuminates, it shines, and no, they're the hermit, they're deep introspective people. They feel happier. If they go against their nature, they're just going to be trying to imitate someone or something that's not true to their nature. So they have to accept themselves. Yeah, I'm the hermit. I'm not this bright, sparkly personality, and it's okay. Especially with Saturn Venus, they prefer their pleasures are more serious rather than frivolous. They have more control and regulation about pleasurable activities as well. they have to accept themselves like that. And when they accept themselves like that, partners will start accepting them as well. If they're constantly trying to live up to some expectations of partners, or to behave in ways that, that they think they'll be loved, because it's not gonna work. They have to accept themselves. Okay, I'm buying. You'll see the rest later. Don't. And Saturn Mercury also will not like small talk or superficial talk either. But Saturn Venus, they're not going to be enjoying it and every time I would sit and speak with her, we would always communicate about deep, serious things, and she says, this is my way of enjoying things. Actually, the enjoyment is more serious. They can enjoy work more, for example. Saturn is work, Venus is enjoyment and pleasure. They feel more productive and happy when they're working, rather than dilly-dallying the time away, for example. And it's also Saturn-Venus aspect strengthens materialism, because Venus is luxurious, and Saturn can make you like really want to earn more of that, to really not fight, but work hard towards material achievements. It's money management. Those people have to, in this lifetime, to be more cautious, and they have big lessons of learning how to manage money. Like, again, this friend of mine, Saturn and Venus in Cancer, the sign of family. She was a single mother of twins since the age of 17, and and she had to learn to really regulate money tightly, because the father disappeared, never to help them. So she had to learn tight regulation of money. And actually, especially after her 35th year, she was so good with that she managed to buy her own property and pay it out fully, step by step, little by little, making money step by step, little by little, step by step, save a little bit from that, save a little bit from that, no rash money investment, no rash money spending. Saturn can punish you for that. And they can work hard towards accumulation of acquisitions. Acquisitions is what Venus is. And often they can have very strong architectural or artistic capabilities enhanced, and they can work in fields, because Saturn is structure and order. And Saturn is structure and order, and Saturn and Venus is artistic sense of beauty. So it makes great designers. So Saturn gives the structure, Venus gives the sense of harmony and beauty. Great designers, they can make beautiful gardens, beautiful clothes, beautiful buildings. Architects, sense of beauty, of architecture as well. They can be really good at such things, that a beauty combining with structure and order. And they have enhanced such abilities. Also, Saturn is the bone structure and Venus is beauty. They can have a beautiful bone structure. I have Saturn opposition Venus. It's 20 degrees, still kind of, oppositions. But but also they have to, as I said, regulate their money, be more strict with their money, learn how to manage money better and their resources, not to do rash and crazy things. If, for example, they're like, should I go on that holiday, or should I take that course which is going to help me with my career? Take the course if you have Saturn Venus, because Saturn punishes overindulgence in pleasures, luxuries, and stuff like that, Venusian things. And for a man, Venus represents the wife. So the wife might have various kind of, there might be age difference between them. She might be a good artist as well. She might be good with managing money. And a man who has Venus, Saturn conjunction, opposition square, he's not going to be rushing into a relationship just because she's pretty. Especially the older there, he would take into consideration material reasons. Is she good? Is she going to help me with my status? Is she going to help me with pursuing my career goals? Is she a good manager of money? Is she kind of, does she have, ability to organize and manage our everyday life? Is she organized? That's like Venus in Capricorn. But Saturn aspect Venus, he would kind of make sure that she ticks certain boxes as well. Especially because if he might have been hurt and burned himself in the early part of his life, if he rushed into a relationship too quickly and entered a very karmic relationship, or entered a relationship where like I said, especially in the early part of life where he was hurt, his feelings were not respected enough, or boundaries were not set. So later on, he'll be much more cautious in regards to relationships. And anyone, Saturn, Venus, it takes them their advice if they want to have good relationships, not to rush into them, to take their time, to get to know the partner first. And someone says, I'm single and I don't know if I'll ever find someone. As I said, Saturn delays, it does not deny. Saturn takes its sweet, slow time. And Saturn, denial fully can happen if your Venus is also somehow with Ketu, with the South Node, and it has only bad aspects. And the whole horoscope has to be really like blocking you from relationships, but it's more like delaying and decreases the number of romantic relationships. But if you're promiscuous with Saturn, Venus, you're going to get a venereal disease. If you're promiscuous with Jupiter, Venus, you can get away with it, The Jupiter is permissive planet. But if you're promiscuous, sleep around, have many partners with Venus, Saturn is not going to reward you. Saturn wants regulation. Saturn wants control. Saturn wants you to be orderly, to follow rules, not to be gradual, to take a sweet time, and to cautiously choose, to pay attention to details. So when you have Venus, Saturn in some way, first get to know the partner a long time, see if they, of course, not only if they can do material things for you, but if you don't have material stability and if you have Venus, Saturn, you're just not going to feel fully happy in relationships. For them, it's important that they have a partner who is materially reasonable. And Venus, Saturn, Rahu can delay things a bit further because Rahu gives a big dose of rashness and craziness. So it's kind of, they can be veering from seriousness to going and doing crazy stuff and doing, things that are out of control. It's a Rahu Venus it's a bit more delaying even than Saturn, but it definitely allows for more getting out of the system and out of the rules, allows for more than Saturn Venus only. But Saturn Rahu Venus, you can break the rules in relationships more, so to speak, because Rahu is rule breaker. But we'll speak about Rahu aspects on the 27th of November, when I'm doing the Rahu's Ketu webinar. Oh, that will be 7 hours probably. Sorry. And Rahu, Venus, yeah. So later in age, relationship improve. Working in careers of Saturn and Venus can really help overcome problems in relationships. So in order to take Saturn from the personal level of Venus relationships, you bring it to the impersonal level through career, either through artistic careers in art, beauty, working with women, working in counseling and advising, which is again Venus, in nursing maybe of some sort. Okay, and also though, such people can be very strict and disciplined about maintaining their beauty, even though they feel often their self-worth can be lower. So especially while they're younger, they might allow people to, because they don't feel pretty enough or they don't feel good enough to be loved. But I think the Saturn moon is even more intense than that. But the Saturn Venus, definitely there is some kind of a lower self-worth issues. And later on in life, this can make them, Saturn can preserve beauty. So later on in life, those people will be the one that look younger than others. Usually while they're younger, people think they're older. They'll say, oh, you look like older, more mature woman or man. When they're older, they'll look younger because Saturn preserves the physical, the beauty, the hair, the skin. Venus rules those things as well. Saturn can dry a little bit the hair and the skin though with Venus. So a person has to make enough moisturizing there because it has drying influence. But it's usually preserving influence, and the person tends to get, be more responsible and mature towards their physical appearance. And even if while younger, they might be more dowdy. Later on, they can become more and more like refined, to be socially acceptable, to look right in the right place, but as I said, these people can be a bit lonely, socially reserved, or disconnected sometimes. Focus on maintaining security of your loved ones. Saturn is security, Venus is your loved ones. May be critical to one's own beauty, but people that are most critical to their own beauty, they're the ones that put most effort also to their beauty. Lots of fashion models and beauty models and models have Venus-Saturn hard aspect because they're judged on their appearance, and Saturn is judgment, so they kind of hard on themselves, and they might be very strict in maintaining their beauty. So later on, again, as I said, Saturn Venus can be great and critical towards partners and vice versa. Partners can be critical towards that. But it can be frustrations in marriage, especially early in marriage, due to feeling overworked or underappreciated. Remember that. And great management of Venus activities with age. They can be great managers, not to overindulge. Great management of anything to do with luxury goods, anything to do with beauty, with fashion, with design. Okay, Saturn, Mars. Let's see. They're both enemies. If you have Saturn transit Venus, what happens? Testing of relationships. But many people can get married during Saturn transit Venus. And that's with a relationship, Saturn wants to legalize something, remember, to make it socially recognized. So if a relationship is good, Saturn can get you married. Sometimes if Saturn is transiting your Venus when you get married, it can do because you're feeling, I'm old, so no one will come up, so I'll get married. Or also because of duty, you'll marry. It's like, okay, it's my duty. I've been with this person. I'll get married. We'll legalize it. We'll formalize it. So you when Saturn transit Venus, you can take extra responsibilities with your partner, new responsibilities that makes the relationship more committed, whether you buy property or have something that you have to take care of together. That's why it takes extra duties, and Saturn gives you extra duties and responsibilities in relationships, and it can strengthen the commitment, but there's always some test happening to a relationship when Saturn transits Venus. And it might be relationships with any loved people. It might be a relationship with a really loved friend of yours or some other woman that is tested. For example, my best friend was having Saturn square Venus. She was pregnant at that time. So first of all, she didn't feel so pretty, testing of her beauty. And she was like, I don't feel so attractive. And then another friend, when Saturn was transiting Venus, developed some skin rash for about a year. She didn't feel as attractive, so she had to take care more of her beauty. And that happened because of a horrible relationship, emotional stress that she was going through, and she developed those things on the skin. And someone is asking, so Uranus is worse to transit Venus versus Saturn transit Venus? They're very different. Uranus will invigorate, will bring new things, will break old things. Saturn will make you think hard and reevaluate your relationships, reevaluate your beauty, reevaluate how you give love to yourself, set boundaries to relationships, set rules to relationships. So this friend of mine, when she was pregnant, I was thinking, oh my God, are they going to have problems in her marriage? But actually, she ended up being super hurt because a friendship with a girlfriend of hers ended, and she took it so to heart. But it was a loved person for her that affected her self-worth. But usually a relationship will be tested in some way, and if it's worthy, if it's a relationship that's productive for you, that follows convention and rules, if both are working on it and they want to stay in it, then this relationship is only strengthened after the Saturn test. It's only sometimes a relationship under Saturn transit can be tested because one of the partners is absent or have to work very much or is busy with duties and responsibilities, so they can't show so much affection. And sometimes for example, I had a client who broke up with someone, no Saturn transit, nothing. And then she was like, I'm okay. I thought I would be devastated. And then 2 years later, she had Saturn transit Venus, and all of a sudden she started suffering for that relationship that ended 2 years ago, and really missing the person. So the pain came to the surface when Saturn made an aspect to Venus. So every 7 years, there will be some kind of test to your social life, to your social connection, Venus, to your sense of beauty, to your sense of what you find worthy and valuable, to your sense of to your relationships and boundaries in relationships as well, some kind of test. Whether it survives or no, it depends, on how hard you've worked, or whether it takes the next level of duties and commitment, which can take. And it can be good, Saturn transits Venus, in times when you're working hard on some Venus project. So in careers of fashion, of art, of design, of nursing, all those matters. Okay, so Saturn-Mars. Saturn-Mars in the horoscope is a tough one. Usually, your actions were criticized when you were a child. Say you go and you say, look, Dad, look, I did this, or look, I did something, some action you took, and the dad or some authority figure criticizes you. Especially Saturn conjunction square opposition Mars. So there is like a kind of, also a person is more likely to attract aggression in their life, and because Mars is aggression, Saturn oppression, so aggressive oppression of some sort. And there is a constant inner struggle between new versus old. Saturn is old, Mars is new. Between action and stagnation, there is the need to, which will be stronger? Is Mars stronger, so it allows for action to happen, or is Saturn stronger, so it keeps the status quo, the old forms? But no matter which one is stronger, there is often this fight within you. Should I act or should I not? If I act, will I be punished for my actions? So there can be fear of starting new things. There can be fear, or when you start new things, when you have Saturn difficult aspect Mars, there can be often a lot of obstacles, bureaucratic, administrative, through structure, through oppressive, through authority figures, through old rules and regulations, and you might feel defeated. And I remember I was reading yesterday about Saturn difficult transit to Mars, and someone said, I've always won in my life. He doesn't have Saturn aspect in the birth chart, Mars. But when he had for the first time in his life Saturn conjunction Mars, and he said he lost something for the first time. He started a battle and he lost it because of bureaucracy and stuff like that, and he felt so defeated. And he said, this was the first time ever in my life that I lost something, and I learned what it is actually to lose, and I learned what it is to, let me see if I have it here. So through this transit, I got to use my fighting spirit for the first time, because prior to this period, I had never lost at anything. So you had to fight really hard. Though I lost, and through losing, I learned to fight, because I realized that the systems requires street smarts also, not just good results. So through this transit, I had my first taste of company, organizational politics, and bureaucracy. After that, I was wise, and apparently he started resisting the bureaucracy, and he felt very oppressed by the rule, by the law, by the hierarchical order that was happening there. And he was fighting with some authority figure. Mars is fighting Saturn's authority figure, and he lost the fight, and he learned, that you have to choose your battles wisely, but that you have to also, that old systems sometimes you have to fight old with the new. But often these people if Saturn and Mars are together in the same house, there will be a sense of heightened anxiety or aggression in regards to that house. There'll be more frustration because both malefics are together. Or if they're aspecting each other, there will be a sense of heightened anxiety in the house and worry in the house of Saturn, and heightened aggression in the house of Mars, because Saturn oppresses Mars. Mars wants to take action. So Mars gets frustrated when Saturn is blocking it and gets aggressive, while Saturn wants to keep the status quo, and Mars is pushing it to make changes. And Mars feels uncomfortable. Mars feels worried. I'm going to lose the social status here. I'm going to lose what is, the rigidity or the stability of that house in my life, whatever it is. So it's kind of this dilemma between aggression and oppression, desire to act and desire to stay put and to follow the rules. And such people, the best thing for them, whether they have the transit or they have it for birth, is to learn to move at a cautious but constant speed. Mars is action and speed. Saturn is cautious, deliberate steps. So if you have the transit of Saturn, especially the transit, to Saturn to Mars, or if you have it in your birth chart, don't rush. Don't try and put all your efforts at once and take risks. Take measured risks. Take constant and cautious speed. And rather than push impatiently for fast results. Saturn, Mars, don't push impatiently for fast results. It's not going to happen. It's just going to frustrate you. And so basically sometimes deadlines are longer. If you have this transit, the results of your actions come later, more blockages, as we said. And there is the need to develop self-control of the body. The Mars is very primitive, muscular body action movement. So such people can benefit through some kind of controlling exercises, through some kind of a muscle buildup, or anything to do is that you get more control over your body and over your impulses. Such people will suffer a lot if they indulge all their impulses, like gluttony, like impulse for sexual desire or immediate satisfaction. Saturn will immediately, very quickly give them, within a few years, or sometimes even immediately, give those punitive results if you've been indulging your instinctual urges and needs too much with Saturn. So whether it's going to be through illness, tear, wear, through some kind of a failure in some sort, but you have to learn to control those instinctual impulses, whether they're sexual. And if you do that, Saturn rewards you, of course. And control of the primal instincts. And one benefits and is rewarded through Saturn transit Mars, or Saturn aspect Mars in the horoscope, by self-control of action, caution and consistent action and efforts. Not all at once, moderate small actions over prolonged periods of time. And there is often, again, anxious pushing, which is Mars, against anxious resistance, which is Saturn. This dilemma, which one wins at certain moments in your life. Saturn will win at certain moments, Mars will win. If you're having Saturn transit to your Mars, usually Saturn wins, so anxious kind of resistance. If you're having Mars transit to your Saturn, especially retrograde, it's kind of anxious pushing that creates some breakthrough. So what can happen when you're having Saturn transit Mars? So if you have it by birth, there is, like, in regards to your actions, there can be a bottleneck effect, the push and pull effect. Say you want to go and act in something, so like the water wants to break to spill through the bottle, but the neck of the bottle is too small. So there is, like, under pressure something, it's kind of, it can erupt even. So it's kind of your actions, you're trying to do things, but the bottleneck effect is limiting your actions in some way, and you have to learn to deal with that. Things are limiting on Earth. If you're born with that, it's constantly around you, and from early on in age, you learn how to take into consideration that and to develop this control of your actions, of your push, of your impatience. And if someone says, I have Mars and Saturn transit my 7th house, if it's in the 7th house, they can be like a push and pull in regards to relationships, anxious pushing and anxious resistance in regards to relationships. They can be relationships that really trigger your buttons, and actually you're the one that triggers other people's buttons, and they react to you painfully, and you react to them even more painfully. It can be hard when Saturn and Mars are in the 7th house. But so yeah, when there is Saturn aspecting Mars or transit, the actions of Mars, your actions that you're trying to take for some goals or whatever, tend to be frustrated with numerous kind of impediments, obstacles, like protocol, rules, policies, bureaucracies, judgment, punitive measures of some sort, seniority, hierarchies, elderly people, authority figures that are kind of putting a blockage there to your actions. And once you have Saturn and Mars together, you're much more likely to break things whether they're in conjunction, opposition, or square, or if by transit can break bones, because Saturn is wear and tear, and Mars is sudden accident. So you have to be more careful. You're more susceptible to accidents, to breaking of things and of bones as well, naturally. My teacher, Ernst Wilhelm, has Saturn conjunct Mars. It can make you work really hard in physics. He can do so much endurance. He'll do every day 20 miles runs. It's crazy. Barefoot in the mountains. Saturn, Mars, they can take on such challenges that Ironman, that other people would never do. And because they kind of have to learn to control the instinctual impulse of Mars, and you can control it through exercise, through physical, through taking on really unsurmountable, and they can achieve a lot because they learn to control their energy, they learn to control their output, they learn to focus in a controlled way this energy, so it's not goes crazy anywhere. So often they can have be into endurance sports, not like running super fast, for example, but every day, regularly, slowly, till you run 20 miles, for example. And it's kind of, he was running barefoot in the mountains on mountain treks 2-3 times a week, a whole marathon in the winter, in the snow. I mean, that's a Spartan. Mars, Saturn is Spartan. They can survive in much harsher conditions than others. Put this person alone in the forest, he'll out-survive everyone else. Because they learn to all those obstacles and resistance, and they don't give up easily. And it's very important for Saturn, Mars not to give up easily as well. And they've learned to consistent, patient efforts to do that. Okay, so that's about it. Sometimes there might be problems with siblings as well, because Mars is one of the things that rules siblings. Sometimes with sexual energy and control, Saturn-Mars combinations. Sometimes environments of increased competitiveness. But anyway, but you have whatever you have, Saturn, Mars. It is painful. There is blockages to your actions, but you learn to be really consistent and really persevering and work very hard. Then we go to Saturn, Jupiter. And Saturn, Jupiter, the hard aspects are the ones that constantly are looking for the big answers in life. For them, it's so important to know, why am I here? What's the purpose of life? Especially the Saturn conjunct Jupiter, it's like sometimes whole generations are born like that. For the 81 is Saturn conjunct Jupiter. Then it was 2000, I think, 2001 or something, Saturn conjunct Jupiter. These are people that are looking for answers for the big questions in life. And Saturn, it's kind of, and often they might feel disillusions from religions, from ceremonies, from ceremonial kind of, let me see, I haven't even taken notes for Saturn Jupiter. I'll speak from experience. And actually it's called the Saturn conjunct Jupiter in particular. It's called the Rosicrucian conjunction, or the wise person conjunction, because the two planets of wisdom, the one that you're naturally born with, Jupiter, the intuitive one that you gain through having lots of good role models from young, is together with the planet of wisdom that comes gained through experience and the hard knocks of life. And Saturn is the more wiser planet than Jupiter. But usually after your 50s onwards, you turn it into proper wisdom. So there is deep capacity for wisdom of those people, and to have answers for deep, important questions in life. Especially in regards to the house Saturn and Jupiter is, for me, they are together in the 9th house and conjunct the 8th house cusp of astrology, higher knowledge, belief system, religion. So I've constantly just been looking for that. And Saturn makes you work very hard, and you might want to have a guru and a good teacher, but it comes later in life when you deserve that good teacher and that guru. And it's Jupiter is about opportunities, and Saturn tells you that, Jupiter is luck. Like, say, if you have just Jupiter, you can get away with lots of things, like many serial killers that were never caught have a strong Jupiter. They get away with murder, so to speak. But when Saturn is with Jupiter, if you violate laws and rules, Jupiter is social laws as well. Jupiter is, for example, the law rules, the law system and the courts. And if someone with Saturn difficult aspect, Jupiter conjunction, violates those laws and stuff, they very quickly see the repercussions. So they have to learn to be law abiding and to follow the social establishment and rules, because both Saturn and Jupiter are social planets. Both of them are wisdom, and especially a person becomes very wise in the house that Saturn and Jupiter are together. But usually progress is slower, because Jupiter is opportunities that fall into your lap that you've deserved from past lifetimes or from good actions. But when Saturn aspects it, it says, okay, they'll either come delayed or later, those rewards, or you have to work very hard for them. You have to work very hard for your abundance. Jupiter is abundance and wealth as well. You have to kind of, what progress and expansion is Jupiter. When Saturn makes a hard aspect to Venus, it says gradual expansion and gradual progress. If you decide to suddenly jump from here to there, it's not going to happen. I can give you so many examples of my life. For example, I decided to I'm going to go and make my website first on YouTube, and and I'm going to go with the most expensive company in London. So they put me not on YouTube, but on Google, whatever, some rating there. And they said, oh, we ask for $1,000 per month. And I was like, I'm going to go and do for that. So because I want in 3 months to be on top, and my IT guy was saying, don't do that. You waste so much money. And of course, I only 7-8 months later, after spending 7,000-8,000 pounds, did I, realize that there is no such quick, fast access to success with Jupiter Saturn. You have to do it slowly. He was telling me slowly. We're going to do the SEO slowly. And and it's like slower progress. Progress does come, but with efforts and with work and without taking big risks. Jupiter favors big riskers as long as it's not in aspect with Saturn. And these people also look for big meaning in life often. It's very important for them to find some system of moral rules or of a belief system, and that puts structure to them, that to explain it, to explain the spiritual, the unwritten laws of the universe, to explain them in a to explain them in a structured, tangible way. So often they can be doubters. They can doubt. They can veer from pessimism to optimism. Sometimes Jupiter becomes stronger, sometimes Saturn in certain periods of their life. So such people might be a little bit bipolar. Saturn takes you down, Jupiter gets you up. I don't know if you confirm to this, but I definitely know. I'll be like so excited about something, and I'm like, oh, it's not going to work. Then so this veerance from optimism to negativity, from optimism to pessimism, and they have to find the middle ground there. And often they might have interest in ancient belief systems, Saturn, something ancient from the past, Jupiter's belief system. You have Jupiter trine Saturn. Maybe this up and down comes from somewhere else. The trine is again progress that is paced, but that it doesn't create conflict within yourself, and belief systems that are structured, that naturally you find the structure in them. But with the hard aspect, conjunction, opposition, square, it's so painful. Like one of the most painful things for me, it's because this is my closest aspect in the whole horoscope, is my belief system, what I believe, if it's true, and I doubt. And I work with psychics, and I still astrology, every time a prediction comes true, I'm like, oh, amazing, I can't believe I'm still a doubting Thomas. I have to put my finger into the wounds of Christ, as they said before, I believe. And still, that's kind of, they constantly need reformation of their belief system, so to speak, because they can be doubting Thomases. And I'm very doubtful towards psychics as well, and such kind of things, even though I work in this sphere. But I'll be skeptical. They have to perform a miracle for me to believe. They have to be tangible results for me to believe, But they're constantly looking for answers for that. They're constantly looking for the higher meaning, for ways to expand their work. And they can be very good to work in careers that are Jupiterian in order to work to those issues of belief and self-doubt and curtailing of optimism and looking for meaning, like advising, like counseling, like spiritual work of some sort, like working in social structures of any sort that can influence a society on the whole as well, because Saturn and Jupiter both rule social things. Okay, so I'm going to come back in a little bit, and I'm going to talk after that about Saturn in the houses, because we finished with Saturn. And when Saturn aspects Jupiter by transit, your faith is being tested. Your faith and your expansion is not the ideal time for expansion. It's more time to take stock of your belief systems about something, to restructure them, rather than to try and expand. Or if expansion starts, it has to be very paced expansion without taking risks. And so this is the transit during Saturn. I had my biggest psychological breakdown was when Saturn transited my Jupiter and Saturn, because I was doubting astrology. And I was so sad. Nothing has made me as sad. Not even losing people that I love to death has made me as sad as when I had Saturn transit Jupiter, a crisis of faith in regards to astrology, in regards to God, and in regards to what to believe in, for other people might be crisis in faith in regards to the house. Saturn is transiting where Jupiter is crisis of faith in regards to finances, if it's the second house, or crisis of faith in regards to ability to recover from health problems in the sixth house or something like that. So Saturn in houses, the last part of this webinar. I'm not talking about Saturn transiting Uranus, Pluto, and Neptune, because these are generational planets. They're psychological planets. Everyone who is born within 2-3 years of you will have at the same time Saturn transiting Neptune, Pluto, Uranus. These are more, but the important ones were the ones that I mentioned. Okay, so give me 5 minutes, and then I think this webinar will go up to 3 o'clock, 5 hours. So bear with me. Thank you for taking so much time of your day, and thank you, God, for allowing me to speak so much. And we'll come back for Saturn through the houses. But always Saturn with the planets is the most difficult ones. Saturn with the planets is the hardest one, because the planets is our living consciousness. And we feel very pained with Saturn when it's with a certain planet or aspected. And the most difficult ones are Saturn aspect Sun, Moon, or Mars. Then Saturn aspect Venus and Mercury, they're easier to handle, unless it's the conjunction. The conjunction of Saturn with any planets is harder. And Saturn and Jupiter is, again, easier to handle. And Saturn Mars, I forgot to tell you can go into careers at the Saturn Mars, like something physical, like a competition of any sort, or to be in very competitive environments. So you learn daily through those Mars things. To be in metallurgy, to be in something with metals, to be in something with, I don't know, my brain's starting to die down. I need 5 minutes break, guys. Just a second so we can go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, guys, 5 minutes. I'll finish the banana and we'll come back to finish the houses, because I think they're the easiest to understand. Back again. And just to let you know, if you want more information about Saturn, I have very in-depth videos for free on the internet for Saturn in each house and for Saturn with each planet. So you can learn even more in depth about it. Okay, so now let's go Saturn in houses. And I use the whole sign house system. And thank you, Debbie. Hopefully you can watch later tonight. And whole sign house system is, let me give you an example. Let's this chart again. If you see it, you see Venus and the Sun would be considered both in the first house, not Venus in the 12th. Mercury will be in the 12th. Everything that is in Gemini will be considered second house. Everything in Cancer will be considered third house. Everything in Leo, fourth house. Everything here, fifth house. Everything in Libra, sixth house. Everything, for example, this girl has Saturn and Mars. They'll tell you, Western astrologers, that Saturn is in the sixth house, but I'll tell you Saturn is closer to the cusp of the sixth, of the seventh, and is within the sign of the seventh house cusp. So Saturn will affect also her relationship, so will Mars. So Jupiter will be affecting the ninth house because it's in the ninth sign from ascendant. But I also use the house cusps, they're like points of influence. So they both work, because not all people will have, you see how this person has the 10th house cusp in the ninth sign from the ascendant. And it means that this sign, the 10th sign from ascendant, will also be connected with career, but also anything close to the cusp of the 10th house cusp here will be connected to career. So Jupiter for this person will impact both the 9th house cusp and the 10th house cusp, because they are within the same sign, though Jupiter is closer to the 9th house cusp. But Jupiter is in the 9th sign from ascendant, so it's gonna be, you use it both whole sign system and an equal house system. So you have to check both. And if you go to my birth chart calculator, let me give you an example. Birth chart calculator. I'll enter my details so I can give you an example. April 14. 81 3. Sorry. So you see in this chart here, I hope you can see it, how my Saturn, it's here, SA, Saturn retrograde, is in the 9th sign from the ascendant. The ascendant is in Aquarius, Saturn is in the 9th sign, so it will have the influence of 9th house Saturn, but it's with the 8th house cusp. It will also impact matters of the 8th house cusp. So again, you have to check both for 8th and 9th house. So check both houses. They both work, because it would be perfect if each house cusp fell in one sign always and in the same sign that it's from the ascendant, but it doesn't work like that for everyone, especially people born more in northern areas. The house cusp become more skewed up. But you check it basically from the ascendant, the sign, because the ascendant is how you perceive this in your reality, but the house cusp is how it also manifests in tangible way in your life. So both will be affected, the 9th and the 8th house cusp. Or say if you have Saturn here in the 3rd sign from the ascendant, so you have to listen both the 3rd sign to the 3rd house, Saturn in the 3rd house, but there with you see the number 2, Saturn with the second house cusp. So you have to listen both to Saturn impacting the second and the third house cusp. And if there is no number, like here, for example, in Pisces, I have no house cusp, you just count it. That is the second, 1, 2 from the ascendant. So Saturn will affect more the second. It will act like Saturn being in the second house from the ascendant. Or if it was here, for example, where I have the 5th and 6th house cusp, if you have Saturn here, it will affect both. It's in the 5th sign from the ascendant, so it will act like Saturn in the 5th sign, 5th house, but it's also with the 6th house cusp, so it will affect matters of the 6th house cusp. But it will most strongly affect, the house cusp it is closer to, of course. But both will be affected because they're within the same sign. Okay. Or Saturn here would act as Saturn in the 4th and also with the 3rd house cusp. So listen to both of those. I hope you're not finding it complicated, but they both work. That's why both house systems have been used for thousands of years. The oldest one is the whole sign system. So if you don't want to look at cusps, it's enough just to look at whole sign from the ascendant. That will tell you enough. But house cusps have also been used. Okay. So now let's start. Saturn in the sign of the ascendant, or as we call it, in the 1st house. That's, first of all, can give you more responsibilities from early on in life. But they might be, even the birth might have been more restricted or delayed in some way. And it might be more difficult or laborsome, the birth. And the environment of the early childhood or pre-birth might have been more restricted, and you might have been burdened from young with extra responsibilities in some way. And your outlook on life is more serious, more somber, more responsible. And usually those people are a bit late risers or late bloomers in life, because the 1st house shows your overall direction of your life. So with Saturn there, it might take them before the 1st Saturn return, before because they kind of have a lot of inner criticism as well, very hard on themselves, and the environment might be more around them in the early part of their life might be more restrictive, more limiting, and it takes them a while to break through those self-limiting environments or situations of more restriction in life or self-limiting belief systems about the self. And you have to work harder than others usually in order to to have the same success. But Saturn, and someone says, I still haven't broken through it and I'm pretty old. Oh, sorry, Luan. It's Saturn is where we have to work harder and harder. And as we said, we fully overcome the Saturn's lessons after the second Saturn return. But in your 40s, already 50s, it should get easier. And it's usually a bit of a person has more self-doubts, but also because of more self-doubts, a person can push themselves harder in this lifetime. On the appearance, they can look older when they're younger. And when they get older, they can start looking younger, because Saturn has those preserving ability to preserve the appearance. And they usually have to learn to take care of their body, to be more responsible of their body, because it will give wear and tear easier. So they have to learn moderate exercise, moderate control of impulses and actions and instincts, a bit like Saturn conjunct Mars or Saturn difficult aspect Mars. They have to learn to have more controlled personality. And for them, it's not advisable to jump too quickly into new adventures. And usually they can be quite resistant to new beginnings and things like that. It might feel like a lot of hard work or fearful. And they have to learn to take their time with new beginnings, and to approach new beginnings more cautiously. And when Saturn transits the 1st house, this is like a new beginning in your life. It's like the karmic slate has been wiped out. And the moment Saturn transits the degree of the ascendant and starts moving below the ascendant by transit, this is like, especially while Saturn transits the degree of the ascendant, there might be some painful separations, saying goodbye to important people in your life. For example, someone's father passed away, someone's grandmother passed away, another person had to take extra duties and responsibilities. There might be some painful separations. There might be awareness of age and getting old, but there is also the need to put more focus on yourself, on your body, to pace yourself, to put more focus on taking care of your body, on you making yourself a priority. But Saturn also, the moment it enters the ascendant, it passes over the ascendant, it gives you more ability to have control over circumstances, because the ascendant is you and your actions, and to have more control over your actions and what's happening around you. While Saturn is transiting the 12th house, things can be a bit more karmic, out of your control. And often when Saturn transits the ascendant, a person will have fears. Is it going to work? It's going to be painful period, because it's like giving birth, labor. One of the words for Saturn is labor. When you transit the ascendant, sometimes a woman can be literally giving birth to a child and taking new extra responsibility, opening a new chapter in her life, carrying a burden on her body, which is being pregnant, for example, or deciding to start taking more disciplined care of her physical health, her physical appearance. Many women can lose weight, or men as well, when Saturn is transiting their ascendant. And this losing of weight should not happen overnight. It happens gradually, as I said, maybe 20, 30 minutes walk every day, consistent, but moderate exercise, consistent or moderate efforts in any endeavors. It's like building foundations when Saturn transits the ascendant sign of a new beginning, because the ascendant shows new beginning. And it's almost like the karmic slate of the previous 29 years is being wiped out, and you're starting on a new path that you're building on from scratch alone. For example, a client, or Saturn was in the 12th house, separated from their wife and 3 children, and while Saturn was transiting the ascendant, they have to learn to be on their own, to be independent, to be responsible on their own, to start their life from scratch. Another person relocated to a different continent, started a new life, and had to work very hard to start everything over again, to prove themselves. But the focus is on yourself. Take care of yourself. As someone says, will relocation also apply? Like I shifted now Saturn in another house. If you do the chart for me in another country, yes, you just said it. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. So yeah, if you relocate, if you relocate on a Saturn line, Saturn will bring to the surface the need to work very hard on whatever Saturn is in your house, in your birth chart, in whatever house it is. But maybe I should do a webinar on relocation together with Marina. She's great at relocation. But yes, Saturn will shift the focus of the house, but you still will carry your birth chart focus as well. Now it will just be implemented through another house. So yeah, Saturn in the 3rd house is like labor process, giving birth to something new, laying foundations. And just like laying foundations, I always give it as an example. It takes 3 times longer time to build foundations and to lay foundations of a house than to build the rest of the house. The same with Saturn transiting the 1st house. It takes longer. It's lots of work. You don't see anything, doesn't show anything on the surface, but it's like you're giving, you're doing the most important work, the foundations. And then once Saturn is out of the ascendant degree by transit, and it's kind of the building of the rest of the structure becomes much faster, and you start seeing the results. But the moment of Saturn transit the ascendant is a big push, and often big new beginnings and new social responsibilities and a new role in life appears, social role in life for you that requires more independence, more maturity, all Saturn transits are about maturity. With the ascendant is very powerful. I have another client, Saturn transiting the ascendant. Well, she had a reduction of breasts, because her breast, she removed breast implants. Saturn is reduction of something on your body, 1st house. And but you can develop a very good routine exercise regime when Saturn is in the first house. But if you haven't been taking good care of your health, some health problems can appear. So you start taking care of your health, which is the first house. But having Saturn in the first house, the system of the body that corresponds to the first house, if you have it by birth in your first house, can be more susceptible to wear and tear. And I have here my medical astrology book. So Saturn in the first house is connected to restriction of blood vessels of the brain. First house rules the headaches. If you naturally have it by birth, Saturn in the first sign of the ascendant, toothache, problems with the teeth, because first house rules the teeth. You might have eyesight issues if you have it by birth there. You have motor nerve anomalies because first house is movement, the muscles, You have, you might have more susceptible to some problems in the head and the skull, stroke, which comes, hardening of arteries in the brain as well. So Saturn in the first house, all those things, not necessarily that you'll get it, it's just there is more susceptibility. What is the book called? It's called Medical Astrology. Here it is. I'm not too big of a medical astrologer, but it's good to know at least main things. Okay, so Saturn in the second house, or with the second house cusp. I read that health problems can occur when it's transiting the 12th house. Is that common? Yeah, this is karmic 12th house, the most karmic house, karmic payback. And when Saturn starts transiting over the ascendant, you can take things in your hands and you can put more personal choice into your action, so to speak. But while Saturn is the 12th house, it's almost like you bear the consequences of old neglect of body or unhealthy habits from years on that have piled up. And then when Saturn transits the 12th house and aspects the 6th, which is of health, very often health problems. Not for everyone. If you've been taking good care of your health, Saturn doesn't punish. It's punitive only if you've been neglecting something, if you've been overindulging, if you have not been following Saturn rules of control. Okay, Saturn in the second house. They might have come in an environment where money was tight, where they were taught money doesn't grow on tree, where there is a sense of, Dad can have $5. No, we don't have money. Rich people, all rich people are bad people, or something like that, And remember that if you have Saturn aspecting the second house, this can happen as well. So Saturn in the 8th house, if it from that aspects the second house, you would have the influences of Saturn, those issues of Saturn in the second house. If Saturn is in the 11th house and aspects the second house cusp from there, or in the 5th house, so with its backward aspect, going backwards, aspect square the second house, again, you can have issues of the second house, which is like a sense of resources are scarce. Money is not enough. You always have a sense like you have to work hard for your money. For you to be able to save money and to have saved money, it might take after your 30 or 36 year onwards. Money doesn't come to you like in a big pile. There might be even some limitations and losses in the early part of life. For example, a client with Saturn in the second house, very good Saturn there as well with Jupiter, Saturn in Libra, but comes from a rich family, and he had a trust fund from his grandfather, which he could open at his 21st year, which was going to be 6 million euros or something like that. But it was in South African money. And before he turned 21, South Africa apartheid happened and something like that, and the money devalued, and he inherited 60,000. From 6 million to 60,000, some huge devaluation of the currency and his trust fund because he couldn't, so there was and so he had to work hard from scratch from his money. And he had to learn to get degrees, whatever, to work very hard. And often whatever Saturn is, this becomes a big obsession of ours, something that we really feel like we would only feel worthy when we have it. So such people might have a for them, money can be of great importance, that they have not money only, security, stability. They can be very fearful of and sometimes in extreme cases, stingy even, or because they have this mentality of money is not enough, or there is lack of resources. So they can be very protective of their resources. So they can be very thrifty. Is that thrifty? Yeah, that's the word. Trying to control tight their resources. And to be honest, for them, it's not advisable to take big financial risks. Not advisable to invest in something crazy, new ideas, in something they have no experience, in something that's not tested and tried. It's better off to invest in tested and tried things, in property, for example, in something that will give back results financially later. In, for example, to invest in something that can, possibly 5-10 years down the line will give them financial remunerations. And that's how they make money. They can make money through institutions, investing in institutions, in pension, investing in wineries that can bring money 10-15 years down the line, or in property that gradually, can appreciate. And usually they might have like more poverty-stricken consciousness and fear until Saturn in Capricorn. Capricorn is a very good position for Saturn. Again, rational, conservative investments in property, for example, in construction, in something that gives long-term results. And Saturn conjunct Uranus, now it can go anyway. But again, the visible planets are the ones that give the material resources. So you can have independent sources of income when Uranus is in the second house, like freelancing or something as well. But with Saturn there, again, the risk shouldn't be too big. They should be measured, and money and the ability to save amasses, and they can become very rich, those people. Especially after the 36 year onwards, in their 40s, 50s, they can have amazing money, and their source of income can come from a more regulated, with Saturn in the second house, income, like from a salary or something like that, that is more regulated, that is less susceptible to changes, that is more connected to some hierarchical structure or systems, but they kind of have to realize that their self-worth is not just connected to material resources, and usually what they find valuable is something tangible, Saturnian, something long-lasting. They might have great appreciation and love of, for example, antiques in some way, something old. What second house is what you value. They can invest in antiques. They can invest in something that will keep its value over time. So they can buy antiques or pieces of art that will appreciate over time, say 20, 30 years later, but cautious approach, and more later in age, they can amass gradually money. They can become very rich gradually, or for example, in investing in construction, in all such kind of Saturnian things. I can't think of the top of my head what everything Saturn rules, but in pension funds, in anything to do with, what does Saturn rule? So many things. I'm sorry, I can't think of that. Like when a client comes to me and says, should I invest in this or that? And I look, if Saturn is in the second house, invest in Saturn things. And they tell me, for example, I want to invest in some company that deals with lead. Okay, Saturn rules lead, invest in that. But now I can't enumerate you all the billion things Saturn rules. Okay, so Saturn transiting the second house is about learning you to control your resources, to manage them more properly. People that are very spendthrift, that are wasteful with their resources, going to have tough time when Saturn transits their second house, because it's harsh lessons. They have to tighten up their belt. People that are reasonable financially and have been usually around when Saturn transits their second house, they're investing in something long-term. Again, they tightening their belt, but because, for example, they're investing in higher education, so they have to work harder to pay off some loans or whatever, because they're investing in property or something. So again, there's tightening of the belt, but with something more constructive in in mind. And if you've been arrogant and not humble and not and you've been unwise with your finances, Saturn will give you the hard lessons when it transits the second house. And your sense, and actually after Saturn is over transiting your second house, because it usually you end up with a much more secure material foundation, with a much more secure material situation that that you've invested your efforts and resources in something with longer lasting interest and effects for you that will guarantee stability into the future. And you're usually quite humbled after that in regards to anything to do with resources. And Saturn in the second house, if you have it by birth, looking from the material from the book of medical astrology, this, if you have it by birth, by transit, unless you have planets there, is not going to give those results. But Saturn in the second house by birth can, or aspecting the second house can, and for example, I have Saturn aspecting the second house from the 8th house, and I've always had very low self-worth when I don't have money, because this is what Saturn makes you feel inadequate if you don't have the things that are connected to the second house. So I've always felt like, oh, I'm not worthy, I'm not making enough money, and that's like Saturn second house. But Saturn in the second house, or Saturn in Taurus, can restrict the ear, nose, and throat region, can create problems there, can create toxic tonsils, okay, chronic colds and sore throats, because the second house rules this, and my mom has it, and she has laryngitis, poor hearing, hypothyroid. The thyroid is ruled by Taurus or by the second house, so lower, not hyperthyroid, the opposite, when it works under. Tight neck muscles, okay, stiffening, rigidity of the neck as well. Atlas bone out of place, structural restrictions of cervical vertebrae, and dental issues, because Taurus in second house rules the lower part of the teeth as well. Okay, so Saturn in the third house. Usually, when Saturn is in the third house, a person might have harder time acclimatizing and fitting into the group, especially in early school and in early education, or with brothers and siblings. They might have had some more karmic relationships with brothers, siblings, relatives. It can. There might be some detachment that happens with brothers, siblings, and relatives in life, or maybe later in life they go and live far away from their siblings, from their brothers, from their relatives, and there is some. And Saturn in the third house is pretty nice. It's not bad, actually. Saturn loves being in the so-called difficult houses, upachaya houses, as we call them, on the 3rd, 6th, 11th, and 10th, which means that Saturn there performs much better than in the other houses, because Saturn upachaya houses, they improve with time, which is also the nature of Saturn. So usually they might have had some social fears while younger, maybe social fears to speak out in the group. Maybe they didn't feel heard when they were speaking, when they were expressing their opinions. Maybe their opinions were put down in some way, and they learned to be quiet, or not to think that they might be stupid if they say something, and to say, what's the point of me saying when people can't understand it anyway. But that's when you're younger. When you're older, it can play out very well, like you having more structured thought, putting more order, being more cautious about what you say. Like, for example, friends that I have with Saturn in the third house, I'll be like da speaking, and they would say a few things, but wise things, and they don't want to be considered, because they often can have a complex from early on that they might be considered stupid, or that they might not be heard, or they might be misunderstood, and especially if they had siblings more that were put down in some way, so they didn't feel important enough in what they were expressing as an opinion. So later on in life, they learn to regulate their speaking and their output, verbal output, so they'll be more cautious what they say. But they'll eventually, the older they get, they'll say more wise things. They wouldn't trifle and dilly-dallying about unimportant things. They can have a very deep, penetrating mind that allows them to think and speak about important and very serious matters, that allows them to speak. And they might find it boring to just gossip about things, if it's just Saturn in their third house. And Saturn can punish them if they just waste their mental, verbal energy on just gossiping. They'll find it much more productive to do something productive, like to with their speaking, to discuss important topics, to discuss something that is connected to work. When they use their mind, which is the third house, is the logical, rational skills and the mind, that the person has to use them for something productive in regards to work, rather than in regards to just wasting time to talk gossipy things, and they might be cautious what they say and how they express it, and just speak less, or when they speak, they can be good at instructions, repetition of instructing, manuals of any sort, in writing scientific manuals, sometimes even in mathematics, because Mars in the third can structure the mind. In doing tedious administrative tasks, for example, Saturn can put them in environments where they have to repeat over and over. They have to be in careers that requires a lot of repetitive, logical, and administrative and managerial skills, or skills that are about fixing some problems through communication, for example, or skills that are like, I don't know, maybe accountants, maybe people that look after details and administrative tasks of any sort as well. But the problems that can come is through your teammates, through the environment of the brothers, sisters, early childhood environment as well, and through the educational system early on. Usually they tend to be conscientious students, but it might not be so interested in what they're learning. But later on, when they learn something, they learn it thoroughly, they're conscientious about it. And Saturn in the third house can just suppress a little bit the mind, can make you feel more susceptible to negative thinking, to more depressive thoughts, because this is the third house, to repetitive thoughts that are in a loop in your head and you can't get rid out of them. And when you have Saturn transit the third house, some problems with siblings can appear, some problems with people in your everyday environment, teammates, playmates, more testing that you have to resolve. Saturn transit in the third house can make you more serious, can demand you that you learn some new skills, and that you're really, for example, it's great time to be in university or to be pre-qualifying or studying new skills, because Saturn really structures you and makes you be serious and committed and devoted to whatever you're learning, and gives perseverance and consistency. And usually it might give some mental laziness while you're younger, but again, it can be improved later on. And Saturn in the third house can make you feel like, I remember when it was transiting my third house, I constantly thought, I sound stupid. And not only that, but I have Mercury there. And I was thinking, I sound stupid. I'm not going to speak up. I don't want to say things. And I was like speaking about serious topic. And many people would say like, when Saturn transits their third house, I don't feel like chit-chatting about important topics. I want to study or learn important things connected with their work. But it can be very good for any administrative careers, for any careers that require logical, rational thinking of any sort. While there might be some complications when working in small groups with people. And when Saturn is in the third house or in Gemini, there is more possibility for stuttering, restrictions to lungs, just like Saturn with Mercury, arm or hand problems. For example, I know someone with Saturn in the third house who gets stiff joints on the arms, asthma as well, of the cold variety, pulmonary consumption, bronchitis, arthritic arms, shoulders, hands, because the third house and Gemini rule those things. Frozen shoulder, cystic fibrosis. Oof, that's like, please God, protect us from that. Emphysema, pneumonia. Okay, now Saturn in the fourth house. Saturn in the fourth house of the birth chart is basically some family karma. Often the mother, it might be similar to Saturn with the moon, might have been emotionally more restrictive, or some nurturing parent was more giving you more heavy responsibilities, or maybe they themselves were in some kind of a disadvantaged position, or maybe they were too strict, too parochial, and you might have later on in life duties and responsibilities towards that family, and you have to fulfill those duties, but they can feel constricting, they can feel a bit oppressive. And when Saturn transits the fourth house, this is when the person also feels like, for example, they might be building a new house, or they might have to relocate because of out-pressing circumstances, because they're unhappy in the current place where they live, or they might have problems with their mother that escalates, especially if they have a difficult relationship with the mother already, or they might have to take care of some parent, or some of them might be settling down and they're taking extra responsibilities that they're not used to, responsibilities towards family. And if there is any indications of problems in the family, when Saturn transits the fourth house, they will come to the surface. If there are any unresolved issues, they will escalate. So you fix them. And if also fourth house is emotionally, you might be feeling a bit more lonely and repressed when Saturn transits the fourth house. And in extreme cases, it can be quite difficult. When Norma Jean, Marilyn Monroe, has Saturn in Scorpio in the fourth house of the mother, with lots of difficult aspects. So her mother, first of all, she was her mother was mentally ill. One memory she has of her mother is her mother trying to kill her because she didn't want to take care of her while she was a child, and then she spent a lot of her early childhood in orphanages. So difficult circumstances around the early childhood in extreme cases when Saturn, that's very extreme cases, but usually there is some kind of a restrictive, oppressive influence connected to family or karma or debt that you have to pay off to the family. And often they're very responsible towards their own family. Of course, my dad has that Saturn conjunct the fourth house, because they can get more stroppy the older they get, emotionally more rigid with age, but usually they can benefit from property, they can benefit from investment in properties and structures and lands and stuff like that. Also, they can work through a lot of the Saturn issues by having their own family, taking care of the family and taking good care and responsibilities towards the family. They can have some family trauma that it takes them a long time to resolve in life as well. Anyone here with Saturn in the fourth house to tell us something? Maybe I'm missing something. It's emotionally more painful because they try to really protect themselves emotionally so they can build walls around themselves and isolate as well and dwell on the past more. How is that, Reggie from Fort Myers? How has it played out in your life, Saturn in the fourth house? Because, it doesn't have to be necessarily so painful, but usually I have fourth house Saturn with the moon. Oh, okay, you have it with the moon, so that might be like a double influence. And Gina says she has Saturn in the fourth house. Yeah, if you can share some story, I can read it here. Like how has it played out for you? And often they can be quite conditioned by the early indoctrination from the family or from the school, because the fourth house is like being indoctrinated into the customs of the culture that you're in. And they might have some limiting beliefs because of that. But on another level, Saturn can give, because it's separative influence, can give separations from family early on, and can give someone to relocate to places that are different, because when they relocate, Saturn is removed from the fourth house, so it doesn't create this oppressive influence, so to speak. My boyfriend she sees me. I felt I was a parent to my mom growing up. She sees me as her personal ATM and only communicates with me when she needs something. So sorry to hear that, Ray. That's like Saturn conjunct Moon that we talked about, and Saturn in the fourth house. This can happen. In the better case, it can be more strict parentage that you've had. In the worst case, it might be the parent gives conditional love to the child. Someone says, my best friend had this. Her dad was very sick when she was in high school. She took care of him and he passed away. Yes, that's duties and responsibilities and karma that you pay to the family. Her mom was 20 years younger when the father and was unnurturing to her. She has Cancer moon as well, so she carries this pain with her still to this day in her mid-30s. Yeah, that's how Saturn is a painful position in the fourth house. Forced to grow up with adult problems. Oh yeah, that's another way it can show, because fourth house is again connected to early childhood, to the family environment, to taking mature problems from childhood. You say I have karma. Does that mean I need to cater to my mom in a neutral, detached way without blaming or guilt? Or you have to forgive if the mother has been painful. You have to forgive to her, and you have to kind of neutrally detach. And if she really has a need, you have to kind of go and help. For example, health problem or something, but you have to also build healthy boundaries, because Saturn is about building healthy boundaries. So you don't allow to be taken advantage of, because with Saturn, everything is about moderation. You help, especially when she cannot get a different support from anywhere else, but you don't allow to be taken advantage as well. You don't become the servant there, but you pay off, like my friend who had Saturn in the fourth house conjunct moon. When her mother got really sick, she had to make sure to take care of her, even if the mom has been really abusive towards her earlier. And this is how you pay off the debt, and you get above those things, and you fulfill that responsibility, that karmic debt or whatever it is. Okay, so Saturn in the fourth house or in Cancer can have the following health problem. Restricts the breasts, the rib cage, the stomach, the womb, the sensitive skin, weak tooth enamel. I didn't know that. Osteoporosis. I didn't know that either. Insufficient milk. Breastfeeding. That would be Saturn moon as well. Small breasts. I can't guarantee for everyone that if they have Saturn in the fourth house, they'll have small breasts. But yeah, Saturn decreases. Low hydrochloric acid, because the fourth house rules the stomach. So Saturn can suppress the acidity there. Poor small chest. Weak eyes. No, I don't think so. Dry mucous membrane. Poor gums. I've noticed that with Saturn in Cancer, in particular, that they can have problems with the gums or in the fourth house. And it can lead to basically the area of the breast here, some of the issues, Okay. So Saturn in the fifth house. Well, that's when your creative impulses are being suppressed, either by some authority figure or whatever. So you're like, oh, look, I drew a beautiful rabbit bunny. And they're like, you can do better. That's not good enough. Or stop. This is childish. No, do something productive. So your creative impulse is suppressed, and you don't feel so naturally. You feel fearful to express it. And it might take longer time for you to start allowing your inner light and your inner child to shine. You might suppress your inner child from early on in age. And kind of fifth house is having fun, letting your hair down, creativity, anything creative. And your confidence is the fifth house, and allowing, say, going to in a group and taking center stage appearance and starting to entertain everyone with a story without the need to drink or anything, to be in the middle of, in the center stage position. And Saturn can give fear out of that. But again, with Saturn, you can turn that fear into mastery with time. And later on, they can turn to careers where they, like the universe or life forces them in careers where they have to take center stage positions whether it's something creative, whether it's something staged, whether it's something in political, in oratorship. So this way they structure their creative talents and they break through those fears that Saturn does through their everyday work. They might be very good, for example, managers and organizers for the entertainment industry, which is the fifth house. They can be very good at managing any kind of creative talents of others, or if they're creative themselves, if they get themselves in creative activities as a work, they should not work just relying on moments of inspiration to come. They should just have a routine every day where they write, say, 50 pages today, or a song a week or something, because they have to be the regulated output of creative ideas rather than expecting for the inspiration to dawn on them. Okay. Bye, Jenny. Jenny has to go. Okay, so Saturn in the fifth house can also have romantic problems early in life, especially to the 35th, 36th year. They might even be lacking lots of dates before they get married, or they might be lacking like others go on date and have romantic experiences. They might be a bit stiff when it comes to romantic experiences, not feel too natural about it, to allow, dating in the fifth house. It's like allowing your natural spontaneity to flirt, to be active, and this might be more restricted with Saturn in the fifth house. So they have to consciously strive to nurture their child, to do things, to allow themselves to do things that are not out of order, are not out of, like crazy partying and extreme, but to allow themselves regulated fun and regulated hobbies, which later they can turn even into business. They can turn a hobby that they're very passionate about into structured work and business later on in life. They can also either not have much desire for children, or they can have children later in life, or their first child might be very Saturnian. For example, child Capricorn, or a child with a strong Saturn conjunct the ascendant, or the child can come later in life, or a smaller number of children as well. Sorry, I'm just haven't eaten all day. So, but usually in the early part of life, they might have some painful experiences in romance. They might be put at their place in regards to their ego, like the ego might be undermined by more powerful authorities of some sort. So they learn to be, so that they develop humbleness, but they should not allow their creative spark to be suppressed by Saturn, because Saturn doesn't feel so good in the fifth house. Neither does the fifth house like Saturn so much. So that can be one of the more painful combinations to have there. And the romantic life, as I said, can suffer a little bit, or they can be romantically attracted to older people, more karmic partnership, more karmic partnering, and romantic experiences that are a bit more painful and difficult. And when Saturn transits the fifth house, the same thing happens. For example, there might be some test in romantic life. For me, when Saturn was transiting my fifth house, because I was dating someone 24 years older than me. And you can also, some creative activities while Saturn transits your fifth house, you can turn them into work, or something you're passionate about. You can develop it into work through structure and through, let me just check to try and stop the camera and start it again. Okay, yeah. It's a bit slowed down now. I'm not sure why. So when Saturn transits the fifth house, you can have a few hits on your ego, or they might be harder to conceive, for example, then, or your creative flow might be a bit repressed, and you might not feel like at your most glamorous and or if you're in any career that is Saturnian, which is center stage entertainment, you might have to work extra hard to receive the results and rewards of your work. Romantically, there might be some tests as well. creatively as well, some delays, but also allows you to work hard and to systemize and to put order. Saturn in the 5th house or in Leo can restrict the heart, can have problems with the heart muscle, and can stiffen the back. 5th house also rules the back. There might be more susceptibility to heart attacks, to spinal anomalies, to spinal cord disease, to sclerosis of the spinal cord, or blood pressure extremes. Okay, so Saturn in the 6th house. When Saturn is in the 6th house of a birth chart, it's one of the Upachaya houses where Saturn likes to be. So it improves with age. And 6th house is doing all the difficult things in life which we find hard. And like fixing things, like improving things, like dealing with everyday routines, dealing with everyday errands. And Saturn there gives us perseverance and method and hard work, and allows us to actually be more. It can even make workaholics when Saturn is in the 6th house. When it's transit in the 6th house, it can give extra workload, for example, and extra duties and errands and daily routines. Saturn in the 6th house have to be very careful with their health because they can be susceptible to problems, especially to their 6th house rules the intestine, and any health problems that come from overwork or over something. And they have to learn to everyday take little care of their health, whether it's everyday some breathing exercises, some walking for 20-30 minutes, because these are the ones that can have the biggest problems with their health, especially chronic, consistent over time, if they don't start taking care of their health. When Saturn transits the 6th house, it's a call for us to start taking care of our health. Some chronic problems, health problems can come to the surface. So we address them by, how do you deal with 6th house problems, health problems? By changing your diet, your routines, your posture, and starting to make moderate but daily changes and efforts in our routines. And Saturn in the 6th house can, whether by birth or by transit, it's an amazing time. These people, especially the older they get, they can have one of the healthiest routines in life because Saturn allows you to be consistent, persistent with your routines. They will not miss brushing of teeth. They won't feel good if they miss an exercise. If they miss, a day of exercise or a day of something in regards to their routines. And when it comes to Saturn in the 6th house needs, 6th house is about detoxing. 6th house is about discrimination, so they have to be very discriminating with the foods they eat. With maybe they might even become health extreme nuts, like juicing and all this kind of stuff. But that's good for them. It's good actually if they're resisting health habits and health routines and daily routines. If they are living without a routine, especially health one and food one, and it's not going on diets, but lifestyle that they have to introduce, they might have a lot of problems if they don't do that. They might be if they're resisting it, they're suffering more and more. So if they incorporate those daily routines, and also they have a big karmic duty of service to help those, the poor, the underdog. The 6th house rules all marginalized people, all situations of kind of where either one is ignorant, is poor, is underfed, is unhealthy. So they might have a karma to be doctor or to help sick people, karma to help, like Mother Teresa had Saturn in the 6th house. What was she doing, Karma of service. She was paying it, and you cannot fix the whole world. I mean, you can't, but you do the best you can with the neutral, without sense of guilt, and fulfilling your responsibilities. 6th house can be, can have work that is connected to military or to government structures, not government structures, sorry, for military, for people working behind the scenes as well, or police office, the medical professions, people working with marginalized or criminal people. So you can work through those issues of Saturn in the 6th house by giving service there, whether you're in the police, in the army, in the military, in some sort, or working with poor people, or just gives karma of having to do extra service in this lifetime, having to work hard. And But you have to balance it out with a healthy routine and exercise for the body, and diet, because as I said, can impact the health very strongly. And actually, yeah, Saturn in the sixth house, I think it's a good position for Saturn, to be honest. Of course, it will create problems in whatever house it is, and if it comes to health problems, and usually when Saturn transits the sixth house, amazing time to change your diet for life, to do some physical, incorporate a physical routine that you keep for life, or better habits. Amazing can be time when you're working very hard at work, laying like kind of might be a lot of repetitive tasks that you have to do, and a bit ungrateful, but you still kind of, a sixth house is an earth house, a house of work, of duties, responsibilities, that these increase, having to pay more attention to your health as well. And Saturn in the sixth house or in Virgo can give problems with hernia, with diabetes, apparently, with constipation, because Virgo and the sixth house rule the small intestine, and these are all connected to that. It can give, anyway, it can give, the intestines are more sensitive, and remember that 75% of all diseases come from the small intestine, from the bacteria. There is not a good balance there of the bacteria. 75% of all disease. So these people have to really watch their nutrition. Okay. So Saturn, is everyone there? I haven't heard anything from anyone. Just write to me if you see me and hear me still. Okay, good. Okay, I thought maybe you've all fallen asleep or I've come offline or something. Okay, so Saturn and they might have more karma with kind of people that are poor, people that are sick and ill. They might have more duty and responsibility to search, or people in debt, people in ignorance. And they might turn this into their career later on, not ignorance and debt, but into helping people in those positions with wisdom. And they might have difficult time managing debts initially in their life, because sixth house rules debt. But later on, they can actually deal very well with that. And it's usually they might have some heavy debts early on, like they have to go to school and they have to take a big debt that they have to drag for a while. Okay. Oh, thank you. Should we pay attention to the house that corresponds to the sign Saturn is in? No, I wouldn't interpret them like that exactly, because it means that everyone with Saturn in Libra from my generation for 2.5 years, they would have problems in their relationships, which is not true. The house is more important. Okay, Saturn in the seventh house. Just pay attention for Saturn in sign and house when I'm talking about the health, because the signs rules in particular health organs, and the houses correspond to these. So Saturn in the seventh house can be, Saturn actually, according to Vedic astrology, it's a good place for Saturn to be in the seventh house. Well, nowadays in society, it's not considered such a good place, but such people do keep promises to others. When they enter into contract or agreement, they tend to be loyal and to keep that. Yes, look at the houses. The houses. Only when it comes to health, look at the signs and the houses. So if you have Saturn in Taurus and in the eighth house, listen both to the eighth house and to the second house that I speak about, or Saturn in Taurus. Anyway, so seventh house, these people would be loyal in their contracts and agreements. You usually, if you see someone with Saturn in the seventh house, you know that even when they enter in a relationship, they'll be there for the long run. They will not want to give up on you. And that's why it's considered very good for marriage in ancient astrology to have Saturn in the seventh house, because you keep to the rules and you don't go leaving your husband when the first sexy guy appears, and winks at you. And you don't go scandalizing society. You keep your promises and responsibilities. But often with Saturn in the seventh house, You can have more heavy responsibilities in marriage than others, or in committed relationships, or in business. For business contracts, it's amazing because you fulfill with duty, with responsibility, your contracts, and if you in any chance go and violate a contract, or don't keep a promise, or do something wrong in a marriage or in commitment, you very quickly get the repercussions for that. You very quickly will see the corrective influence of Saturn. So it can really, if you don't keep the promise of some contract, for example, or some promise, you can be taken to court. I mean, for another person, nothing might happen, but for you, you have to. When you have Saturn in the 7th house, it teaches you from early on to keep your promises and to keep. Someone says it's cutting out badly. Is it cutting out badly for everyone? Maybe it depends on the fastness of your connection, guys. I hope the recording doesn't cut out. Okay. Someone says it's cutting out. Yeah, it's the personal connection. Okay, so yeah, these people with Saturn in the 7th sign from the ascendant or in the 7th house, they'll be loyal as a dog usually, but they also get a lot of they often, especially if they get married early before their Saturn return, they might get relationships that are more karmic, that are more painful, especially if it's in a difficult sign like Saturn in one of the more painful signs like fire or water. They might attract a partner that puts them down, that devalues them somehow. This is in the extreme cases. That is more judgmental, that is more strict on them, that demands a lot on them. That they kind of are given, that in the relationships can be with a lot of kind of burden and duty. For example, Saturn, or even Saturn in the 10th house aspecting the 7th house, will give this, that relationships will carry more burden and responsibility to them, heavy responsibility. They might have to sometimes take care of the partner or have a duty, even if a partner is not the most supportive or easy to deal with, to stay there until the karma runs out. And usually it holds them in relationships longer than it might be even healthy for them themselves. But usually it can delay the coming of good relationships till later in life. At least I would advise such people not to get married before their Saturn return, because the relationships tend to be more karmic, they might fall apart when the Saturn return comes. And usually the relationships will improve with time. In their 30s, late 30s, 40s, a good partner can come later on in life as well. And they can be married to someone who have 7 or more age difference. Okay, so they can get married earlier if it's someone who has 7 or usually older, more mature, experienced person. But again, they often will feel like they're in a relationship because of a contractual promise, because they have mutual duties and responsibilities, and the relationships in their life might entail taking on more duties and responsibilities together. And basically, yeah, someone says if you get married early with Saturn in, you might have to stay married for a long time until you fulfill your responsibility. But you have Rahu there. It can bring sudden development. Someone has Saturn and Rahu in the 7th house. So Saturn and Rahu can give sudden separations that come later on. But yeah, usually it's relationships and contracts and promises. You have to work lawfully, legally on them, step by step. As I said, the person themselves doesn't give up at the smallest obstacle. But there is complication, there is more difficulties and the need to work hard at all those things. But it's good for business contracts, for business partnerships. The person is loyal there. Okay, and when Saturn transits the 7th house, test of relationship. If a relationship is good, it gets further commitment. It might I think Kate Middleton got married with Saturn transiting her 7th house or something like that, or even a square aspect to the 7th house. So you can make something official, legit recognize it when Saturn is transiting the seventh house. But if the relationship is not good, all the difficulties and everything you've tried to sweep under the carpet, all the problems come to the surface. So the relationship is tested during that time, and only relationships that the two people work hard on, that are mutually supportive and willing to work hard together, they survive. When I had Saturn transiting my seventh house, I broke up with someone after 7 years and started a relationship with someone that was 13 years older than me. Of course, Saturn gives age difference, and it was very karmic, very painful. It took 7 years to end that relationship. Well, to fulfill the karma in that relationship anyway. Okay, so Saturn and some business contracts and business relationships, when Saturn transit your seventh house, can also be tested. If you're signing business contracts, you have to make sure that don't do it on blind trust. Check the partner, check the person carefully. Make sure you have everything secured, Then Saturn in the 8th house is considered one of the hardest positions. Why is that? Saturn with the 8th house cusp, because 8th house wants changes. The 8th house is the house of default line. I always see the 8th house as where two continental plates meet. And any moment something can happen, like earthquakes there and change, their shift. The 8th house rules those cataclysmic changes in life, those big changes like the death of someone, the birth of someone, the divorces, the big transformation, psychological transformation, letting go of trauma, and these big changes on a big level. And Saturn is very resistant to those changes. It's fearful. Saturn is like, if I cannot let go of this, I don't know what's on the other side. And they resist if they have bad habits. If they have, like I have Saturn conjunct the 8th house cusp. My God, any change is like, it's very hard to have a miraculous healing. It's very hard to have for those people miraculous transformation, shamanic experience or mystical kind of transformation, because Saturn holds on. Because Saturn holds on so much to the old there in the 8th house. And often Saturn there can have, for example, if you want to make money through a partner, or Saturn in the 8th house, you want to marry up for someone rich, and then if you're divorcing, you're not going to get basically what you expected. Saturn in the 8th house says if you're going to be making money with a partner, because it's partner's resources and finances, you're going to do it in the lawful way by working hard together. For example, when I was trying to Saturn conjunct the 8th house to make money from boyfriends, never. I always ended up giving them 30,000, 40,000, all my savings for years. I would never see them back. Even in marriage, I would leave without getting anything back, But if you work hard in a relationship together with a partner, you can increase your resources over time with mutual efforts together. You can really amass slowly and gradually together with a partner. But gold digging with Saturn in the 8th house very rarely works, And often inheritances might not be so easy to get, or they might be delayed till later in life. Any kind of windfalls that comes to you from others which you have not worked for, it's not naturally given so much, because 8th house is money that comes to us from others, whether it's alimonies, whether it's some kind of or some kind of support from government or some lottery win. It's usually not gonna come with Saturn in the 8th house. In the 8th sign in particular from the ascendant is very strong. And so it's kind of, but if you work in combination with another heart, then it gives over time beneficial results. And also healing from traumas and pains, it takes longer for this healing process of rejuvenation to happen. Death and rebirth, a person can live longer when Saturn is in the 8th house, because it's just not giving up. It's holding on to life, He doesn't want to go through this transformation of dying and passing on the other side. It's like they probably, when they're on their deathbed, they have to say, let go, we're okay. Because they just gonna, even with 100 diseases, they're just gonna drag and live longer than others. It's a combination for longevity. And it's, Leslie says, so I won't get inheritance from family business. Great. No, if you worked on that business yourself, you will. But if you're just expecting for it to get without nothing, it might be delayed till later, and there might be some restrictions or some blockage, bureaucratic, that you have to overcome to get that inheritance. And yeah, in-laws is the 8th house. Someone said, what about in-laws? It's Saturn in the 8th house, because according to Vedic astrology, the 2nd house represents family as well. So the second from the 7th would be your in-laws. So Saturn in the 2nd house can create in-laws that are more from hierarchical structure, from more traditional structure. In worst case scenario, you can have enmity with them. They might be more cold and off. Mine were not. Mine were just much older. They were in their 70s and 80s. So I just got parents-in-law that were much older, which is what Saturn is. But they were very proper. My Saturn is exalted, hardworking class, proper, traditional. But in more difficult Saturn in the 8th, there might be even enmity and problems with in-laws. Okay. Then Saturn in the 8th house can give some psychological hang-ups, some sexual hang-ups, because 8th house is about, merging with another and mixing your resources and opening yourself. So they might have trust issues. Saturn in the 8th house, they might be distrustful to others. And they might be like, I can't trust that another will help me. Because often from early on, they haven't been helped by another. When they've looked for resources, they've been from another, or support, moral, financial, they've been given the cold shoulder of Saturn. So they might find it hard to trust later on people. And they might have also a karma of having to take care of a partner financially or materially, or take care of in-laws, for example. On another level, Saturn in the 8th house, the good thing is, as I said, it gives longevity. The bad thing is that it's kind of can make you work very hard for mutual resources, and might be harder to get loans and things like that. Yeah, someone says, Varvara, will get easier when my Saturn returns the 8th house over the next year. And Saturn aspects the 2nd house, like in my case. So I started making money through other people, but with me working personally very hard together with them after my Saturn returned in the 8th house. Before that, I was financially restricted, because Saturn aspects the 2nd house and is conjunct the 8th house cusp. And the moment Saturn returned over the next 3-4 years, but me working personally one-to-one with others as well, with clients, the clients' resources, other astrologers and psychics that I partnered, then resources and finances, gradually with personal efforts, they do come, and they come in loads for me. I can say I'm rich now. So I don't, even Saturn aspecting the financial house, you can get rich if you do it with your own personal efforts. In the 8th house in combination with others, but don't just be like exploiting them. You have to be putting and breaking your back there with them as well. Okay, so Saturn transit in the 8th house can put some financial restrictions to you and your partner. I remember when I had that, my partner had to study, and he took a big loan, so he couldn't contribute to the resources of the family. So we were pretty tight financially due to my partner. And yeah, so it's kind of, this is how it can manifest in the material level. You might be battling with some psychological things that control you within. It might be very hard to let go of that. I was trying to stop some addictive habits. It was very hard. I was going to meetings and stuff, and it's just keep going back over and over. And it was hard to let go of that, but the transformation happened with a lot of push and effort. So kind of detoxing stuff from your life. And also, a person with Saturn in the 8th house might find it harder to adapt, and to kind of when kind of cataclysmic changes happen. And they often, for them, it's very important to research death. They can be obsessed with the thought of death because they are fearful of it. So they can read about death after life. They can read about such more grim or morbid matters like criminality, like psychology. They have the very self. They can explore the consciousness very strongly, and self-help books, for example, psychological books, very deep, serious books to read on those things. They benefit from learning astrology because it answers some of their fears because of unpredictability. Saturn in the 8th house is so fearful of those crises in big life, the big crisis situations like divorces or illnesses or whatever. It's the 8th house, deaths and rebirths. So they kind of a thing like astrology can help them with that. A thing like life after death, reading books, and they might even turn it into a career of theirs. Like in my case, you can turn it into the occult, or they can also become very good crisis managers later on in life, or helping others pass through the bridge of death, or bereavement counselors of some sort, or divorce counselors of some sort, because they've been there, they've experienced those things, those more traumatic experiences in life. They've worked through their issues and their fears, and now they're helping others that are in such situations and giving karma and service to people that are going through the big things in life, through the big shifts in life themselves, so in crisis of some sort. Okay, and often when Saturn transits the 8th house, Saturn rules work and career, remember, and 8th house is changes. So often people might change their career, and their work and duties and responsibilities might go through some big change, which is lasting, which is like I changed into my astrology career from waitressing to astrology career. Like a big change can happen in regards to your career when Saturn transits the 8th house. Saturn transiting the 9th house, or in the 9th house of the birth chart. Okay, I have that in the 9th sign. But these people are looking for meaning in life. Often their father figures and mentor figures might have been quite strict. Teachers, father figures, quite strict, quite judgmental, quite, tough on them as well. And often such people, they might have problems with their father somehow, especially if you have a Mars there as well. And the father might have been detached in some way, or might have been the relationship more strained in some way, more karmic connection there. But Saturn in the 8th house is looking for the right moral examples, is looking for ethical system of moral. It's looking for they constantly in their life, Saturn in the 8th house will be looking and researching at different belief systems. They might consider God as more punitive God. They might consider God as, like I remember I did something bad once, and there was an earthquake, and I absolutely knew that the earthquake happened because I've done this bad thing. So it's kind of they think a bit more judged by God. They think like God can, just like the God is the father figure is a reflection of God for us here down. So maybe the father was more strict or punitive, or I was brought up in a very traditional religion where you know that if you wink at a guy, you're gonna go to hell, or God will punish you, or if you wear low cut thing, God will punish you, So I was very fearful, or if you sing songs that are not Christian, God will punish you. So they're kind of fearful about religion. And then because it's so painful, they start looking for answers in regards to religion, in regards to God, in regards to the higher meaning of life and purpose of life. It's a bit like having Saturn with Jupiter. And later on in life, they can become real pundits. Usually, first they start with ignorance or more painful belief systems about life, about God, about, and luck, so to speak. And their own luck is basically for 9th house. What matters is help yourself and God will help you. You can't expect just luck to fall into your lap because of good karma from before, because God is all benevolent. First of all, you don't perceive God like that. You perceive that God rewards only those that work hard, and life rewards only those that work hard. And second of all, if you try to do it, Saturn will say, no, you have to do the hard work. And so basically the belief system is like God helps those who help themselves. And they start looking a lot for answers to reconcile this painful belief and perception of reality and their belief system. They start researching old religions or ancient spiritual teachings, possibly, or also they can have delays with higher education, for example, or they can have it and it can be very important for them to get that degree, that diploma, to prove, that an authority figure has, said that they have the higher knowledge. And usually they're, they might be either deprived of higher education, might come later in life, like I have no university degree, and that was such a source of pain for me for years, because I was like one of the cleverest at school, and how can I not have a university degree? And I was like beating myself so much, feeling guilt and blame. But then God gave me a different education, high education, through astrology. It's not very legitimate, like in the system, how it's accepted, but a number of teachers, and they have karma. The teachers tend to be more karmic. They tend to be tough teachers, as I said in my high school, how my teacher was quite tough as well. And I still have nightmares about her and those teacher figures, mentor figures. And I'm always attracted to belief systems where the preachers and the belief systems are more kind of, they're not lenient. They don't say you burn in hell or anything, but they're about the consequences of karma in your actions. So a person learns to abide more by the laws when Saturn is in the 9th house, and they have a more strict moral code when Saturn is in the 9th house, out of fear sometimes, and yeah, I'm starting to get blocked now. When it comes to foreign countries, Saturn in the 9th house can delay the ability to be in foreign countries or to travel, or it can give travel in foreign countries because of career, because of work duties and responsibilities. For me personally, it hasn't given that because Saturn rules my ascendant. So the ascendant Lord goes in the 9th house. I'm in a foreign country directly. But if Saturn doesn't rule, your ascendant is in the 9th house, there might be some delay or difficulties in foreign countries and, high educations and matters like that. And when Saturn transits the 9th house, we're structuring our long-term goals and plans. We're planning new goals. We're working hard on them, and we're making them more realistic, those new plans and goals for the future. Also, we are restructuring our belief system when Saturn transits the 9th house. We might have a crisis of faith again to make us restructure our belief systems, and we might be looking for a different moral system and outlook and belief system which can help us look more realistically on things. And I had a big problem with my dad when Saturn was transiting the 9th house. The 9th house rules the dad, the relationship with the dad. But yeah, okay. And I was studying astrology super hard then, so that's good for matters like that. Or when you see Saturn's going to be transiting a 9th house, well, it might be time that you go to pre-qualify. It might be time that you go to university and work very hard on that. It might be time that you might be sent abroad to work on something. It might be time that you might some career, extra responsibilities in regards to a career that is connected to publishing, to travel of some sort, to higher education, Thank you, Leslie. So then Saturn in the 10th house, in the birth chart, as I already told you, Saturn in the 10th house tends to be very much about having to earn social responsibility and respect in the lawful way, step by step. You cannot frog jump from one position in the hierarchy to another one, unless you have Rahu there. It can then change that. But usually you have to start from the bottom of the social ladder to climb up like a Capricorn, climb up like a little goat will climb up on the social ladder. And if you work lawfully, legally, starting from scratch, little by little, Saturn will reward you, as we know, with social responsibility, with social respect, with positions of authority, especially later in life, in your 40s, in your 50s. Usually first career might be a bit delayed till late in life, and you seeing the results of your efforts in regards to career, even if you're the son of a president or the son of a big owner of a company. If you have Saturn in the 10th house, your dad will say you're going to start from the bottom. You're going to work in the post first, and mailing the letters and bringing coffee to you. Climb your way up there. And such people can achieve a lot. They can really climb to the tops, and they can be in positions of, especially in positions of hierarchies, in hierarchical structures, they can reach to the top. They can career, because the 10th house rules career, can have a lot to do with some kind of regulations, with some kind of structures, with some kind of quality control, with some kind of something to do with hierarchical institutions and big organizations of some sort. And they can have careers that are more traditional as well. And as bosses, they can be more authoritarian themselves, but a wise boss would be fair, like Saturn wants to be, rather than being oppressive, which is the negative manifestation of Saturn. In more difficult Saturns in the 10th house, you might have very strict authority figures from early on in your life, like a father or bosses, and you have to deal with bosses. You have karma with bosses and authority figures or government structures, for example. You have this karma that you have to bear it, like the good, to give respect to senior people. If you have Saturn in the 10th house, don't go fighting with senior institutions, senior people, bosses above you. Be respectful towards them. Follow the order there. Otherwise, they're the strong ones. They would win on. And if you follow this later in life, you'll be given this same seniority and achievements of high positions yourself. And so, and when Saturn transits the 10th house, this can mean that, I forgot to tell you about the health of Saturn in the 7th house. It can mean, Libra, mineral deposits in the kidneys, problems with kidneys and pairs organs is the 7th house. Reproductive organs as well is the 7th house. Saturn in the 7th house, Saturn in Libra, problems with the kidneys, with the ovaries as well for women, retention of urine, hormonal underactivity, and tension in lower back, because Libra and the 7th house rules the lower back. Saturn in Scorpio in the 8th house, they can have sterility, sexual issues, venereal disease, plucked sweat glands. I definitely have that. I didn't know that, because Scorpio is where you eliminate things from your body. It's your anus, it's your glands that you sweat things and toxins out of as well. And Saturn can block those, can give constipation. Saturn in Scorpio in the 8th house. So sweat glands that are plugged, hemorrhoids. Hello, Saturn in 8th house. Hernia, constipation, that's for sure. Sluggish or toxic colon, Saturn in the 8th house in Scorpio. Poisoning, gout, insufficient peristalsis. What is that? That's constipation. Okay, and prostate. For men that have Saturn in the 8th or in Scorpio, they should check out their prostate. Saturn in the 9th house or in Sagittarius is spinal misalignment, spinal cord disease, arthritis of hip. Sagittarius rules the hips and the sciatic nerve. So problems with the sciatic nerve, hip and thigh problems, pressure on sciatic nerve, fractured pelvis. They're more susceptible to that. And now that the liver as well, because the 9th house rules the liver. And often they can have small hips. The 9th house rules the hips. Or if it's in the 7th house, small waist. If it's in the 4th house, small breasts. If it's in the chest. If it's, in the 3rd house, you can have long arms. Saturn makes long. It's not going to stop them, but it's going to make them slim and long. And Saturn in the 9th house can make smaller hips. Okay. So Saturn in Capricorn in the 10th house can give, or in Capricorn in the 10th house, skin issues, dryness, liver spots on the skin disease. The 10th house in Capricorn rules the knees, so rheumatic knees, plucked gall ducts, insufficient bile, brittle nails, teeth and gum issues, knee injuries, falling. Okay. I just know that Capricorn 10th house rules the bones as well, and problems with the bones and the tendons, and it rules the skeleton. It rules the 10th house rules the knees as well. So Saturn in Capricorn or Saturn in the 10th house, they have to be careful more with their knees. Okay, so Saturn in the 10th house by transit makes you work hard again. You might have some authority figures that are above you that you have to take into consideration, or the opinion of more experienced, more authority people. Even if you're your own boss, then you're putting more structure into your business. You're restructuring your business. You're making it more organized, more ordered in some way. If you're not in the right career, Saturn transiting your 10th house will remove you from that career. With not being in the right career means you haven't put enough effort, so you're not fully dedicated there, and Saturn brings back the results of that. But it can redirect you to a career that you'll be more dedicated to. But Saturn in the 10th house can reward you by giving you much more authority. If you've been working hard, if you've paid your dues, especially if you're older, this can be time of rewards, of high achievements in your career, of taking on extra duties and responsibilities. And if you're changing job during Saturn transit in the 10th house, which often happens, it corresponds with a job that has way more responsibilities and duties, but also more social prestige. And it's working hard for those 2.5 years when Saturn transits the sign of the 10th house. I cannot deny it. I've never worked as hard as when Saturn transit my 10th house cusp. I've created structures that I've never had before in the 10th house and order. And I started working with a Capricorn lady that became my manager. Hi, Lauren. Saturn rules Capricorn. So Capricorn, she came into my life when Saturn was transiting exactly my 10th house. She put structure into the business, and she put more authority there. And, or you can have, if you're working for someone, more pressure from bosses to work harder. And more responsibilities and duties. But if you're not in the right place when Saturn transits the 10th house, you feel less and less satisfied with your career. You feel more and more like time's running out. I have to make the right changes. It's just I'm running out of time. I'm not happy here. You become any problems in your career, if you're dissatisfied, they become even further more acute when Saturn transits the 10th house. Okay. Saturn in the 11th house is a good position. And as I said, Saturn in the 10th house, they get more and more career success with time, usually quite authoritative position. But earlier in life, they might be oppressed by some authority figure. Saturn in the 11th house, it's again an Upachaya house. It improves over time. So all indications of Saturn in the 11th house get better with age and time. So Saturn in the 11th house is all about earlier, maybe sometimes people have a smaller social group. They might have few friends, but few loyal friends later in life. And if they indiscriminately allow any friends, they often tend to suffer consequences from that. So in this lifetime, they learn to choose smaller group of friends and to discriminate friendships and to choose the loyal and good ones in their social groups. They might often want to be a member of specific social group and class, but usually, that's 10th house health. Someone is asking, was the 10th house health? Yeah, Saturn in Capricorn, 10th house, skin issues, warts, dryness, liver spots, rheumatic knees. Yeah, I was talking about that. I mentioned it. And the sign, check what the sign is as well. And of course, Saturn makes if it's in the 10th house, opposition to the 4th house, and a hard aspect to the 7th. So listen also to the 4th and 7th house. With Saturn in the 10th, you can have the issues of Saturn in Cancer in the 4th house, or Saturn in 7th house as well. Okay, so brittle knees, brittle hair, brittle kind of dry skin. This is Saturn in 10th house. And more susceptible to cancers overall, because cancers come often from suppression of suppression of something, and Saturn in the 10th house can be suppressive. And Saturn in the 11th house, as I said, friendships might be hard. The person might not be so willing to have loads of friends, or just friends from a select type of group. They might be more hierarchical, or more in regards to their friendships, they might choose people from a specific social class only. And Saturn in the 11th house can be a bit more socially isolated, or might be looking mostly for connections and relationships that will be beneficial in some material way, that will bring to some material gains mutually. For example, this can be someone amazing who works at creating business networks. 11th house is networks, or working at any kind of networks, working at any internet company, for example. Because as I said, 11th house is systems that are not hierarchical, but data lateral, is that the word? Yeah, data like that systems, so interconnected systems. So it might be someone who has karma to develop systems and to work on something to do with systems, which might be something to do with the internet, might be something to do with complicated systems, robotics, with science, might be someone to do with the brain, for example, is ruled by the 11th house as well, because the brain and the nervous system is a lateral system of interconnected systems. So you might have karma to work to work for humanitarian and to humanitarian areas, to give back to society, to restructure social order, and to keep social order in some way as well. And yeah, someone says my friend Saturn is in house 10 and 11. Is that possible? Yes. If Saturn is in the same sign with 2 house cusps, then Saturn will impact both house cusps, the 10th and the 11th. But you have to check which is closer in degree to Saturn. It will be the one that feels it more. So Saturn in the 11th house, they might have friends that are older. For example, I had a client who said Hassan was like 10 years old, and he had so much problem at school, being bullied, not being able to acclimatize, not having friends there. And I said he has to have friends with older people, with the older classes. And she says, well, actually he hangs out with my friends, and he's much happier. And I said, well, that's what it is. He would feel more comfortable with more experienced, more mature people rather than people, from his group. And when Saturn transits the 11th house, well, for example, I'm having this, a person can be more isolated socially. They might not need to connect much and communicate with others. Or if they have any social activities, they might be more connected to work and responsibilities. Like I'm making this big, kind of connection now, network of people, of courses, and my only communications with others are through work currently when Saturn is transiting my 11th house. And my 3 friendships were tested. Actually, all my friendships ended because I relocated from UK to the States. So definitely no more friendships that they're there, but you don't see them. You have to say goodbye to your social circle in some way when Saturn is in the 11th house, to restructure it. If I had stayed in the same place, I was going to fall through with some friendship. And there was some friendships that were really badly tasted, and we stopped talking to each other as well. But the ones that stayed, I'm super happy with them. When Saturn takes something away, Saturn knows what to do. And you can, Saturn transits the 11th house, you can come closer to fulfilling your long-term goals. That's why Saturn in the 11th house, by transit or by being there, such people can be materially more gainful, because the 11th house is the results of your work, the 10th house, might be material gains. What are the results? You gain something. You gain approval, social approval, and you gain also material rewards from that. And when Saturn is the 11th house for about 2.5 years, or if by birth is there, people can really move forward in regards to some of their long-term goals move ahead, work very hard, focused, and achieve those, tick them all out one by one with persistent effort, even if it takes longer than they expect. But you can get a lot of rewards with Saturn in the 11th house, or work hard towards achieving some long-term goal and towards securing gainfulness for a long term in your life, or some rewards. For example, you can receive some PhD, or you might be working on some title or honor when Saturn is in the 11th house. But friendships, as I said, in your social environment gets kind of, tested. Saturn transiting or by birth in the 12th house. That's the last one. Almost 6 hours we did. Wow. So Saturn in the 12th house might be finding it hard to let go of things, because Saturn tries to hold on. And Saturn in the 12th there, it's about releasing, letting go. So they kind of have to learn, and often things that are out of their control happen. Often a lot of karmic events happen in their life, whether Saturn is there by transit or by birth. Often it's kind of, this lifetime is more predetermined from past karma, because 12th house is past lifetimes, and it's almost like you're having more karma to pay off, not in a bad way. Maybe you're much more evolved soul than others. With Saturn in the 12th house, you certainly have to be, and that's why you've decided to take on and pay off more karmic in this lifetime, to clear up the karmic slate and to learn to let go with attachment and neutrality. But until you learn that, this can be painful, because Saturn doesn't want to let go. Saturn wants to hold on to something tangible, to something material. It wants to have that relationship to be there. It wants to have that material object. And 12th house is about you're learning to let go in this lifetime. And every time there is a loss, and more losses happen when Saturn is in the 12th house, whether it's of relationships, of something material, tangible, real that you see. But it happens until you learn to accept those losses with detachment, until you learn, and with neutrality. That's what Saturn, and that's a very hard thing to do. I mean, how can you be neutral? You're losing your job, or be neutral towards it. Losses, any kind of losses, expenses, losing something tangible, to be like, okay, I'm neutral, I'm okay, let go and let God. That's the lesson there with Saturn in the 12th house. And trying, and to learn to do it in a respectable way. And often, because 12th house is about endings, a person might have a lot of endings in this lifetimes that they have to learn to be okay with. Endings of relationships, of past life karma, of releasing such karma and paying it off. And again, as I said, strong individuals are born with that decide in this lifetime to clear up a lot of karmic log matters. And when Saturn transits the 12th house, is very tough as well. It's one of the toughest, that people consider, and you feel it more. I have 12th house Aquarius cusp and 12th house in Aries. Ooh, you have a really wide, the 12th sign, so your ascendant is in Pisces. So your 12th sign, you feel it when Saturn is transiting Aries, not before that. If your Pisces ascendant, Taurus ascendant. So Saturn is currently transiting the 10th sign, not currently. Saturn will be transiting, when it goes to Aquarius, the 10th sign from your 10th house. So you feel it more as a 10th house transit. And when it goes to Aries, then you start the last 2.5 years before it moves into Taurus, you start feeling it as the karmic slate cleaning. Because the house, they don't divide houses. Signs divide houses according to ancient astrology. They're the limitations. So the moment Saturn starts transiting the 12th house, we often are saying goodbyes, and we're learning to let go, and things that are out of our control happen more, because 12th house is something that is out of your ability to control it, to influence it. It's something that's been put into action either from past lifetimes or from previous actions, from before. Like, I have this guy who's had quite a long-term affair, but he wanted to keep his marriage, and he managed to keep his affair for 10 years or something like that. And Saturn went into his 12th house, And I was like, this is going to be time when, you know, when your consequences are going to come and bite you up. And you're going to see the results of your actions. And that's when he got finally divorced. And, you know, he had to, after that, when Saturn went into the first house, he had to learn to live on his own and start all over. But if you've been a good, decent person, Saturn transiting the 12th house cusp, okay, it might give you more self-imposed isolation as well. You might like to retreat more, to meditate, to think. If you're more reflective, if you're more naturally more meditative, more reflective, it's going to be much desired time when you want to go to the Scottish Highlands and just, you know, retreat and explore your subconscious and look back on the past, because you're finishing a cycle of 29 years when Saturn is transiting the 12th house. And often people will feel like something new is going to come, but they might start feeling impatient. And while Saturn is still in the 12th house, it's not the best time to start totally new beginnings and to start building new structures, tangible foundations, because it's just, when Saturn transits the 12th house, it's you have to evaluate and let go of the past and first end up things that you've started from before. And as someone said, Saturn in the 12th house can give health problems. Why? If you haven't lived decently, if you haven't lived, you know, you can be paying off health problems, for example, for not taking properly care of yourself. So it's the final conclusion of your actions. You see it, and some kind of a payment that you have to do. So health, and Saturn aspects the 6th house from there. So some health problems can happen. Sometimes people can retire or take break away from work while Saturn transits the 12th house. Saturn is duties and responsibilities. 12th house is about letting go. Some career can get dissolved. Some career path can get dissolved. So you can start rebuilding a new path, a new career, and new tangible beginnings from the moment Saturn starts transiting the sign of the first house and the ascendant. And Saturn in the 12th house can also have karma to give again to those disadvantaged, to give to do more charity. They can work for an NGO, for example. They can work for some organizations that does charity. They can work for some travel agency or some faraway countries. Saturn is work and karma work, and duties 12th house is faraway countries. They can work in medical professions, again, 12th house. They can work in prisons. They can work in libraries. They can work in places of isolation. They can work in institutions of research. Many researchers and scientists have Saturn in the 12th house because it allows you for this isolation that they need to think, to go deep, you know, for laboratory scientists and people like that. I have Saturn with Mars in the 12th house in the sign of Leo. Leo is the sign of the father, one of the signs of the father, and 2 malefics day in the sign of the father. I know another person with Saturn and Mars in Leo and in the 12th house of loss and of karma. So that's why possibly a father was quite, you know, difficult indications. And I had another client with Saturn and Mars in Leo. The father would beat her up and would disappear and appear whenever he wanted. So that can be a hard one, especially because hers was in the 9th house of the father as well. So it's connected directly. But, you know, for you, it's more like a 12th house thing, like karmic as well. But anyway, that's what the houses are about. Saturn in the houses, Saturn with the signs, Saturn, and what is Saturn illnesses in the Aquarius or 11th house? Broken ankle, obstructed circulation, Aquarius and the 11th house rule circulation, low blood pressure, cold extremities, insufficient oxygenation of the blood, because Aquarius has to do with the circulation of the blood and Saturn lowers that. Anemia, hypothermia when you get cold, back issues, weak heart because it opposes Leo. Saturn in Pisces, so in the 12th house, not by transit, you have to have it by birth. Bad feet, corns, bunions, weak immunity, lung weakness, which is a reflex from Gemini. Apathy, depression, poor attention to health and diet, weak teeth, sluggish or toxic lymphatic. I know that Pisces in the 12th house rules the lymphs. cold feet, calluses, corns. Okay, there we go, to end on that positive note. Thank you so much, guys. I hope I was able to answer all of you, and we went on to 6 hours. Oh, Saturn, you really are something, huh? Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. You have to watch it, rewatch it, and I can speak another 70 hours on Saturn. In each house, I can speak 6 hours only. But I mean, we have to learn to be to keep time as well. So thank you so much. Oh, thanks all for the wonderful writings. And I'm just gonna go and eat something because else I'll collapse. And guys, don't forget Rahu and Ketu course on the 27th. The 3 most difficult points in the horoscope, and Saturn is easy actually to overcome with age, especially in your 40s, 50s, you know. But Rahu and Ketu, their maturation ages, it's up to 50. So Rahu and Ketu can be way more difficult and confusing to deal with their positions and more. And just as karmic, both Saturn is karmic and Rahu and Ketu are karmic. Very interesting though. They have very different manifestations. So 27th of November, guys, on a Sunday, have the whole Sunday ready for Rahu and Ketu. I think we can carry on for 8 hours there. So thank you so much. And I'm just going to finish this recording now. And looking forward to see you on the next webinars, guys. Bye. Oh, almost bye. Just a second. Yeah, here we go.